Important update about YouTube playlists. Hey everyone. We've received many messages asking why our YouTube playlists aren't showing up. Do we create YouTube playlists? Yes, we absolutely do. So why can't you see them? Honestly, we're not sure. We've been in contact with YouTube support for several months now, but we still haven't received a clear answer or solution. After much discussion, our team has decided to take matters into our own hands. We believe the issue might be related to the number of playlists we've created on a single channel, possibly too many. Our solution? We're launching 2 additional YouTube channels, giving us a total of 3. This way, we can organize our audiobooks better and avoid the playlist visibility issue in the future. This change only affects our YouTube audience. If you're a patron supporter, you can still access all our audiobooks by visiting the collection menu on Patreon. Thanks so much for your time and continued support. Happy listening. After a moment, a fishy taste surged from his stomach. Ugh, Link gagged. The drug's effects hadn't even kicked in yet, but his body was already reacting. Some of the herbs must have clashed, producing a flavor akin to 100-fold concentration of fish mint mixed with fermented herring. Ugh, reflecting on the taste made him gag again. Then, he felt his stomach start to churn as the pill took effect, his body heating up slightly. The effect seemed decent, but... I feel like this thing could be used as a torture device, Link shuddered, staring at the dark green pill he had created. The medicine was undeniably potent, a small piece was enough for him to feel its effects. But a normal person would never be able to swallow an entire one. In short, this version of the potent pill was a failure. A major failure. Link tossed the pill into a bag, planning to feed it to the rabbits he kept at Training Ground 7. Maybe they'd like it? After all, expensive herbs shouldn't go to waste. He sighed. His plan to mooch off the Nara clan's herbal supply had succeeded. But also failed. His teacher had generously allowed him to use the herbs, but he couldn't really just take them for free. Nara Shikaku couldn't represent the entire Nara clan, so in the end, Link decided to buy the herbs at a slightly higher price than their cost. Even that was still very expensive. He wondered how the negotiations between the village and Hidden Sand Village were going. It had been over a week with no results, Chio still hadn't came to buy back her grandson, and no one from Hidden Sand Village had asked about the third Kazekage either. Meanwhile, Link was sitting on a massive stockpile of high-quality puppets, yet in the end, the only things he sold to Kankuro were some broken scraps. Those that had been smashed by that Stan Spice Girl were all bought up by Kankuro at dirt cheap prices. He only purchased one intact puppet. His need for money was endless: food, shelter, experiments, potent drug making, the cost of kinjutsu. Everything cost money. Speaking of which, shouldn't I try to find some wealthy dead people? Link watched as his shadow cleaned up the table, his mind spinning on ways to make money. The Pure Land was full of people, too many to count. Every time he broadcast or told stories, hordes of spirits gathered. Filtering out the ones without chakra was necessary. After all, compared to ninjas, ordinary people were far too numerous. Without filtering them, millions of civilians would flood in instantly. There was no way he could talk to them all one by one. Summoning techniques could help detect and filter out spirits with chakra, but they couldn't differentiate between those who were wealthy in life. Asking each spirit individually was risky. He might end up talking to a rich guy from hundreds or even thousands of years ago. And even if they had wealth back then, their modern-day descendants might not want to pay to bring them back. Trying to use summoning techniques to make money from random spirits was difficult, time-consuming, and something he had no time for before. Now that he had some free time, he could seriously think about it. Sigh, let's see how those 3 are doing. Link got up and stepped outside to check on his 3 subordinates, who were currently driving away wild beasts. High-level missions weren't always available, so after returning from the Land of Rivers, they were back to their usual cycle of D-rank and C-rank missions. This time, it was a C-rank mission, helping local villagers drive away a herd of giant wild boars. It was boring, but that was daily life. Afternoon, Hidden Leaf Village, Hokage's office. Lord Third, you called for me? As soon as Link returned to the village with his subordinates, he received a summons from the Anbu. Hoping it was because Hidden Sand Village was finally ready to pay up, he rushed over. But upon entering the office and not seeing Chio or Ebizo, his heart sank. The third Hokage was sorting through documents. Seeing Link enter, he looked up and smiled. Of course, I called you here for a reason. After a brief pause, he continued, we're planning to hold a 3-nation summit with Hidden Sand Village and Hidden Rain Village next month. The location will likely be in the Land of Rivers. The Land of Rivers again? Link sighed internally. He felt like he was tied to that country. How many times had he already gone there? The third Hokage removed his hat, revealing an even more aged face. Smiling kindly, he said, would you be willing to accompany me as a Hokage's guard for this meeting? A Hokage's guard? Link was momentarily stunned. In the first 5 Kage summit, many of the Kage's guards later became Kage themselves. The third Hokage himself had once been the second Hokage's guard. In other words, I accept. He replied firmly, without much hesitation. There was no reason to refuse. Opportunities to serve as the Hokage's guard were rare. The third Hokage was usually surrounded only by Anbu, but since they couldn't accompany him in formal diplomatic settings, it made sense for someone to take their place. But wasn't he a bit too young for this? He was about to turn 11, and he was already a Hokage's guard? In that case, I'll be counting on you for my safety. The third Hokage said with a gentle smile. He wasn't using his title as Hokage but spoke like a kind elder. His wrinkles relaxed under the warm afternoon sunlight and gentle breeze. Besides you, Kakashi will also be joining us. Oh, and about the techniques you requested last time, many of them cannot be taught to you. However, for some of them, you can come to my house and browse through them when you have time. If you run into any issues, I can guide you. As for the 8 Gates release, when Guy returns to the village, he'll be in charge of teaching you. His tone and demeanor lacked the usual authority and weight of a Hokage. Instead, he spoke like a regular old man, like a grandfather chatting leisurely with his grandson under the eaves on a breezy afternoon. Thank you very much. Link was pleasantly surprised. He had assumed all his requests for forbidden techniques would be outright rejected. Maybe they would even forbid him from learning Flying Thunder God altogether. But now, it seemed like some of them were approved. In that case, would it be possible to casually ask about Eto Tensei as well? After all, Orochimaru had used it in the Hidden Leaf Village Crush plan. Out of sheer curiosity, asking about it should be fine, logically speaking. Chapter 156, Money Matters. 3 days later, at Link's home. You're the Gato who died in the Land of Waves, correct? I believe I am, after confirming that this was indeed the Gato who died in the Land of Waves. Link suddenly asked, relying on the summoning jutsu's inability to deceive, where did you hide your money and assets before you died? There in the basement of a villa near the mangrove forest in the Land of Waves. By the time Gato realized what was happening, his mind had already reported the location automatically. You kid, Link skillfully blocked, or muted, him and wrote down the address in code in his notebook. Since dead men have no use for money, Link specifically searched newspapers and magazines for infamous business magnates who met untimely deaths. Then, by broadcasting their names plus the place of death, he filtered out the civilian spirits who came forward. Exploiting the summoning jutsu's unique properties, he tricked them into revealing information. If it worked, he profited. If not, it didn't matter, those who couldn't be tricked just served as a further filter. He certainly never intended to fulfill these evil tycoons' requests, it wasn't really a fair transaction anyway. He preferred to call it making hidden assets circulate. This should be enough. Link looked at the dozens of places he had noted in his notebook, from small countries like the Land of Waves, the Land of Rivers, and the Land of Rain, to major nations like the Land of Lightning, the Land of Earth, and the Land of Fire. It was quite a broad range. The closest one, well, seemed to be Danzaku Town. A businessman who died at the hands of a AIM ninja had stashed an unregistered gambling fund in a casino in Danzaku Town. As long as you provided the matching passphrase, you could withdraw it. Originally, it was intended as a birthday gift for his lover, but he died not long after depositing it. That stash was 500,000 ryo. Not a huge amount, but it was easy to collect. There were several more like that, but a tricky issue remained: not all currency can actually be used. And that led to a major problem: the difference in currencies. The Land of Fire has its own currency, featuring the Hidden Leaf Village symbol on both bills and coins. These are issued by the Bank of the Land of Fire and circulate in neighboring countries. Because Hidden Leaf Village serves as the central ninja village of the Land of Fire, it effectively anchors that currency's value. Why? If you want to commission a mission in Hidden Leaf Village, you have to pay in the Land of Fire's currency. And so, the major nation's currency gains a solid anchor. Through a ninja's labor, money ultimately converts into tangible goods. The same holds true for other countries, each with its own currency anchored by its respective ninja village. Ninjas perform missions and create value, the money then flows back into ninjas' hands. Because ninjas, who risk their lives, tend to spend large sums, it drives the entire social economy in a cycle of spending and production. In the world of Naruto, ninjas are unquestionably the core. Even if the ninja system seems harsh and cruel, the status of a ninja is paramount. In any real conflict or dispute, it's the ninja village that makes the decisions, not the daimyo, aristocrats, or ministers. In the first 5 Kage summit, when the first Hokage had just founded his village, he directly addressed the other leaders, calling them the leaders of the 5 great nations. It wasn't mere flattery, ninjas inherently hold that level of authority. Though outwardly, each ninja village and its daimyo are regarded as equal, in practice, it's mostly nominal. Back to the subject of currency, because each nation's money is different, neither the currency nor the missions can freely flow across borders. The underground exchange, the bounty station, not only posts bounties on targets but also offers currency exchange services. Hence the name Exchange House. Not every country has a ninja village, nor does every ninja village offer enough value. Thus, smaller nations often use larger nations' currency, and in resource-poor small countries, ninjas don't want to stay. If a country lacks its own currency, or if the currency it issues cannot be anchored to ninja labor, then you end up with situations like in the Land of Waves. No money, no ninjas easily bullied and controlled. To avoid being oppressed or controlled, a country needs its own cycle of growth. That's essentially why, as Kakashi once said, most countries, big or small, have their own ninja village. Following this logic, each village issues its own currency using its ninja as the anchor. Because smaller nations face constant instability, the variety of currencies is practically endless. Even if you exchange it for a major nation's currency in another country, you still need your own currency back home. Otherwise, how else would you commission your local ninja for tasks like farming or pest control? It would be crazy to hire a ninja village from another country for such low-level tasks. The cross-border fees alone would be sky-high, making it utterly impractical. Having lived in Hidden Leaf Village and spent money mostly there, the furthest Link had gone was the Land of Wind, on a mission, so he'd never had much opportunity to deal with foreign currency. As for the Land of Rivers, it's a special case. Civil unrest plus poor national credibility mean that the Land of Fire's currency is often more accepted there, just like how many countries in our real world willingly accept the US dollar. Now, with a list of hidden fortunes in his hand, these assets are scattered all over the world. Exchanging major nations' currency is relatively straightforward at a bounty exchange, even if there's a fee. Since it's basically free money, Link can accept some losses. But some small nations' currencies pose a headache. How can he convert them into usable funds? Worst comes to worst, he might just use those bills as raw material for his money-binding jutsu. Then there are many currencies from countries that have already collapsed. That money is no better than counterfeit, even using it as toilet paper is questionable. It's useless, and you can't even use it for the money-binding jutsu. I wonder if my jutsu would still recognize currency from a country that got destroyed after I acquired it. Link gave it some serious thought. From what he knew of his own ninjutsu, if he doesn't know a certain country was destroyed, then it might still work. But if he learns that the country no longer exists, the money would probably become invalid. Never mind that. I'll pick the mission leading me to Tenzaku Town next. At least 500,000 ryo is worth grabbing. He circled that entry, tucked the little notebook into his waistband, and opened the scroll in front of him, his expression growing grave as he started to read. Flying Thunder God was far more complicated than he'd imagined, so complicated he could barely understand it. Like most newcomers who first encounter this secret technique, he found its complexity seemingly impossible to master. What he was reading was just one set of notes and research materials left by the second Hokage during the jutsu's development. There was an entire box of similar scrolls. The actual secret technique scroll was just a single scroll, but given that he couldn't understand it yet, he had no choice but to tackle the development materials bit by bit. It was far more difficult than medical ninjutsu. Medical ninjutsu involves a lot of human anatomy and physiology, which he'd at least had some exposure to in his previous life. But Flying Thunder God involves all kinds of bizarre tadpole script, complex sealing text, and a massive amount of knowledge he'd never seen before. Studying it felt like pure torture. Maybe. It's time to consider Plan B, Chapter 157, Plan B. The difference between a genius and an ordinary person is greater than that between a human and a dog. Link had understood this for a long time. So, after successfully carrying out his 3-step plan to meet and change Sasuke, he came up with a new idea, custom-made Sharingan. As everyone knows, after the second Hokage's research, he concluded that the Sharingan is an eye that reflects one's state of mind. But the abilities of the Mangekyo Sharingan tend to mirror one's personal experiences and character traits. For example, Obito watched Rin die at Kakashi's hands and yearned to destroy this world and create another, which led him to awaken Kami. Shisui wanted to erase the conflict between the village and his clan, so he awakened Kotoa Mitsukami, which could manipulate others. In the manga, he also intended to use this technique to change his clan's plan to rebel. Itachi's Amaterasu represents pitch black fire and unwavering will, while Tsukimi symbolizes an absolute, illusory control. Sasuke inherited Amaterasu, and to protect Karen from its flames, he awakened Kagutsuchi to control them. Although neither the manga nor the databooks state it explicitly, one can roughly infer that the Mangekyo's abilities are closely tied to the user's experiences and resolve. From that, Link devised his own plan B. He wasn't a natural genius. He had deliberately trained his chakra control from the moment he gained chakra, and combined with an adult's self-discipline from his previous life, he had barely reached Jonin level standards in control. He knew best whether there was any further room for improvement. Geniuses, on the other hand, can often reach a comparable level simply by growing over time, even without specialized training. Sakura spent 3 years learning under Tsunade, and her chakra control nearly matched her teacher's, but if Link were in her place, he didn't think he could do it. Just learning Earth-style, Swamp of the Underworld had held him back for months. Rasengan was even more grueling, making it nearly impossible to manage his daily life. Now, forget about training in Flying Thunder God, he couldn't even understand the notes. And how about other S-rank techniques like Hado Tensai and Dead Demon Consuming Seal? Or any of the countless secret arts requiring special bloodlines or innate talents? Link didn't want to stop where he was. He'd climbed this high, he wanted more. He was no longer that same person who only cared about staying alive at the start. He closed his eyes briefly to consider his plan, then opened them again. I can choose to live solely in the present, but Sasuke, as my precious jewel. The next day, morning, Tensaku Town. Alright, I'm leaving the search to you three. If you don't find him, meet back at the hotel at noon. Link glanced at the mission request slip. Their job was to track down the missing husband of a wealthy lady. He'd apparently disappeared while soliciting prostitutes in Tensaku Town. It wasn't a tough mission, just time-consuming. It was also the perfect chance for Link to retrieve some money he'd stashed in one of the local casinos. Got it, came the trio's reply in unison. The 3 siblings from Hidden Sand Village took the target's photo and huddled together to plan their search routes. Since reconciling during their last mission, the 3 had grown closer. Tamari, presumably feeling guilty for having kept her distance from her little brother in the past, now used every free moment to take Gaara out and introduce him to a normal lifestyle. As a result, they bothered Link much less often. Kankuro, however, showed no such courtesy. Whenever he had free time, he would shamelessly show up, asking Link for help in maintaining his puppets. Since Link didn't know much about puppets, and he had piles of them anyway, he initially thought it was no big deal to let the kid borrow some. After all, Kankuro was basically one of them now. As long as he didn't dismantle or destroy them, Link turned a blind eye if Kankuro learned a thing or two. But when Kankuro's visits grew increasingly frequent, Link finally instituted a fee. You want to play with the puppets? Alright, pay up. These are masterpieces. They might even be the final works of their creators. Charging 100 ryo just to lay a hand on them isn't unreasonable, right? That finally got Kankuro to back off. Let's see that casino is. After parting ways with the 3 siblings, Link headed to the district lined with gambling dens. All he knew was that a certain casino held a deposit in an unregistered account, protected by a password. However, he didn't know which casino. Tensaku Town might not have dozens of casinos, but there were at least a dozen or so. No choice but to check them one by one. This way, little boy, sorry, but we don't allow minors inside. At his very first stop, he was turned away. The bunny girl welcoming guests at the door gave him a sweet smile and patted his head. Link stepped back and pointed at the Hidden Leaf Village forehead protector tied to his arm. I'm here on official mission business. Oh, pardon me, Ninja-sama, said the bunny girl, covering her mouth in surprise. For some reason, Link found her tone a bit odd. He took this chance to ask if the casino offered unregistered deposits. Of course it did. In the Naruto world, there's no formal ID system, and some shinobi even use the transformation jutsu to hide their identities and indulge in gambling. Offering no-name membership cards and deposit services was basic practice. Link used his status as a shinobi to test the password within the casino. No match. On to the next one. He kept this up until evening, when he finally located the 500,000 ryo deposit. Getting it out, however, was a slight hassle. The businessman who had made the deposit had specified that the money could only be withdrawn in the form of gambling chips, probably intending to use them for some special event with his lover. But for Link, that was less than ideal. So there he was, standing by the street with a bag of chips in hand, wearing a blank expression. Since he was a minor, he couldn't drink or gamble in this world, either. If he weren't a ninja, the local thugs or gambling addicts would likely have already dragged him away. He asked around at the casino entrance until he found someone to buy the chips at 95% of their face value. That seedy area was downright nauseating, the scent of lavender-scented softeners mixed with smoke, alcohol, vomit, and countless perfumes. It was truly stomach-turning. Link brought the money back to the hotel and took a thorough shower to wash away the smell. The 3 siblings from Hidden Sand Village arrived soon afterward, having failed to find their target. Tensaku Town is huge, full of entertainment venues and hotels. There was no way to find the missing husband in just one day. Luckily, Link had already accomplished his goal. He'd secured 500,000 ryo. Feeling generous, he treated the three siblings to a seafood hot pot. "Link-sensei, did you strike it rich or something?" asked Temari from where she sat on a tatami mat, visibly surprised. Their teacher was generally frugal, and had more than a bit of a greedy streak, so spending a large sum of money to treat them was quite out of character. "Let's just say I did," Link replied casually between bites. In truth, he was treating them because the three siblings might well return to Hidden Sand Village after next month's Three-Nation Summit. That was already under discussion at Hidden Leaf Village's highest levels, using a Jinchuriki and a Kazekage's children to negotiate for greater leverage in the Land of Rivers. Sigh. They were all just pawns, really. Chapter 158, Support, near the Tenchai Bridge, by the border between Hidden Grass Village and the Land of Fire. What's going on here? We've come so far, we're practically in Hidden Grass Village territory. Inuzuka Kiba complained. Recently, several civilians had gone missing from towns along the border, and these towns collectively pooled their funds to request a mission from Hidden Leaf Village. Because they were ordinary civilians disappearing near the border, the mission wasn't rated very high. However, there was a suspicion that ninja might be involved, so it was classified as B rank and given to Team 8, which specialized in reconnaissance. Following the scent trail led them all the way to the border. Could it be Hidden Grass Village? Kurenai Yui maintained a calm expression and said, "Hinata, use your Byakugan to stay on guard." Hidden Grass Village was notorious for being fickle, always siding with whichever major village seemed strongest, even though they had signed an alliance treaty with Hidden Leaf Village. If Hidden Grass Village was involved in abducting civilians, this could escalate to a conflict at the national or village level. Having pursued the clues all the way out here, they risked walking into an ambush. Upon hearing her teacher, Hinata Hyuga activated her Byakugan, scanning the surroundings. Woof woof woof. Akamaru suddenly arched his back, growling at a white spider on a nearby tree. That spider has chakra, it's some kind of jutsu creation. Hinata's face grew tense. I can sense two very strong chakra signatures rapidly approaching. One of them is really strange, its chakra only shows up in the chest area. Let's run. Aburame Shino said, sweat forming on his forehead. My insects are telling me these newcomers are powerful, stronger than sensei. GRR. Akamaru pressed himself against Kiba, whimpering anxiously. As a reconnaissance team, all of them had solid detection abilities, but facing a formidable enemy only amplified their psychological pressure. Kurenai Yui drew a kunai, eyes fixed on the bizarre bird getting closer in the sky. Standing atop it were two figures in black cloaks with red clouds. Her expression turned grave as she said, "I'll cover you. Send a distress signal to the village, then, run." Akatsuki, huh? What terrifying chakra! How in the world did Link manage to drive away monsters like these? Cold sweat began to bead on her forehead. How lucky, we've run into more Hidden Leaf Village ninja. A voice called out as they drew closer. There's even a precious Byakugan among them. I wonder if it's from the main family or branch family. Never expected that tracking Orochimaru might bring us such an extra surprise, an Aburame, an Inuzuka, and a Hyuga. Now donning a newly crafted puppet shell, Sasori observed Hinata Hyuga below through its eye slots, his gaze quiet. Let's take them alive. I happen to need a few more human puppets for temporary use. Nighttime, at a hotel flap, Link opened his eyes to see a messenger hawk perched on the windowsill. He signaled his shadow to open the window. But the hawk seemed wary, it kept shifting its feet on the windowsill, scanning all the shadows inside the room. Trained specifically for messaging, it was highly attuned to danger. After sensing the presence of multiple shadows, it hesitated to enter. Chirp. It gave a short cry before one of Link's shadows scooped it up. Link removed the message attached to the hawk's leg. After reading it and comparing the code, he translated the contents: Hidden Grass Village, Tenchai Bridge, Team 8, request for backup, Greek, the room door opened via sand manipulation. His three subordinates, already in full gear, reported in. As shinobi, they were well trained. Hearing the hawk's cry, they arrived immediately with no wasted time. We're temporarily suspending our current mission. Our target is the Tenchai Bridge in Hidden Grass Village. Link briefly outlined the sudden assignment. He leapt to the windowsill and released the hawk that was still trembling. One by one, the shadows in the hotel merged into the darkness beneath his feet. With a slight push off the floor, he was already on a distant rooftop. Watching numerous black shadows flow and merge under her teacher's feet, Temari felt her scalp tingle. As she followed, she asked, "Those things aren't in my room too, right?" She found the thought a bit horrifying, knowing the place she stayed could be covered with autonomous shadows, watching her around the clock. She was a ninja, but she was still a girl, after all. The land of grass. Tenchai Bridge. That's right, by the land of fire border. I recall Orochimaru had a base there. Link contemplated as he left Tensaku Town's busy streets behind, molding his chakra and forming hand signs. Roar. A long-absent earth dragon materialized from the ground with a roar. Link took out a specially formulated soldier pill and swallowed it. A burning sensation spread in his stomach. This was a powerful, body-straining soldier pill he'd developed after consulting with Mokasa and several medical specialists. Once consumed, it gradually replenished almost all of his chakra. The price: it overtaxed his body's meridians, causing slight damage. Repeated use inflicted permanent harm, and taking multiple pills in a short time could be fatal. Basically, it was a forbidden drug. Once the product was completed, Mokasa warned him that such potent formulas had been developed before, often paired with certain secret arts or unique constitutions. For an ordinary ninja, the side effects were too severe, outweighing any benefit. So, the advice was not to use it. But for Link, he wasn't too concerned. Hopping onto the Earth Dragon's back, he motioned for his 3 subordinates to join him. Then he instantly cast delicate illness extraction on himself, relieving the sharp internal pains caused by the drug's stimulation of his meridians. Once the hidden Sand Village trio had steadied themselves, the Earth Dragon spread its wings and flew in the direction of Tenchai Bridge. Prepare for combat. There's a high chance the enemy is Orochimaru. Link said calmly. Given Yui Kiranai's level, even if she did run into Orochimaru, she could probably hold out for a short while. Aside from slightly lacking in brute strength and chakra reserves, her overall aptitude in ninjutsu, ganjutsu, and taijutsu was quite good. She wasn't weak by Jonin standards. Combined with 3 teammates who had strong scouting abilities, they might manage to hold him at bay, unless Orochimaru resorted to Edo Tensei just to fight one Jonin team. The chance of them being instantly wiped out was low. The messenger hawk traveling from Hidden Leaf Village to Dansaku Town took at least a dozen minutes. The chances of them surviving are still slim, unless some unexpected turn of events occurs. After all, sending a reply back to the village and then waiting for further reinforcements. That time gap might be enough for Orochimaru to slaughter teammate multiple times over. The power difference was just too great. Especially considering Kiranai's biggest weakness, poor stamina, low chakra. Once she's dragged into an endurance battle, she'll quickly lose the ability to fight back. Then again, this all assumes the enemy is indeed Orochimaru. If it's ninja from Hidden Stone's village, for instance, they might still be locked in battle by the time help arrives. Chapter 159, Sacrifice. What a troublesome woman. Feeling a bit annoyed, Deidara tossed the unconscious Kiranai Yui onto the back of his giant bird. The lingering nausea from her ganjutsu reminded him of Itachi Uchiha. He had assumed it would be easy to bully a few Hidden Leaf Village ninjas. Unexpectedly, this Kunoichi actually had some skill. She used ganjutsu to hold both him and his partner back for a short time, allowing the 3 kids to escape. Irritated, he crushed the insects that tried to flee. I just want to blow something up. She really is a Jonin famed for ganjutsu from the Hidden Leaf Village. Sasori, on the other hand, seemed rather satisfied. Stronger raw material always made for better human puppets. It didn't surprise him that ganjutsu had delayed them. No matter how powerful a puppet master is, once he runs out of puppets, he becomes an ordinary person, especially someone like Sasori, who had transformed even his own body into a piece of eternal art. After losing most of his collection in his battle with Link, and sacrificing a few backup bodies in his fight against Orochimaru, his combat power had dropped significantly. Fortunately, his current partner was Deidara, who, strangely enough, valued camaraderie. If not, Sasori would likely have stayed hidden until he recovered enough strength to reappear. He was fixated on hunting down Orochimaru because he had found some extremely valuable information in Kabuto Yakoshi's mind: cursed seals, original bodies, and experiments involving natural energy. Sasori wasn't some illiterate. As a top-tier puppet master, he immediately understood the significance of such research. Just thinking about it was enough to realize that Orochimaru's experiments could determine whether he might truly transform himself into an everlasting work of art. Currently neither fully human nor purely puppet, Sasori felt incomplete and flawed. Even though he had no real heart, he was still subject to emotions and could act irrationally. Faced with a technology that might let him permanently discard the tedious necessity of a human core, all his usual caution vanished. Given that Orochimaru, weakened by his experiments to produce new bodies, had also lost power, Sasori used the excuse of reclaiming the Akatsuki ring to persuade Deidara to help him hunt Orochimaru, hoping to seize these original bodies and the related research data. Sasori-san, I've found those 3 brats. Deidara grinned, and a giant bird beneath them flapped its wings and flew off in pursuit. If I can become a complete puppet. Then I'll never feel that way again, right? Saori, hidden within his puppet shell, silently pondered this. Meanwhile, is the village's backup still not here, or is there simply no nearby team that can arrive quickly? Shino sensed that the insects he had left with Kurenai-sensei were being destroyed. He knew that his teacher had done her best, and had somehow managed to buy them this much time. Sensei's been captured. He stopped in place and said, Hinata, Kiba. If we keep running together, none of us will escape. I'll stay behind. Inuzuka, Kiba said, rubbing Akamaru's head. You two run. Akamaru and I will transform into one of you to lure them away. I'll stay, too. Shino replied calmly. They clearly want us alive. One person has to go for help. Hinata, that job's yours, you have the Byakugan. As far as asking for help goes, it was really that these two young men were prepared to use their lives to buy their teammate a chance to escape, just as Kurenai-sensei had sacrificed herself. It was now their turn. Shino and Inuzuka Kiba exchanged a look. Neither saw a trace of fear in the other's eyes. Not bad, Shino, you jerk. Kiba grinned. But Hinata wanted to protest softly. There's no time. Kiba formed a seal and transformed into her likeness. Next to him, Akamaru, now red-furred, imitated another teammate's appearance. We're counting on you, Hinata. If this bug dies, it means we've been captured. Shino placed a small insect on her shoulder. Go now. Urged on by her friends, Hinata Hyuga sprinted toward the village. Kiba, still in Hinata's form, smirked. Never expected we might die together, huh, Shino? Shino said nothing, taking off in a different direction. You're still acting cool at a time like this? Kiba muttered. Then, glancing at Akamaru, who was copying their teammate's form, he added, we can't lag too far behind either. Woof. Akamaru barked, ready for battle, even though they faced a terrifying enemy. As long as they were together, there was nothing to fear. Ugh. Still running, Hinata allowed her tears to flow. Before she'd gotten very far, she realized her teammates' true intentions. Even their Jonin instructor could only hold out for so long. How much time could the two of them possibly buy? Could the village's backup really arrive so quickly? Fighting back her sorrow, she forced herself to run faster. Her Byakugan remained active, constantly scanning for any possibility, no matter how slim, that help was nearby. Then, about 10 minutes later, the insect on her shoulder suddenly fell and died. Hinata clenched her fists, stopping in her tracks. Fresh tears streamed down her face. Boom. A roar echoed from above, and she looked up to see a rapidly descending flying creature. Before she could react, it crashed through the treetops and landed. Gainen Hinata Hyuga. A ninja wearing a green flak jacket jumped down from the creature's back. Immediately, she saw 3 more faces she recognized, hidden Sand Village ninjas. Hinata quickly recognized another familiar figure, Link, the special Jonin from Hidden Leaf Village who had once visited the Hyuga clan. Where's Jonin Yui Kurenai and your 2 teammates? He asked, voiced steady. He's so young. Hinata wiped her tears. Sensei stayed behind to cover us, and she was captured. The enemies wore black cloaks with red clouds. Confronted with the repeated sacrifices of her friends, Hinata overcame her usual shyness and soft demeanor, rapidly sharing all the information on the enemy. I see. Link nodded. He leapt back onto the Earth Dragon, preparing to give chase. If their foes were Saori and Deidara, there was nothing to negotiate. Saori had been greatly weakened after losing his original body and his 100-puppet performance. Meanwhile, Deidara was a long-range ninjutsu fighter whom Link felt he could handle. Please take me with you. Hinata jumped onto the dragon's back as well, her voice trembling. I don't want to fight too. A Byakugan could be useful. Link considered it briefly and did not refuse. At once, he urged the Earth Dragon to resume flight. Keep a close watch for the enemy. Report as soon as you spot anything. He instructed. Chapter 160, Pursuing an Art. Ugh. Akamaru collapsed to the ground, reverting to his original form and losing consciousness. The Hyuga brat got away, huh? Deidara looked visibly displeased. Those 3 Hidden Leaf Village kids had used the transformation jutsu to fool him, which ended up being quite annoying. He'd wasted a lot of time chasing them. The Aburame kids' insects, in particular, had devoured his recon spiders, delaying him for half an hour before he tracked down the real culprits. Sensory types are truly a pain. Saori-san, let's. Deidara was about to suggest giving up on chasing Orochimaru for now, when he heard a loud whooshing sound approaching fast. Adjusting the scope over his eye, he caught sight of the incoming figure and scowled. It's Link from Hidden Leaf Village. He might be just a kid. But even Deidara acknowledged him as an opponent on roughly equal footing. Otherwise, Deodara wouldn't have chosen to flee last time. More importantly, Link had the one-tailed Jinchuriki on his side, which could be troublesome in a fight. Sasori-san, let's retreat. Deodara calmly offered his judgment. Without his original body or most of his puppets, Sasori couldn't provide much support in battle. And with Link's apparent mastery of high-speed flight, Deodara wasn't sure they could kill him or take him away. Besides, there was no point in engaging here. Though Deodara sometimes acted crazy, he was extremely rational in combat. Facing Link was too big a risk. Even if they won, finishing Link off or capturing him would be difficult. And if Orochimaru happened to be lurking nearby, that annoying snake might swoop in to reap the benefits afterward. No. Sasori stared intently at the rapidly approaching earthen dragon. He had just located Orochimaru's whereabouts. If they fled now, who knew if that snake would vanish for years again? This might be his one and only opportunity. Even if he couldn't get Orochimaru's original body and experimental data, he had to obtain Link's 5-element seal. He refused to let his plan fail, not when it concerned the transformation of his art into its final form. He absolutely would not let this chance slip away. Sasori-san. Deodara noticed something was off. His partner, usually so composed, was acting uncharacteristically fanatical, reminiscent of Deodara's own mania for art. Roar. A strong gust of wind blew as the earthen dragon braked sharply. Standing at its head, Link crossed his arms over his chest, short hair ruffling in the wind. His face was expressionless. We meet again, Sasori of the Red Sand. His gaze swept across the scene below, noticing in Yuzuka Kiba, Aburame no, and the unconscious Kiranayui lying on the back of Deodara's clay bird. Not bad. He'd arrived in time, he hadn't wasted all that chakra on creating the earthen dragon. But having a hostage in the enemy's hands complicated things a bit. Still, that was fine. One by one, Link's shadows jumped from the dragon and spread out on the ground, slithering in two-dimensional form through the forest's dense undergrowth. So you didn't even bother remembering my name? Deodara grumbled as the mouths on his palms chewed clay. He seemed annoyed. I hate to interrupt. Came a voice as a strange figure wrapped in a pitcher plant emerged from the ground. The man's black and white face both wore the same grin. But haven't you two played around enough? Deodara, who had once bombed the capital of the Land of Rivers with impunity, and Sasori, who had been dragging Deodara everywhere in pursuit of Orochimaru, both had long worn out the Akatsuki leader's patience. Akatsuki's exposure was one thing, the organization had always planned to make a public move eventually, leveraging the great nation's conflicts. But this fruitless, dogged hunt for Orochimaru, combined with the insistence on fighting Link, despite knowing the odds, was too reckless. Though Akatsuki didn't strictly bind its members, it wasn't a free-for-all, either. And so, Zetsu had been ordered to hurry them along. TCH. Deodara clicked his tongue in annoyance. He'd wanted to retreat anyway, but hearing it as an order frustrated him. Nevertheless, he obediently formed a new C2 clay dragon. Sasori-san, shall we finish off these Hidden Leaf village prisoners? He asked. But before anyone could move, Link's shadows attacked in unison, using the distraction of an apparent assault to snatch Kurenai from the back of the clay bird. Immediately, Deodara's bird exploded violently. Boom. The shadows shielded teammates 3 ninja and 1 dog from the blast, over 50 of them destroyed in an instant by the shockwave. Landing on a distant tree branch, Sasori pulled off the Akatsuki cloak with a yank, revealing his puppet-filled body. He removed the ring from his hand and tossed it to Zetsu's black and white figure. You can go now. Zetsu seemed slightly taken aback but, upon catching the ring, sank back into the earth without another word of persuasion. Deodara, having just landed, was momentarily stunned. So Sasori was willing to go this far, even if it meant forsaking the organization, to pursue his concept of art. Deodara's face showed a hint of admiration, but he coolly hopped onto the C2 dragon, ready to flee. They're turning on each other? Strange. Link eyed the 3 figures. When Sasori threw away his ring, Link felt more certain the plot had taken an unexpected turn. After this, I really need to summon the Hermit Purple or find out what Orochimaru is up to. He strongly suspected Orochimaru was the cause of this major deviation from known events. Don't get yourself killed, Sasori-san. Deodara called back earnestly. Forming a seal, his clay dragon spat out a smaller flying clay bomb that shot toward the earthen dragon. Deodara let out a shout, ha! Boom! Smoke and dust erupted, gradually revealing a completely undamaged Rashomon gate. Skr, crunch. The first to emerge from behind the gate was Fugaku Uchiha, followed by the ever-expressionless workhorse Baki. During the explosion, Deodara had already taken to the skies on his clay dragon. Link glanced at the retreating Deodara but made no move to pursue him. Though he felt confident against Deodara one-on-one, the power of Deodara's C0 self-destruct was undeniable, and he couldn't guarantee the safety of his allies in that scenario. His main objective here was to rescue his comrades. Bringing down the Akatsuki members could wait for another day. Besides, with Zetsu having shown up, it was possible Obito, was lurking somewhere. Truly forcing Deodara to stay could get complicated. It was better to focus on Sasori. Now they had the Byakugan and Sharingan on their side, and Sasori's core swapping trick must have weaknesses. Looks like you're all alone now, Link said from atop the dragon, looking down. He had no intention of fighting personally. Though half of his shadows had been lost, the remaining half could still continue the battle. Ganging up on a puppet master who'd lost most of his puppets, no need for Link to rush in as he'd done last time. He had created so many minions so he wouldn't have to. His three subordinates secured different angles, while Fugaku Uchiha's three Tomoe Sharingan spun into focus. Baki also prepared for combat. Bang! Sasori tore off the shredded remains of his cloak, revealing the hidden mechanisms in his puppet body. Both hands opened scrolls. These were the few human puppets he still had for combat. Thin puppet strings extended from the hollow in his chest. I have to get closer if I want that seal. Chapter 161, Bystanders. Smack. A human puppet crackled amid roaring flames, soon burning to pieces. Crunch. Another puppet was sliced apart by a wind blade. Fugaku Uchiha and Baki stood guard before the earth dragon like a pair of gatekeepers, each wielding a newly acquired sword or kunai. Watching the oncoming human puppets, they felt under considerable pressure. Even without his original body, Sasori of the Red Sand had, in the short period since their last battle, managed to cobble together an army of dozens of human puppets of varying strength. Facing two Jonin was no big deal for him. Hiss. Shadows hidden beneath the ground lunged at the puppets Sasori was currently controlling from various angles. The flesh core bearing the character Scorpion, Kama stood out conspicuously, making it the prime target of concentrated attacks. Two airborne puppets were yanked back by chakra strings. They swung their weapons to decapitate the shadows. Meanwhile, Fugaku Uchiha and Baki each destroyed several human puppets from another direction. Huff. Sand and wind style combined in a flanking attack, yielding some results. The only one who hadn't contributed much was Kankuro. He couldn't accomplish anything with his newly obtained puppet, and it was immediately snatched back by its original owner. Left holding just a kunai, he stood off to one side, looking bitter as he watched. Once they lost the element of surprise and could no longer launch sneak attacks, the Shadow's frontal combat ability at this level of battle only served as bait to trade blows with the puppets. 37 puppets remain. I need to finish off these pests first. Sasori remained unfazed. 37 chakra strings extended from his chest cavity to the remaining puppets, flanking him from all sides and continuing to press the attack toward his objective. He's trying to engage in close combat, why? From atop his flying dragon mount, Link didn't let his aerial advantage go to his head. He watched the battlefield below with calm detachment. In their last fight, he had been the one trying to close the distance, that suggested his opponent might have gained insight into his tactics. With Zetsu prowling around collecting intel for Akatsuki, any technique used once would be hard to conceal afterward. That was why Link had held back some trump cards from long ago. Logically, this battle should have gone just like before, Link pressing the attack, while Sasori either defended or fled. He had initially assumed Sasori would retreat along with Deodara. He hadn't expected the man to stay behind alone, going so far as to discard his ring and effectively abandon Akatsuki. Such a drastic shift between their two encounters certainly couldn't be ignored. Could Sasori have acquired some close combat technique capable of defeating him? Plot deviations were within Link's expectations, but the possibility of familiar characters displaying abilities never seen in the manga felt like a major curveball. Once this is over, I definitely need to summon the Hermit Purple and figure out who's behind all this. Pondering thus, he ordered the shadows to continue supporting his two enforcers in eliminating the human puppets. After all, for Sasori to move his core, he'd need a vessel. Summoning techniques aren't as instantaneous as a Manajikara, you need preparation. Even Flying Thunder God requires a specific seal. During the earlier part of the fight, Sasori had let his puppets defend him rather than shifting his core, suggesting it couldn't be transferred mid-battle. Or perhaps if he did transfer it, he wouldn't be able to control the puppets during that time. That made more sense. One can't possibly operate puppet strings while performing a summoning to shift one's core. Still, Link couldn't rule out the possibility of Sasori using long-range summoning to teleport his core. Whether forward or reverse summoning, it can be quite a cheat-like technique. Remaining composed, Link felt that between his well-padded wallet and various hidden trump cards, he had more than enough resources to face an opponent like Sasori head-on. Alright, say sorry. Let's see what else you've got hidden up your sleeve. It seems say sorry learned quite a bit from what was in your head, Kabuto. From a distance, Orochimaru gazed at the fierce battle, speaking with casual interest. It was his first time seeing Sasori so determined. Still, his experiment was indeed enticing enough to fascinate an intelligent man like Sasori. There was no helping it, Lord Orochimaru. Yakushi Kabuto's bandage-wrapped arms hung naturally at his sides. Escaping Deodara and Sasori back in the land of rivers hadn't come without a cost. He had sacrificed plenty of intel from his own mind, triggered a 5-element seal, and lost both arms. If he was standing here instead of lying in a lab, it was only because the experiment had reached a new breakthrough. He had gone from being just an assistant to volunteering as a test subject in order not to be discarded. Strangely, he felt much less burdened now. Maybe it was because with the 5-element seal on him, he couldn't be abandoned unless he died or lost consciousness. Lost in thought, he felt the cursed seal on his neck begin to spread, which in turn triggered the 5-element seal on his body. Fine dark purple lines snaked over his skin, making it look as if his whole body was segmented into countless parts. Kabuto. Orochimaru placed a hand on his shoulder. My apologies, Lord Orochimaru. Kabuto said softly, bowing his head in regret at losing control. His talent for medical ninjutsu and chakra control granted him an exceptional mastery over his body, making him an ideal test subject by nature. Yes, the kind that gets experimented on. The equilibrium of cursed seals and original body cells found in Kinema-Uro had provided Orochimaru and Kabuto with significant inspiration, revealing that the powerful natural energy introduced by seals wasn't simply chaotic and destructive. On the contrary, it followed strict laws in how it formed and operated. The cursed seal effectively disrupted that equilibrium, causing the natural energy drawn by the original body cells to grow unstable, allowing a person to manipulate and harness the energy within them. No matter what kind of natural energy it is, its corrosive effect on the body is unavoidable. That's also why training to achieve Sage Mode requires a huge chakra reserve. Without enough chakra, exposure to overly potent natural energy results in immediate death. What made Orochimaru value the natural energy provided by Link's seal was, even as it eroded and destroyed the body, that natural energy simultaneously attempted to repair it. Destruction and rebirth seemed like two sides of the same coin. The ideal application would be infinite regeneration of the body, employing destructive power against enemies, ensuring a balance among the natural energies, yet some level of internal destruction was necessary to integrate oneself into that flow. Finding that perfect threshold wasn't easy. Additionally, the cursed seal and the original body cells heavily impacted the user's emotions, causing them to lose control with even slight mood swings. Extensive testing on normal individuals had repeatedly confirmed this. With his extreme skill in bodily control and his vast knowledge of medical ninjutsu, Kabuto alone could constantly linger at the brink of chaos without being reduced to powder or a puddle of sludge. Hence, he became the only successful test subject. Orochimaru looked quite pleased, smiling as he said, "It's about time we leave, wouldn't you say?" "Yes, Lord Orochimaru." Kabuto replied respectfully. Chapter 162, Troublesome. As long as Sasori spread out the dozen remaining human puppets, sending them charging at the Earth Dragon from different angles without regard for their own safety. In order to deal with the two reanimated dead, the summoned souls, his puppets were wiped out in large numbers by the combined forces of Fire Style and Wind Style. 10 were destroyed in one go. Even though having fewer puppets would allow him to control them more precisely and thus increase their individual combat strength, could ordinary human puppets alone truly defeat Link? He didn't know how many more shadows Link could still command or what other invisible summoned creatures he might have up his sleeve. Boom. The ground began to writhe, instantly turning to desert. Waves of sand rose, churning toward the sky. In that moment, the once nimble human puppets froze, unable to move, and the sand engulfed them all. Gaara formed a seal with both hands, and the sand waves then slammed back down to the ground. Torn puppet parts scattered everywhere under the crushing force. Kankuro's face twitched at the sight. Even the two puppets he had painstakingly reassembled at great cost were among the shredded remains. Could it be that Sasori really came here empty-handed, just acting crazy? Link wondered. He sensed that the time for his stand was nearly up. Even so, it was shocking that Sasori of the Red Sand, up against 2 Elite Jonin plus 3 Gainian, hadn't even managed to break through to Link's position. Huh? Bang. From beneath the Earth Dragon, the ground suddenly cracked open, and a puppet wielding a long blade sprang high into the air. At the exact moment Link locked eyes with Sasori, eyes brimming with desire, an odd thought crossed Link's mind. Could my presence have changed him? Thud. The Earth Dragon swung its head, instantly smashing the puppet, which had momentarily lost its core, back down to the ground. Jokes aside, While the dragon wasn't great at close combat, it certainly had no trouble squashing something like a mosquito with its tough scales. "He's still underground," Hinata Hyuga shouted. Before she could finish speaking, 3 somewhat battered puppets leapt onto the earth dragon from different directions. "He's that desperate to get something from me?" Link mused, watching them approach. Shadows rose around his feet to intercept the puppets, and he quietly placed a hand over his wallet. Although the shadows managed to tangle with Seisaori briefly, they couldn't stop him for long. After a couple of exchanges, only one puppet remained. Hinata spread her arms, looking tense and ready to fight. At a distance of just 10 meters, Link didn't hesitate. He tossed his wallet forward and immediately activated Mystical Palm Jutsu, completing his mana binding jutsu in a flash. He had actually drawn a pretty decent stand earlier, but it turned out to be a close combat specialist. He had no intention of letting the enemy engage him up close, and by the time Seisaori got near, the stand's duration was almost expired anyway. Better to just throw money and end it decisively. Thump. Seisaori was bound in place, unable to move. The core marked with the character Scorpion did not detach, and countless tadpole-like sealing marks crawled all across his body. Did we seriously just capture an S-rank rogue ninja this easily? Link found it somewhat too smooth. Yet, logically, he couldn't see any immediate flaw. On instinct, he handed the palm on which he had once cast 5-element seal over to one of his shadows. Puppet masters don't need hand signs, right? Wonder if the 5-element seal is any use here. He was about to proceed when he abruptly halted the shadow. Between Orochimaru's research data, the capture of Kabuto, and Seisaori showing up near Orochimaru's base. Could it be that Seisaori's real goal is to get the 5-element seal? Canceling the shadow clone, Link reclaimed his own hand, then formed a new clone. Gripping a chakra scalpel he generated himself, he reconsidered, if it's uncertain, I just won't use the 5-element seal. He's a puppet too. Hinata spoke up, having just realized that the strange core was the chakra source that had been leaping around since earlier. He even has chakra strings attached to him. A dummy, then? Link was a bit surprised, but quickly pieced it together. Seisaori had nearly been captured last time, the same trick wouldn't fool him again. For as powerful as the money-binding jutsu was, its effective range was only 10 meters, and it couldn't tell real targets from fake. Link himself had to do the identifying. With Seisaori's battle experience, falling for the same technique twice would be truly strange. You've noticed it by now. Called Seisaori from a tree branch some distance away, revealing his location. The value of your jutsu. Link said nothing, still suspecting that the Seisaori who was speaking might also be a puppet. Or if Seisaori wanted to leave, he could simply transfer at will. None of Link or his allies here had a certain way to stop him from using summoning to flee. By this point, both sides had reached a stalemate. It might sound comical, but in the entire Naruto world, there doesn't seem to be any reliable jutsu that can seal away space-time ninjutsu. That's why Flying Thunder God was so unstoppable that encountering the 4th Hokage often meant aborting your mission. Likewise, the presence of Kamui allowed Kakashi to remain relevant in the final battle against Kaguya. In other words, in the hierarchy of ninja arts, space-time techniques are at the top of the food chain, outclassing all sorts of other secret arts. Losing the space-time aspect of my own summoning jutsu due to its mutation was good or bad? Hard to say. Seisaori, without his original body, can move his core even more recklessly. I need my own space-time ninjutsu, or perhaps a mutated technique that can nullify such jutsu entirely. Link thus set a new goal. Orochimaru is already long gone. Seisaori continued. I believe there's room for cooperation between us. Your jutsu, and my intellect, together, we could easily reshape this world. Although his confrontation with Link and his break from Akatsuki might have seemed impulsive, Seisaori clearly had some sort of plan in mind. He had already gone all out, he'd lost even the last vestiges of his battle puppets, and Link hadn't been forced to reveal more of his abilities. The invisible summoned creature from before never even showed up this time, and Seisaori had no idea what new powers it might have gained. All puppets he'd brought into this fight were destroyed. His 20-plus years of accumulation had gone up in smoke over the course of 2 battles with Link. Continuing would yield no further advantage. Seisaori understood he lacked the means to defeat Link. His decoy, meant to trick Link into using the 5-element seal, had failed. Therefore, the most logical conclusion was cooperation. Seisaori opened his palm with a pop, and a scroll appeared in his hand. He placed it on the branch. This is my good faith. Then, the core in his chest vanished, and the puppet's body tumbled to the ground. I no longer sense his chakra. Hinata reported. Link nodded, signaling his shadows and the rest of the group to clean up the battlefield. He stared into the darkness. Orochimaru has already gone far away. Just hearing it sounded troublesome. Chapter 163, There are no invincible jutsu, only invincible people. Hidden Leaf Village, Hokage's office. Lord 3rd, is there any kind of jutsu that can restrict space-time ninjutsu? Link couldn't hold back his question. He himself knew of none, but perhaps the Hokage, who had studied every jutsu in the village, might have an idea. Sasori's abilities had really been bothering him for quite a while. By the time he rescued Team 8, returned to Tenzaku Town, finished his mission, and came back to the village, 4 days had passed. In those 4 days, he racked his brain for every jutsu he could recall. Nothing came up that would be effective against someone proficient in space-time ninjutsu. Did that mean he really had to learn from Conan and unleash massive saturation attacks whenever he fought such an enemy? The 3rd Hokage, pipe in mouth, paused from reading the scroll Sasori had left behind. Looking up, he repeated Link's question, a jutsu that restricts space-time ninjutsu? He shook his head. Even if a jutsu like that does exist, mastering it would be no easier than learning Flying Thunder God. What about sealing techniques or barrier ninjutsu? Link pressed. In his heart, though, he already knew the answer. Sealing jutsu can be powerful, but you have to hit your target first. If his money-binding jutsu managed to land, it wouldn't be any worse than another sealing method. But obviously, if you can't land it, it's useless. As for barriers, if there was a barrier that could lock down space-time ninjutsu, then the barrier protecting Hidden Leaf Village, which is so crucial, wouldn't be so easily bypassed by such jutsu. The 3rd Hokage shook his head again. All jutsu depend on the person using them. So there's no such thing as an invincible jutsu, only invincible people, was that it? Link sighed inwardly and didn't pursue the matter. Indeed, space-time techniques typically require a great deal of chakra. Even the simplest one, the summoning jutsu, already consumes quite a bit, which prevents it from being spammed constantly. The only ones who can do that freely are those with enormous chakra reserves. Jiraiya, Naruto, Nagato, etc. Sasori could seemingly transfer his core at will with summoning because he was also at Endurance 10 in Link's stat system. Space-time jutsu consume a large amount of chakra. Even though the databooks never gave precise figures for Minato no Mikaze, the fact that he could use Sage Mode and form Rasengan easily implies that his chakra capacity was far from small. Moreover, using a space-time jutsu also demands high reaction speed. Minato was dubbed the fastest ninja in the world, and Sasori had a speed 9 rating. The steep usage threshold alone ruled out most ninjas. Even if Minato didn't have the Flying Thunder God jutsu, he could still tear through enemies with his raw speed and abundant chakra. People just couldn't keep up with him. As for Link's own stats in endurance and speed, without ninjutsu, he couldn't even beat Baki in a straight fight. The 3rd Hokage's statement was correct in theory. Even if someone else learned Flying Thunder God, they might not master it effectively. What really concerned Link was that he was purely a ninjutsu-type fighter. If he went head-to-head in a pure ninjutsu duel, he could break Sasori at his peak. After all, summoning jutsu, Rashomon, Fugaku Uchiha, and Baki were all part of Link's arsenal. But if the enemy got in close, Link could be instantly taken out. And space-time ninjutsu is best at delivering instant kills. To think of it more darkly, Sasori could craft a puppet disguised as furniture, capable of summoning his core, to quietly place it in Link's house. At the crucial moment, he'd pop out and assassinate him. Or he could even make it a toilet puppet, sneaking in a 1,000 years of death technique when Link was, well, indisposed. Maybe that was how the 3rd Kazekage really died, hence the secrecy around it, and why the resulting human puppet has no lower body. Actually, come to think of it, none of Sasori's human puppets had legs. Perhaps he did this sort of thing often, devious. Way too devious. Link decided never again to expose his weaknesses on any man-made object he didn't trust. He would do his business outdoors if needed. Regarding the intel provided by Sasori, the 3rd Hokage lifted his head and took a puff of his pipe. I'll discuss it with the other 2 advisors, and then we'll address Denzo. Indeed, the sincerity Sasori gave turned out to involve Shimura Denzo's dealings with Orochimaru. That old codger had been happily selling people's secrets around, never guessing his own intel would one day be served up as a goodwill offering. All right. On the surface, Link behaved obediently, but inside he was full of malice. When he saw the contents of that scroll, detailing the what, when, and where of Denzo's transactions, he got so mad he wanted to run straight over and kill the old bastard, but after a moment's thought, he realized he couldn't win against him in a direct fight, so he'd have to follow protocol and report it. One day, I won't just be reporting you. I'll kill you myself. He promised silently, leaving the office behind. The 3rd Hokage remained there, gazing at the scroll and sighing. At what point had his old friends' resolve to protect Hidden Leaf Village begun to change? That same comrade who once vowed to sacrifice his life for the village now felt increasingly distant. Perhaps he was just getting old. Recently, he often found himself reminiscing about the past, beautiful memories, cruel times, sadness, excitement, it all kept flooding back. What exactly are you planning, Denzo? In a former root laboratory, located in Hidden Leaf Village. Kimimaro lay there stark naked, unconscious amid a web of densely packed black markings. His once pale skin had turned brown. The ceiling script symbols covered him from head to toe, continuously breaking down into flecks of light and disappearing into the air. Several root ninjas sat in a corner, channeling chakra to maintain the ceiling effect. How is he? Shimura Denzo demanded, storming in with a grim expression. Orochimaru had given him this rare test subject, and it seemed to be having problems. Lord Denzo. A scientist in a white coat bowed before explaining, his body is currently disintegrating, and so far, we've found no way to stop it. Sealing jutsu can only suppress it for a short time, but these new energies keep appearing and wearing down the seal. If this keeps up, I'm afraid that, he didn't finish the sentence but said gravely, if we can't halt the changes happening inside him, and if the seal can't hold, then before he completely self-destructs, he might swallow up a huge area. Preliminary estimates suggest it could cover several kilometers. So the test subject might become a giant walking bomb. How long can you keep him stable? Denzo asked, his expression dark. No more than 48 hours. After that, we may not be able to contain him. We must hurry too. Just then, a masked shinobi dressed like an Anbu appeared, kneeling on one knee. Lord Denzo, the third Hokage requests your presence. Chapter 164, Good night. Why is it you again, the Emperor? Link felt the familiar sensation in his hand, and without hesitation, he dismissed it. Then he poured the chakra amount needed for a 5-second stand summon and tried again. Refining chakra, forming seals, releasing, the world. Too bad what he really needed right now was Hermit Purple. Zawarudo. Link felt time pause briefly. But to conserve chakra for more attempts at summoning a stand, he cancelled it right away. Such is the nature of an undeveloped stand, its abilities start at a basic level. The first time he summoned the world, it couldn't even stop time. It's only in these recent attempts that he's gradually managed to tap into the ability, freezing time for just a split second. He had no idea how long it would take to develop it to something on par with Dio's version. And most likely it wasn't realistic to even hope for that. Still, the world's twin stats gave it formidable prowess in close combat. After more than 20 consecutive stand summons, Link popped a soldier pill, then used delicate illness extraction on himself. That concluded one round of his training session. Guess you're lucky. He glanced at the camera safely resting in front of him. He refrained from continuing to summon stands. No need to rush, the more impatient he got, the lower his chances became. This kind of luck-based ability required a calm mind. Speaking of which, cameras were genuinely expensive in Hidden Leaf Village, and they were bulky, old-fashioned models, the same type the Shinobi registration office used. Luckily, Hermit Purple could activate on them. He had tested it twice before. The only problem was that his wallet couldn't handle repeated uses. The money-binding jutsu already put a lot of strain on his wallet, so if he also threw Hermit Purple into the mix, his money might vanish in an instant. Summoning jutsu, Rashomon was so much better, totally free and could earn him money. The only downside was the horrible environment he had to deal with, kind of like Hogwarts, plenty of tricksters waiting inside, and they always start by tossing a hat on you before talking. Trust between people, or rather, between the living and the dead, was basically non-existent. Is a jutsu that crosses life and death always evil? Is it always trickery? He'd never once been deceived by a spirit. Had the Uchiha couple ever been tricked? Nawaki either. Having rested, Link began his second round of training. He cast summoning jutsu, and immediately began to tell a story. He'd just finished telling the story of the Chunin exams last time, so it was the perfect chance to segue into why Orochimaru launched the Hidden Leaf Village Crush Plan. After finishing one segment, he ended the session. He'd become quite adept at abruptly cutting off. Accepting a carton of yogurt offered by one of his shadows, he drank, thinking, speaking of which, Kimimaro should be on the verge of collapsing around this time. I wonder if I can drag him over here. The only trouble is that he's so fixated on serving Orochimaru. Maybe I could gradually sway him. Link stood and stretched. It had been a while since he last wore his weights, mainly because a while back he noticed his growth had begun slowing. Actually, it had stopped. Though reaching 145.5 centimeters at nearly 11 years old was already quite tall, considering Naruto and the others, 2 years older than him, typically ranged from 140 to 150 centimeters, He was still a bit concerned that his previously rapid growth had completely halted. He reasoned that no matter how much he trained his body, it wouldn't improve dramatically, and building more muscle mass didn't help. If anything, it would hurt his speed, which was already a weak point. So he'd decided to reduce his taijutsu training to a minimal level. As long as his body remained at its current standard, and he didn't regress like Kakashi did, that was enough. Better to devote more time to knowledge acquisition and ninjutsu development. He also set aside his training weights, planning to let his body grow naturally for a while and see what happened. Tomorrow, I need to restock my powerful drugs again. It's always about the money. Maybe I'll take a slightly distant mission, use the intel I've collected, and grab some quick cash. Link glanced at the time. It was 8:30 p.m. He usually went to bed at 9:00, rarely staying up late, and tonight would be no different. He opened his notebook to outline the next steps. Circling the intel provided by Gato of the Land of Waves, he found the next destination easy enough to choose. Whether the Land of Rivers, the Land of Grass, the Land of Hot Water, or the Land of Frost, he might face combat in any of those places. He didn't plan on bringing his 3 subordinates, who were still Genin. One reason was that they drew too much attention, another was that against enemies like Orochimaru or Sasori, even Gaara's support would have limited effect, and Temari and Kankuro might even become liabilities. The Land of Waves was much safer, no ninjas, no conspiracies, just a tiny island nation. Is Hidden Sand Village, Orchio, not planning to buy back her grandson's puppet? Why aren't they here yet? It's been so long, and they still haven't shown up with the money. Link closed his notebook and had his shadows tuck it away in his desk. He lay on his bed, glancing at the large box leaning against his sofa, the one containing scrolls of Sasori's collection. Those scrolls symbolized wealth or ninjutsu. Perhaps Hidden Sand Village intended to wait until the 3-nation summit so they could exchange political concessions for the puppets? He couldn't be sure, but with Hidden Sand Village so poor, it was certainly possible. At that point, it wouldn't make sense for him to sacrifice potential political advantage just for some cash, or to trade away puppets in exchange for the village funding some of his ninjutsu. After all, the 3rd Hokage had already shown him the utmost generosity by letting him learn almost any jutsu he wanted. No way could Link sour relations by pestering Hidden Sand Village for money at the summit. His public persona had to remain squeaky clean. Sleep. He ordered his shadows to turn off the lights, then closed his eyes, entering the land of dreams. While the Hidden Leaf Village's youngest special Jonin slept soundly, the village's higher-ups were quite busy. They discovered a lot of reliable intel in Kabuto Yakushi's mind. He had frequently dealt with Denzo, and some details could be easily verified. Though the source of the information was Sasori of the Red Sand, the one they doubted was actually Link. But since Link was unanimously recognized by the village's top brass as a potential future Hokage candidate, and also one of the village's key assets, about to serve as Hokage's guard, student to Narashikaku, dear ally to the Inoshikacho clan, and caretaker of the one-tailed Jinchuriki, once Link left the Hokage's office, the Anbu moved immediately. Within the hour, a root operative involved in the deals was seized by Jonin Commander Narashikaku and his old partner Akimeki Choza. Inoichi Yamanaka, ace of the Interrogation and Torture Corps, spent the night investigating, while the 2 advisors escorted Shimura Denzo out of his home. The 3rd Hokage didn't even go back to his own house, he waited in his office for the interrogation results. Some things, if they remain unverified, everyone can ignore, but once put on the scales, they had to be laid bare and clarified. And they hadn't even begun searching for intel about selling out Link. Instead, Yamanaka Inoichi found an explosive revelation in the root member's mind: Denzo's precious gift is about to blow. Chapter 165, Emergency. Early the next morning, before dawn. Bang, bang, bang. Link sat up abruptly. At his signal, a shadow opened the window to reveal Kakashi Hatake, who looked unusually serious. There's an urgent situation, and we need your help, Kakashi said without preamble. No point asking for details, Link hurried to get dressed, not even bothering to wash up or comb his hair. Popping a stick of gum, he rushed off alongside Kakashi, leaping from rooftop to rooftop and asking, "What happened?" Kakashi gave a concise rundown of the previous night's events. Shimura Denzo had made a huge mess. Even before they could interrogate him about his collusion with Orochimaru and the selling of village intel, they discovered from a root operative's mind that there was a test subject about to explode. This news traveled swiftly from the interrogation corps to the Hokage's office. Alarmed, the 2 advisors and the Hokage went to inspect the situation in person. Sure enough, it was on the brink of imminent detonation, with no way to stop it. Neither sealing jutsu nor barriers could solve the problem. The person known as Kimimaro possessed an extremely potent, abnormal energy in his body that continually rejected and eroded chakra. The force of that dissolution was so swift that forming a long-lasting seal to contain him was impossible. They had to maintain an ongoing sealing technique, requiring teams of ninja skilled in fuinjutsu to constantly supply chakra. If at any point the seal was broken or removed, he would detonate on the spot. And the blast radius was said to be several kilometers, which in the wide-open ninja world wouldn't mean much, but in the middle of Hidden Leaf Village's residential district, even 1 kilometer's devastation would be unthinkable. So, overnight, they evacuated everyone within a 10-kilometer radius. But who was going to pay for all the losses caused by this? Plus, what about the sealing ninja inside? Were they just supposed to die there? Hence, a big argument had erupted. The plan was to start with the test subject and hope to avoid an explosion. By now, all Hidden Leaf Village Hospital's medics and medical corps personnel had arrived half an hour ago, frantically looking for a solution. The problem was that conventional methods, chakra-based medic ninjutsu, were useless if said chakra was promptly dissolved. The medical nin were racking their brains over how to proceed. Given that Link was a special jonin with numerous secret arts, a former member of the medical corps, and the guy who'd once destroyed Orochimaru's subordinates' barrier, he was naturally asked to help. In contrast to other men in receiving word from the Anbu, Link was personally approached by none other than Kakashi, which certainly showed respect. Kimimaro? A test subject? Original body cells? Link recalled bits of information. Orochimaru's experiments, Sasori's cryptic comment Orochimaru has gone far away. His suspicious interactions with certain seals. He felt like he was inches away from the truth, just one nudge away from piercing the final veil. On top of that, he really couldn't help feeling schadenfreude over Denzo's predicament. Just thinking of it, Denzo might be finished this time. Even if nothing actually blew up, colluding with Orochimaru, selling out the village's geniuses, plus nearly blowing up half of Hidden Leaf Village. That alone could toss him right back into the sewer. Yes, some hawks in the village might support a more aggressive leader, but the never a selfish schemer who endangered the village. Still, if he faced certain doom, would Denzo be forced to make a desperate move? Link suddenly realized that was a possibility. Armed with an armful of Sharingan, some would style, and even a Mangekyo, Denzo might well be Hidden Leaf Village's strongest individual right now. Even Might Guy, with the 8 gates, might lose. Sure, he could output massive damage, but his stamina couldn't hold up against, say, 10 minutes of Izanagi's stalling. 2 minutes later, in Root's laboratory tap. Link and Kakashi touched down, following the Anbu inside. All the extraneous rooms and hidden compartments had been dismantled. Only the ceiling remained, because they weren't sure whether sunlight might affect the test subject. Apart from that, the entire building had been stripped bare. The place was huge. In the northeast corner, a group of shinobi waited to take over chakra output for maintaining the seal. Nearby stood 20 or so medics and medical nin. At some distance, the third Hokage and the 2 advisors stood fully dressed in battle gear, ready for combat at a moment's notice. Combined, those 3 elders were over 200 years old. They were in tense discussion with Shimura Denzo, all of them looking quite grim. Link nodded politely at the third Hokage and went to join the medical team's discussion. He listened for a while and got a rough idea of their plan: physically dissect the test subject while the sealing jutsu continued suppressing him. In other words, cut him up into pieces and dispose of them. But that raised a ton of challenges. The procedure had to be perfectly synced with the seal, or any leakage could trigger a chain reaction, blowing them all to bits. Then there was the matter of dismembering him quickly enough, how to dispose of each part, where to start the procedure, identifying the root cause of his mutation, etc. All told, they had less than 24 hours to figure it out, pretty tight even for top medics. A crowd of nurses and junior medical staff were hastily preparing all sorts of experimental gear, while more than a dozen lightning-style ninjas stood by to provide emergency power if needed. Mokasa and Kanpo, 2 leading medics, were monitoring the test subject from close range, but hadn't dared to directly examine him. Any chakra they inserted would be corroded immediately, potentially causing unforeseen changes. One wrong move would blow everyone to Kingdom Come. Link didn't volunteer his opinion. Although his medical knowledge far exceeded that of a normal person, he wasn't up to the level of these specialized medics. At best, he was on par with the auxiliary staff preparing medical gear nearby. Once he understood their line of thinking, he approached the subject, Kimimaro, a figure he found both unfamiliar and vaguely recognizable. He hesitated whether to try chakra scalpel or a 5-element unseal. If it was indeed a problem caused by the cursed seal or 5-element seal, his method might help. But if not? He had no idea what Orochimaru had done to him. We still don't know what weird experiments Orochimaru might have carried out. Even in the Boruto era, there are plenty of mysterious results left behind by Orochimaru's countless labs. He had bases scattered everywhere, even in the Land of Wind. If you want to try, by all means, go ahead. Shimura Denzo came over, an impassive expression on his face. Link, about the intel I sold on you, we'll deal with that later. If you've got any approach that might work, go ahead and attempt it. I will serve as the final safeguard. His tone and eyes exuded overwhelming confidence. Chapter 166, Solved. I need to ask Lord Third and the two advisors for their opinions. Link's tone was icy. Since he and Denzo had already fallen out, there was no need for pleasantries. Go ahead and do it. Denzo said, ignoring him. I guarantee nothing will go wrong. Ordinary sealing techniques might fail, but his reverse four-symbol seal would be more than enough to take the test subject along with him out of this world if necessary. He stood calmly next to Kimimaro, body already poised and ready. All his anger and resentment had dissipated the night before, leaving only a stark clarity. He wouldn't be Hokage, no matter if the daimyo endorsed him, the confidence vote would never pass. From here on out, he had to ensure the village wouldn't suffer. Link looked over at the third Hokage. Seeing his nod and the trust in his eyes, Link loosened up a bit, then activated mystical palm jutsu, swallowed a high-potency soldier pill with heavy side effects, and used delicate illness extraction on himself. He had to make sure his next actions were as fast as possible, he couldn't risk a silly mistake due to lack of speed. With mystical palm jutsu active, swallowing the pill and casting fine illness extraction took only an instant. 5-element unseal. Bright symbols representing the 5 elements in a counteracting arrangement, rather than the standard 5-element seal, lit up on Link's fingertips. Before everyone's watchful eyes, he pressed his fingers against Kimimauro's body. The test subjects being suppressed. Shouted the ninja maintaining the seal. Did it work? Link's tightly knitted brow didn't relax in the slightest. He realized he hadn't undone anything at all, the 5-element unseal still glowed on his fingertips. Others couldn't see his chakra, but he could sense it clearly, his own blue-white chakra remained active in his palm, entirely unused. Could it be, he had another guess in mind. Switching hands, he cancelled the 5-element seal as well. Meanwhile, the runic markings covering Kimimauro's body actually increased, showing no hint of the precarious state from just moments ago. So that's how it is. Link understood immediately, it wasn't really about a seal. The energy in Kimimauro's body was natural energy, he should have known that from the start. If Kimimauro bore the Earth's curse mark, having such a powerful energy would almost certainly mean natural energy was involved. Without hesitation, Link raised his hand and smacked down hard. Slap. A crisp sound echoed. To everyone's astonishment, the seal that had been holding on shattered, yet Kimimauro's situation didn't worsen. The spot where Link's palm struck turned white, and a large section of skin nearby also returned to its normal color. Slap. 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 He struck several more times in quick succession. With mystical palm jutsu enhancing his speed, his hand moved faster than the eye could follow, and the sound of multiple slaps overlapped into one. As soon as the erupting seal was slapped away, a new one replaced it, until the dark rune spread across Kimimauro's entire body and then sank in, completing the sealing process. Inside the stripped-down building, there was a moment of absolute silence. Everyone could see that the test subject, previously in serious trouble, was now stable, or at least under control. Just from a few slaps. Another new secret technique? Those in the know couldn't help thinking that. Link didn't bother striking a smug pose or delivering some grand statement. He quietly walked behind the third Hokage, silently drawing all eyes toward him. No one stood stunned for long. Once the sealing team confirmed the seal was stable, the medical nin rushed in to perform a thorough examination. People began organizing themselves, some left, others stayed. Under normal circumstances, Kimimauro would be taken to the hospital, but they still couldn't rule out the danger of another explosion. Well done. The third Hokage patted Link's shoulder. Exchanging glances with the two advisors, he led Denzo away. Link, on the other hand, couldn't leave. At the moment, he was apparently the only one who could suppress the test subject if something went wrong again. With the top F4 of the village leadership gone, a lengthy follow-up began, further checks, ongoing research, everyone bustling about. One by one, high-level medics possessing far more knowledge than Link came over, politely asking his thoughts and opinions, hoping for his cooperation. Frankly, it felt pretty good. Even someone like him, who didn't care much for showing off, couldn't help feeling a little thrill of satisfaction. Of course, there wasn't much he could say. His true medical skill was limited. He could handle small wounds, headaches, colds, anything more, and he was fully reliant on medical ninjutsu. He'd never really used the initial medical knowledge he'd studied to learn medical ninjutsu. His habit was always when in doubt, delicate illness extraction, so there wasn't much chance for him to hone actual medical expertise. So he was honest and said he didn't understand much. People thought he was just being modest, and he ended up receiving even more praise. In the Pure Land, I have to coax sand. Manage asset circulation. But in reality, telling the truth can be mistaken for false humility. Late that night, at the cleared-out site, medical men were still monitoring Kimimaro, refusing to let their guard down until they'd observed him thoroughly and controlled his condition for a while. The test subject was essentially a high-yield destructive weapon. As for the question of should we destroy him? Well, that was simple. Now that he could be controlled, a test subject whose destructive power rivaled a tailed beast had to be studied carefully. It held massive strategic value. Is that energy in Kimimaro's body natural energy, part of the curse mark? But doesn't the curse mark produce senjutsu chakra? Link lay on a bed someone had prepared for him, pondering quietly. The feel of senjutsu chakra differs from that of pure natural energy. Natural energy is basically intangible under his hand. With a single palm strike, he could disperse it. Senjutsu chakra, in contrast, feels more viscous, like a liquid. He was certain that what he slapped away, what he couldn't directly sense, was natural energy. However, tap. Footsteps echoed. Link rolled off the bed, shadows spreading out to maintain vigilance. Spotting the newcomer, he asked in a low voice, "Lord Denzo, what can I do for you?" It was none other than Shimura Denzo, the darkness of the shinobi world. His face severe. Maybe because of the shady deeds he'd done, or people's preconceived notions, he just looked malicious by default. Don't tell me he came here to cast Kodoa Mitsukami. I recall that technique is a visual ganjutsu. The moment he tries to pull off those bandages, I'll just close my eyes and have my clones and shadows hold him off so I can flee. I don't believe he'd dare to kill me here in the middle of the village. Link silently activated his no-seal mystical palm jutsu, ready to escape at any moment. After all, if Denzo really wanted to kill someone, nobody in Hidden Leaf Village could fully stop him. Chapter 167, Unlucky Kid, Weakness, etc. Kodoa Mitsukami is a very special technique. It's a ganjutsu that silently alters a person's thoughts without their knowledge. With normal ganjutsu, even those cast via the Sharingan, you can detect changes in the victim's chakra flow. Someone hit by typical Sharingan ganjutsu can be discovered immediately if someone with a Sharingan or Byakugan takes a look. But Kodoa Mitsukami is unique, it does not affect the target's chakra flow. Judging from how Denzo used Kodoa Mitsukami in the manga, the thoughts it imposes are not some kind of ironclad mental stamp. Instead, the altered idea is accepted as the target's own. If someone else points out the discrepancy, the target can quickly abandon their previous thought. To keep Kodoa Mitsukami in effect, you specifically need to use Shizue's chakra. Even the Kodoa Mitsukami that remained in Uchiha's possession could not permanently change someone. The user himself, after being hit by a Protect Hidden Leaf Village version of Kodoa Mitsukami, could still leave instructions to Sasuke like no matter what you become, I will always love you. Regarding destroying Hidden Leaf Village. Hence, Kodoa Mitsukami is not a hard control skill. That doesn't mean it's weak. Its strength lies in the fact that, despite being a visual ganjutsu, it doesn't require eye contact. The effect is triggered simply by the caster seeing the target. Upon release, as long as the ganjutsu keeps interfering with the victim's mindset, even if the opponent knows about Kodoa Mitsukami, they can still get stuck in which of these thoughts are really mine? And end up losing without even realizing it. If the opponent has no idea Kodoa Mitsukami exists, they'll silently fall under its influence, only to be defeated without understanding what happened. Outside of combat, Kodoa Mitsukami can brainwash someone so discreetly that no one notices. The target ends up with ideas in their head that are actually someone else's thoughts. There's no way to prevent yourself from being brainwashed into a fool. Moreover, even after Kodoa Mitsukami's release, if the target was never told about it, they'd never know they had been under its control. Most would just assume they'd acted stupid or gone crazy. Link strongly suspected that even after Denzo lost power, he was still able to retain a group of loyal subordinates because of Kodoa Mitsukami's lingering influence. Given the underhanded nature of this extremely powerful ganjutsu, Link was already prepared to let his own body turn to mush if needed, having his shadows hold his head while he fought from tens of meters away, out of Denzo's line of sight. After all, judging from the Fourth Great Ninja War, Kodoa Mitsukami's maximum range for release seemed to be only 20 or 30 meters, especially in the instance where it was used on Itachi Uchiha. Maybe I should just strike first, using the 5-element seal? He began gathering his chakra. Denzo, unaware that the kid before him had just mentally raced through all these possibilities, and was seconds away from attacking, simply threw out a scroll from his robes. With an air of seniority, he said, "I heard you've been working on your wind-style nature transformation lately." Coincidentally, I have some insights about wind style myself. His manner was that of an elder advising a junior. No need to be nervous. I won't attack you. As for giving away your intel to Orochimaru, it was because of his research results, which you've seen for yourself. If that power could be harnessed. He shot a glance toward the distant Anbu keeping watch on him, his voice turning cold. Whatever you may think, I bear you no ill will. It's all for the sake of the village. At that, Denzo paused. Judging by his expression, he seemed to genuinely believe his own words. Then, under the Anbu's watchful eyes, he laughed. Phew. Link exhaled, loosening his tense muscles. If it had been Sasori or Orochimaru, who tended to start fighting the moment things got tense, he wouldn't have minded. But Kodo Mitsukami is just too sinister, he had no desire to be brainwashed into a fool. Damn you, Denzo. For a moment, he worried he'd already been hit by Kodo Mitsukami. He swore a few times in his head, then carefully reconsidered all his recent decisions. After a mental comparison, nothing had changed. Only then did he relax. He handed Denzo's scroll to the Anbu and lay back down, silently reflecting that he needed to speed up his plan to custom-create a Sharingan. As he rose through the ranks, more and more enemies with twisted, otherworldly abilities would start appearing around him. If he couldn't protect his own weak points, he'd end up as cannon fodder. Ganjutsu, space-time ninjutsu. Sigh. As for Root, or rather, what remained of it, things were far from finished. In truth, it was only just beginning. After the near-explosion incident, none of the militant faction came out to defend their leader, Shimura Denzo. They left it to the third Hokage and the two advisors to dispatch the Anbu and arrest all the hidden Root members in the village, sending them en masse to the interrogation corps. Whatever they discovered or how they'd handle it was not made public. Even Link, though he was a special Jonin, wasn't informed or invited to any related meetings. He was effectively stuck in that gutted building for 3 days to ensure Kimimaro posed no danger and to finish sealing him. Since at the moment, Link was the only one who could reliably prevent an explosion, all other measures were either too uncertain or too complicated. During that time, his subordinates, friends, and various seniors dropped by for visits. It almost felt like he was in prison. Plenty of people came, including most of the Hidden Leaf Village 12. Except for Naruto Uzumaki, who was out of the village, everyone else showed up here and there. Surprisingly, the person who came by most often wasn't Iris, Emi, or Sasuke Uchiha, it was Sakura Haruno. She brought flowers and meals, often coming just to chat. Only after a few visits did she sheepishly admit she wanted to meet Mikoto Uchiha. In the end, it boiled down to her pitiful love-struck teenage girl mentality, huh? Meanwhile, Denzo seemed not to resist. He calmly accepted being under 24/7 Anbu surveillance. What would become of him remained unclear. He simply knew too much, and even the third Hokage and the two advisors had differing opinions. As the darkness of the shinobi world, many matters were confined to his head alone, never to be revealed. Not even the interrogation corps should learn them. Kimimaro regained consciousness on the second day after the failed explosion, cooperating well with their in-depth experiments. By the time Link was allowed to leave, that unlucky kid had also been taken away, facing either an indefinite period of being studied or watched. The village certainly wouldn't let a potential living bomb wander freely, especially one who worshipped Orochimaru. Many veteran shinobi suspected it was yet another scheme by Orochimaru to destroy Hidden Leaf Village. The person who first voiced that guess was, unsurprisingly, Anko Mitarashi. It turned out that Ibiki Morino and others who had dealt with Orochimaru also believed it. Once free, Link didn't get to rest. He brought gifts and visited his teacher, Nara Shikaku, as well as his mentor Nara Inshui. Then, on their recommendation, he dropped by the Yamanaka and Akimaki clans, and also got invited to dinner by the Inuzuka and Hyuga households. The Inuzuka women, Kiba's sister and mother, were extremely welcoming, while Hayashi Hyuga was polite and said they should maintain closer ties. After a single day, Link's cheeks were sore from smiling. Thankfully, the Aburain clan was more direct, they just sent over a thick envelope of cash. Do the bug raisers really have this much money? Chapter 168, Isn't That Me? At Link's home, right before dinner, space-time ninjutsu is really something. Sasuke Uchiha said seriously, seated on the sofa. He had just listened to Link's account of his 2 encounters with Sasori of the Red Sand. Both times, despite clearly having the upper hand, the enemy, expert in space-time ninjutsu, escaped easily, leaving Link with no means of pursuit. Meanwhile, the smell of food drifting in from the kitchen signaled that the shadows were busy cooking. Yeah. Link said with a frustrated sigh. That's why I'm so eager to learn the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. I heard that the 4th Hokage, he embellished the story of Minato Namikaze, heavily emphasizing the invincible power of the flying thunder god. He even crossed years and dimensions with ideas like Minato comes home and toilet no jutsu Seisaori, odd, humorous notions about how space-time ninjutsu could be exploited. Sasuke Uchiha listened intently, nodding while trying to imagine how to handle such an opponent. After racking his brains, he still couldn't come up with a good solution. Theoretically, if his reaction speed were faster than the space-time users, he might not need to fear a sneak attack, but no one can remain on guard forever. Just picturing a cowardly move like using the 1,000 years of death taijutsu while someone was in the bathroom or asleep made Sasuke's face twitch. Is there really no jutsu that can limit space-time ninjutsu? He asked. So despicable. At that moment, in Sasuke's young mind, Minato and Seisaori were both labeled with rather unsavory stereotypes. Link shook his head helplessly. If there were such a method, I wouldn't be so bent on joining them. He observed Sasuke's expression. A custom-made Sharingan, after all, ought to have some handy ability that suited him. Maybe a Mangekyo power that could restrict space-time ninjutsu. Kamyu was used even against Kaguya, so at least Mangekyo abilities weren't automatically overshadowed by higher-level eyes. A technique to limit space-time jutsu would also effectively contain both Obito and Kaguya, very significant indeed. Sasuke went quiet, unsure if he wanted to join the League of Devious Shinobi or if he simply wanted to counter space-time techniques. Never mind. Link changed the subject, suddenly brightening. I thought of an interesting story recently. Once upon a time, there was a boy who obtained a robot cat from the future that traveled back in a time machine. Sasuke listened quietly, his expression visibly relaxing. He seemed immersed in the tale. Looks like my storytelling skills have improved, Link thought to himself. He planned to share various time travel stories and the like with Sasuke. After all, kids in the Naruto world had a rather limited mental world, killing, arson, continuous training, so they lacked imagination. If he exposed Sasuke to more fantastical abilities and stories, it might inspire a new Mangekyo technique. Who knew? Maybe Sasuke would awaken time travel powers and become Link's personal robotic cat from the future. He couldn't be sure if other people might awaken such an overpowered Mangekyo, but Sasuke was Indra's reincarnation, so anything was possible. At the very least, Link hoped Sasuke wouldn't get stuck with something as humdrum as Amaterasu or Kagutsuchi. A space-time ninjutsu or a technique to seal them away, both would be perfect? Gazing at Sasuke, who was engrossed in the story, Link silently thought, strive to become my strongest tool, Sasuke. He told 2 episodes of the Dora X Moan story before the shadows announced that the food was ready. After dinner, Sasuke headed home while Link went to his training room for his nightly routine. As usual, he began with a round of stand summoning training, the substitution jutsu he'd been repeatedly refining. After about 20 attempts, Link saw purple brambles emerge on his hand and felt a surge of excitement. Yes. It's hermit purple. Wasting no time, he raised a knife hand strike at the camera. Crack. With his speed and strength, he instantly smashed the delicate mechanical device. Hermit Purple's ability activated, it would read out the culprit responsible for Orochimaru's breakthrough in natural energy research on Kimimaro. Jaya, the old-fashioned camera slowly spat out a photograph. Link caught it. The picture was taken from a low-angle perspective, showing someone standing high above under a starry sky. That apostrophe me? He was speechless. He had suspected for a while that he might have enabled Orochimaru's natural energy research. Yet seeing proof brought a wave of mixed feelings. Calming himself, he focused on understanding, so this confirms the 5-element seal, natural energy, and Orochimaru's experiments are connected. Link folded his arms, recalling past events involving Orochimaru, Seisaori, and himself. That means the 5-element seal's disable opponent's jutsu effect must be from natural energy. Like I left a 5-element seal on Orochimaru, and it's been constantly gathering natural energy? Seisaori probably learned about all this from Kabuto's mind. Although he'd sorted out the logic, numerous unknowns remained. Still, he had the general idea, along with a potential solution. But actually, I don't really care if Orochimaru uses the 5-element seal for something. Even if Seisaori eventually develops a natural energy puppet, it doesn't matter. Link found the crux of the matter. Like with Kimimaro, one slap from mystical palm jutsu was enough to handle it. Maybe it's power that I can fully counter, and perhaps it can be popularized. He immediately formulated a new plan in his head. Next day, training ground 7, and that's the gist of it, said Might Guy, after explaining the training principles behind 8 Gates release. He turned to Link and asked, are you ready? The theory behind this taijutsu skill wasn't complicated, unlocking the 8 gates, which regulate chakra flow inside the body, yields overcharged power, but also inflicts damage. The concept sounded simple but, Fundamentally, pushing the body past its limits was dangerous. No matter how hard you train, opening the 8 gates damages the body. Long-term practitioners simply reduce the harm. Besides that, opening the gates is extremely difficult, and the excruciating pain from overloading the body with chakra is daunting. Therefore, daily intense training is required, pushing through injuries, getting used to pain, and cultivating willpower. Only then can you function normally with the gates open. Otherwise, you might open the gates only to pass out from pain, rendering the whole effort pointless. Even a rare talent like Rock Lee experiences intense pain upon opening just the first gate and using front lotus. That's why, in his match with Gaara, he stood still for a moment, letting Gaara slip away. Link took a deep breath. So it all comes down to risking your life, huh? Let's do it. Chapter 169, Pain. Literally a few days later, at the Hokage's residence. Looks like you don't have much talent for this jutsu, either. Wearing light-colored casual clothes, Hiruzen Sarutobi shook his head. If Flying Thunder God were that simple, everyone would have learned it already. Even with his guidance, helping Link understand the principle of the technique, if Link couldn't create and leave behind a unique chakra imprint tailored to himself, then he simply couldn't cast it. In theory, Hiruzen understood the technique just fine. After all, he was familiar with nearly every jutsu in the village. But understanding and being able to use are two very different things. It really seems impossible, Link said, sounding somewhat helpless. Spending so much time on it, only to fail in the end, felt almost ridiculous. Talent was simply too abstract. Those development scrolls for Flying Thunder God were like explaining 1 + 1 = 2 inches as a formula. But applying it required him to explain why 1 + 1 = 2. It was one of those scenarios where, if you get it, you get it, if you don't, no amount of explanation will help. Maybe Flying Thunder God just isn't suited to you. Hiruzen Sarutobi offered in consolation. Link nodded and went to close the scroll. He moved a bit too forcefully, and a stabbing pain shot through his muscles like needles. He paused, holding his breath slightly, then successfully shut the scroll. Training in the 8 gates is tough, right? Hiruzen asked with a genial smile. Even he had not trained in that taijutsu style. First, his own taijutsu was already more than sufficient, so there was no need to resort to such extremes. Second, the 8 gates didn't really suit his broader combat approach. Excessive pain could interfere with precise chakra control. Sacrificing his stronger ninjutsu just to open the 8 gates was hardly worth it. He had been quite happy to let a promising junior like Link give it a try, mostly so that Link could realize on his own that it was a mistake. Hiruzen certainly didn't want this future successor turning into a taijutsu specialist. Anyone's skill mastered to the extreme is indeed formidable, but someone who aims to be a Hokage needs well-rounded abilities and minimal weaknesses. Well, as for Link's chakra capacity. Phew. Link forced a smile. It hurt. He'd told Might Guy he wanted to learn the 8 gates, and rather than keeping it a secret, Guy had enthusiastically dragged him into it. Then he mercilessly put him through brutal training, testing Link's tolerance for pain and his willpower. After just a few days, Link's body hurt so much that lying in bed at night was an ordeal. He couldn't use delicate illness extraction on himself, because healing away the pain would undermine the whole point of enduring it. Plus, he'd already vowed not to rely on that jutsu in his 8 gates practice, hoping to toughen his willpower. Hey! Hiruzen's smile deepened, the wrinkles around his eyes looking as though they could crush flies, like a mischievous old man. If you can't handle it, give up soon. No need to rush taijutsu training. You're still young, it'll be another 10 years before your body hits its peak. From his perspective, Link was far too impatient. Sure, Hiruzen might be old, but Jiraiya and Tsunade were still in their prime. In a couple of years, the village could pick one of them to take over, and after that, Kakashi could eventually follow. There was plenty of time to protect a junior while he matured. Link had just turned 11, what was the hurry? Given this kid's natural talent, letting his body develop normally could potentially see him surpass Hiruzen in the future. Link didn't respond directly. Instead, he said, I want to keep trying. Like heck he was going to wait 10 years. In 3 and a bit years, Kaguya would show up, where would he find that kind of leisure time? By the time he turned 14, he'd have to fight the Otsutsuki clan, maybe one of the earliest final boss battles ever for a transmigrator, right? And who knew if Obito, stirred by all these changes, might not show up even sooner to wreak havoc. Moreover, natural growth was a joke. The only reason his physical stats were this good was not any inborn talent, it was basically a cheat. Yet his body had already hit its limits, and even the cheat was constrained by a normal person's innate potential. Link took a deep breath, then slowly exhaled. He picked up the multi-shadow clone jutsu scroll beside him. Even his calves were trembling, his muscles twitched with pain. Striving to keep his voice steady, he said, "I'll be on my way. My afternoon training is about to start." Honestly, it was sheer stubbornness that got him moving. "See you tomorrow." Hiruzen grinned, waving. He wanted to see how long this youngster's willpower would last. The boy was still so young, wasting a bit of time was no big deal, in his view. A few hours later, training ground 7 thud. 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 The sound of Rock Lee rhythmically kicking a wooden post echoed throughout the field. MMPH. Link came to, groaning. He had just attempted the first gate after Might Guy egged him on with a technique he'd learned. Opening the first gate, named the Gate of Opening. As everyone knows, mastery of the 8 gates is basically demonstrated by performing front lotus. You first open the Gate of Opening, letting your body overload its strength and speed to strike at high velocity. Under normal circumstances, if you can open the first gate and freely move, like, say, kicking a massive boulder aside, then you've succeeded in the basic training. But the moment Link opened the gate, crack, he passed out cold. He couldn't handle it. The instant he opened that gate, his entire body screamed in agony, the pain reaching deep inside. There was no enduring it. Forget moving, he couldn't even remain conscious. No wonder so few people mastered something that sounds straightforward. The sheer pain tolerance required already ruled out most ninja. Lying on the grass, Link stared up at the sky. He was in so much pain he didn't want to move. He couldn't fathom how Guy-sensei or Lee could fight through this kind of agony. Could they be born masochists? Converting pain into pleasure? Sinful, sinful. He inwardly grumbled an apology. Criticizing teachers in his head felt wrong. At this rate, never mind opening 7 gates in 3 years, in 3 years, can I even open the first gate and still function? He felt a headache coming on. His grand plan was to make up for his taijutsu shortcomings with the 8 gates. Opening them would also grant him a massive surge of chakra. Since his ninjutsu didn't require delicate chakra control, he basically hurled jutsu en masse. This seemed perfect in theory. But he ended up blacking out the moment he opened the gate, then waking up to crippling pain. How was he supposed to use that in combat? Open gate, fall on the ground, pretend to be dead? At first, he had figured delicate illness extraction would negate the damage from the 8 gates, making him unstoppable. Unfortunately, he couldn't stay conscious long enough even to cast that jutsu. He was stuck. No way. I can't give up. If I completely abandon boosting my taijutsu, what if I focus on increasing my total chakra instead? Link didn't dwell on it too long. He recognized reality quickly and immediately began pondering a workaround. After all, he never planned to copy Guy-sensei or Lee's style of rushing up and fighting hand to hand. Chapter 170, 8th Gates. Sort of 10 days later. Link placed his left hand against his face, with his right arm resting on the crook of his left elbow. His expression was cold, his legs tilted forward while his upper body leaned back. The entire pose looked oddly contorted. After a few seconds, thud, he collapsed to the ground. The substitution jutsu ended, wiping away the injuries and paralysis in his body. His scattered consciousness gradually returned, and he swallowed 2 soldier pills while lying there. Perfect, success. He could still feel the large amount of chakra that had just surged within him, and couldn't help but smile. After much experimentation, Link had found the shortcut that best suited his style. If the problem was pain, then just take a secret drug that induces numbness. If his whole body is numb, then there's no sense of pain, right? Who cares about the idea of after opening the gates, you gain a powerful body and unstoppable speed? He only wanted to unleash a massive amount of chakra by opening those physical limiters. Once he figured out his real goal, he no longer stayed stuck in that initial dead end. Who says the 8 gates have to be purely taijutsu? Why insist on proving success by shattering a big rock? Link picked the most devious method, using shadow clone, or substitution, jutsu first, then popping a powerful anesthetic. He spent several days running tests to ensure that, after taking the drug, he could reach a state of lucid anesthesia. Remain standing, and still keep a cool expression, instead of looking like he had Down syndrome, flailing about. Even then, his stance remained awkward, staying upright at all was an achievement in that numbed condition. He'd refine that detail later. Once he was alert enough, he'd open the 8 gates. The pain would be masked by anesthesia, and any physical damage became irrelevant thanks to his substitution. In that condition, trying to move around was out of the question, because in his small workshop approach, he always used an extreme dose. The anesthetic he'd developed could knock out a giant summoning beast. After all, the first 2 gates are located in the head. As soon as they open, the sensation of pain starts in the brain. The anesthetic had to be potent enough to numb his entire nervous system thoroughly. By his estimates, with the anesthetic in effect, he could theoretically handle up to the 3rd gate, Gate of Life. But he didn't really need that, opening the second gate, Gate of Rest, to squeeze out a large burst of chakra in a short time was enough for now. The key was that how long he could sustain the 8 gates no longer depended on his pain tolerance but on the anesthetic's duration. If the anesthetic wore off early, and he failed to close the gates or cancel the substitution in time, he'd instantly black out from the pain. Hence, he had to manage timing and dosage perfectly. Any slip-up would be fatal. Others open the 8 gates and sprint around at incredible speeds. Link opens the 8 gates and stands frozen in place, using the special properties of mystical palm jutsu so his hands and arms can still move enough to form seals. Essentially, he becomes a stationary turret. Truth be told, in 8 gates mode, his melee power wouldn't be weak. If he stacked Super Link mode on top of it, his strength would multiply exponentially. Combined with mystical palm jutsu, a single slap would be terrifying, similar to Tsunada's monstrous strength. But with his body numbed, he simply couldn't move. Maybe I can use it to set traps. Link mused. A stationary turret delivering a single brutal slap that could pulverize an opponent was strangely appealing. Also, his 8 gates mode had one ultimate finisher, delicate illness extraction. It wasn't just a healing technique, the extracted damage clung to his hands. If he channeled all that chakra gained from opening the gates into fine illness extraction, then exited the 8 gates while healing himself, he could theoretically knock someone out simply by touching them, transferring pain, injury, and numbness all at once. A normal person would collapse on the spot. He was curious how that might affect Saori. Strictly speaking, though, could pain or paralysis be transferred to a human puppet? He'd already tested that dead objects, like rocks, were immune to the extracted illness. It only worked on living creatures. Plants didn't react either, likely lacking the relevant organs. Summarizing it all, the entire 8 gates sequence for him looked like this. 1. Cast substitution jutsu to be ready to negate injuries at the end. 2. Take the anesthetic and open the 8 gates. 3. Use mystical palm jutsu to fire off ninjutsu. I've successfully developed it. Time to head out to the land of waves, then come back for the 3-nation summit in a few days. Under the effect of the soldier pills, Link emerged from his weakened state. Sitting up, he applied delicate illness extraction on himself twice more, just in case the substitution had missed any damage. His 8 gates mode was basically usable now. He'd still continue to train his body. If he wasn't physically strong enough, opening the gates was impossible. Although his body had already been boosted via delicate illness extraction shortcuts, letting him open the 3rd gate in theory, what he truly lacked was willpower, physical adaptation, and pain tolerance. As it was, any slight mistake in his 8 gates mode would cause him to faint from agony, leaving him defenseless. He had to train until he no longer risked passing out the moment he felt pain. And being stuck in place was another annoyance. If an opponent hurled some wide-range ninjutsu his way, he'd only have his shadows to move him to safety. There was also the issue of drug tolerance. Repeated use of anesthetics would gradually reduce their effectiveness. Even after just half a month, Link sensed the anesthetic wasn't working as well. He had no idea how to fix that yet. Plus, once he activated 8 gates, the shock to his system made him dazed for a while before his mind cleared. In real combat, that wouldn't be so practical. He'd need further practice to make it battle-ready. And the second gate, Gate of Rest, which lifts the body's limits on fatigue, allowed him to extract extra chakra according to what his physique could handle. Theoretically, he could push himself to the brink of disintegration, like Might guided in the war's finale. He had to be careful with the dosage, or he'd just crumble to dust right there. Who knew whether the substitution jutsu could resurrect him if his body literally turned to ash? Naturally, the biggest issue was that the body could store only so much physical energy. Opening the 8 gates or going Super Link mode drew from existing reserves. It didn't conjure energy from nothing. Unless he emulated the Akimaki clan by packing on massive amounts of fat, there would always be a limit. A lot of problems remained to be solved. There was a long way to go in developing this path. That said, Link's approach also had some advantages. Others who open the gates leap around wildly, putting more strain on their bodies. He just stands still, conserving energy for refining chakra and avoiding extra damage from movement. Overall, for him, it was almost a perfect fit. At present, Link had a sequence of modes for dealing with enemies. 1. The usual high-potency soldier pill to boost chakra output, Super Link mode. 2. And ultimately, the 8 gates for the most extreme bodily squeeze. He'd start by gradually increasing his chakra flow, tapping his physical potential step by step. At least for mid-level or earlier enemies, he wouldn't have to worry about running out of chakra. Chapter 171, Land of Waves Mission, again. The next day, Hokage Tower, mission assignment desk though it's only a C-rank mission. The client, a gardener named Teishi, kept his expression neutral but couldn't hide the flicker of doubt in his eyes as he surveyed the 4 children before him. Since he wasn't a ninja, he knew nothing of how ninja were ranked internally. To him, it was puzzling that his protectors turned out to be 4 minors. By normal standards, even for the lowest level production type missions, there should at least be 1 adult ninja tagging along, right? Please don't worry. The 3rd Hokage said with a smile, effortlessly adding the prefix most when praising the younger generation. Special Jonin Link is the most gifted shinobi in our village. Just as Iruka likes to brag about the 3rd Hokage being the strongest Hokage, so too does the Hokage, who is still a ninja, treat clients with a particularly warm attitude. As long as it doesn't impede making money, such flattery is no issue at all. Taishi cast them a hesitant look but refrained from further comment. Alright, then. I'll trust you with my safety. Rest assured. Link replied solemnly, adopting a professional demeanor was crucial. Ever since Kaido's downfall, the Land of Waves had gradually started generating missions again. No matter how poor a place might be, labor itself is a valuable resource. In addition, it's an island nation, so even just cultivating crops, fruit, and seafood could bring in some profit. Otherwise, why would Gato have bothered controlling the Land of Waves in the first place, if not for the money? Exchanging only a few more words, the 4-man squad escorted client Taishi away from the mission desk. They soon left the village. Because the Land of Waves isn't far from Hidden Leaf Village, practically next door, even traveling at a regular civilian's pace, they could reach the national border by mid-afternoon after a morning departure. Being a famously impoverished and ninja-less nation, Taishi had no grounds to protest the 4 little kids who were supposed to protect him, despite his doubts. Ordinary ronin or bandits, if not large in numbers, posed little threat to gain and level shinobi. Much like Link's first ever mission outside the village, the journey was unexpectedly peaceful, almost like a casual outing. Now and then they sensed some suspicious gazes, but those vanished quickly. Too close to Hidden Leaf Village, and trying anything against Hidden Leaf Village shinobi would be risky. And if anyone had the nerve to challenge them, they'd likely wait until the Land of Waves, not in the Land of Fire. Taishi, being a gardener, was decently fit. By noon, just as the sun began its westward tilt, they reached the seashore. A newly built cross-sea bridge, constructed only last year, spanned the waters between the Land of Waves and the Land of Fire. There were plenty of carriages and pedestrians crossing, creating quite a lively scene. In the past, anyone heading to the Land of Waves had to use a boat, which was both inconvenient and dangerous, especially with Gato's shipping company acting like gatekeepers. Now that a road existed, and it was a relatively peaceful small nation, many people from the Land of Fire came here for sightseeing, boosting the local economy. Once they traversed the bridge, they stepped into the Land of Waves. In the Naruto world, there's no formal border inspection or passport system. These smaller nations lack the capacity for strict border control. Besides, there are no ninja here, so it's all quite lax. Taishi's destination was the mangrove forest, where a client needed a gardener. The pay was decent. Taishi originally lived near Tensaku town, and his route to the Land of Waves happened to pass by Hidden Leaf Village. Concerned about possible dangers along the way, he hired Hidden Leaf Village shinobi to protect him on both the trip over and back. A few hours after entering the Land of Waves, they arrived at a town near the mangroves. This place used the Land of Fire's currency, and its customs weren't so different from those in the Land of Fire. Even the residents looked the same. To Link, it felt pretty much like home. Just poorer. Whereas towns in the Land of Fire had all sorts of shops, in this settlement there were only a handful, and just a single rather shabby-looking inn. The busiest places were a produce store and a butcher shop. He didn't see any entertainment venues. There were some utility poles but none of the ubiquitous transmission antennas found in Hidden Leaf Village, meaning no television or broadcasting channels. Compared to the Land of Fire, it was like being in a whole different era. As the sun dipped low, Taishi showed no desire to rest in town. He insisted on pushing forward to his employer's residence. The client wanted to keep moving, and the shinobi had no objections, so they followed the mangrove route. An hour outside of town, with the sky awash in orange, they spotted the client's estate. Many of the Land of Waves buildings had fascinating designs, and this homeowner's place was no exception. It was built in the trees like a spinning top, standing 6 levels tall. The surrounding trees were just as towering as those in the Land of Fire, something that always amazed Link. Having transmigrated, he'd gradually gotten used to it. In his previous life, it was questionable whether such colossal trees existed anywhere, but in this world they were commonplace. They also grew remarkably fast, shooting up a few meters in a matter of months, reaching 20 to 30 meters high in just a couple of years. Several walls surrounded the yard, though they didn't seem especially effective, better at blocking honest folks than determined intruders, and nowhere near as tall as the trees within. Thick grass covered the ground up to the knees, with a single narrow path leading to the house. The whole estate covered several kilometers. It looked like the owner was extremely wealthy. But something about this place makes me think of Gato. As he followed the earthen path, Link mulled over the opulent construction and massive land holdings perched on the edge of the mangrove forest, prime real estate. Back when Gato was alive, would he really have allowed someone else with money to enjoy such lavish living right under his nose? They neared the building. A tattooed man smoking beneath it stubbed out his cigarette and approached, calling out, "Hey, who are you?" "This is private property." The moment he noticed the Hidden Leaf Village forehead protectors, he took half a step back, clear fear showing on his face. "Is Mr. Ketsu here?" "I'm the gardener, Taishi, whom he hired." Taishi held up his contract. The tattooed man swallowed hard but didn't come closer to check. He spoke hesitantly, right. Wait here, I'll go get him." Taishi, who'd maintained composure until then, let his tension show once the man disappeared upstairs. In a hushed tone, he said, "Even though Mr. Ketsu gave me some advance payment. Still." He recalled the menacing look on that tattooed man's face. "No matter what, please do protect me. I'm counting on you guys. Relax, leave it to us." Link offered reassurance. "They're just civilians. Even if 100 or 2 of them attacked, a single one of us could handle it. Don't worry, Mr. Taishi. We'll make sure you're safe." Chapter 172, No Desire. Not long after, a young man in his 20s came out first, with a sword at his hip and about a dozen people following him. These men were a ragtag bunch of unsavory sorts. By comparison, the young man only looked somewhat more presentable, though he still had a shifty demeanor. He gave off the vibe of a small-time thug, with narrow, roaming eyes that wandered all over the place. In any case, he didn't look like an upstanding citizen. "We meet again, Taishi," he said in a low-rent tone of voice. The disreputable gang behind him showed no sign of attacking. They looked absolutely terrified, as though they might scatter at any second. "Mr. Ketsu, you're too polite," Taishi replied with a fawning smile. "Could you tell me when I can start working?" "Working?" Ketsu froze for a second before saying, "Oh, that. Yes. So, those Hidden Leaf Village shinobi with you? Surely you haven't forgotten, I mentioned to you that I'd be hiring ninja from the Hidden Leaf Village for protection on my trip there and back. You also agreed to reimburse me." Taishi rubbed his hands together nervously. "Remember? That shop in Tensaku Town, where we discussed all the details." Right now, he suspected Ketsu was pretending not to remember, in order to avoid paying. Ketsu might have a group of apparent mobsters behind him, but they looked terrified. Even if they were thugs, they were likely just cannon fodder. "Is that so?" Ketsu made a face of sudden realization while secretly grumbling to himself, "Damn it, I must have been drunk again." Nonetheless, seeing that these really were just Hidden Leaf Village ninja on a paid job, and not there to eradicate him, he felt greatly relieved. "No problem, I'll cover that expense," he said with a dismissive wave, then motioned for his men to disperse. In the end, only the tattooed man from earlier stayed by his side as a guard. "Thank you, Mr. Ketsu." Taishi couldn't help flashing a grin of yellowed teeth. "So, please, when do I start working?" "Oh, right." Ketsu smacked his forehead. "The garden I need you to tend isn't here." He turned slightly and said, "Kusawara, you take them there." The tattooed man, Kusawara, looked stunned, as if to say, "You sure you want me to do it?" But Ketsu just waved them off and disappeared back upstairs. Kusawara seemed to wage an intense internal battle, but, upon seeing Taishi's anxious expression, forced an awkward smile and said, "Fine, let's go. I'll show you." Shortly thereafter, the group left the huge mansion. Around dusk, they arrived at another residence near a local town. The townsfolk, upon seeing them, showed obvious fear and revulsion, steering clear so as not to walk anywhere close. Kusawara didn't demand that Taishi start working immediately, he simply told him they could stay there, that someone would come by tomorrow. Then he took off in a hurry. They really are the remnants of Gato's gang. After dinner, having inquired about local rumors, Link mostly figured out what was going on. That young guy, Ketsu, used to work for Gato, bullying local villagers for him. When Gato died, the townspeople drove him away. Somehow, he got his hands on some money, rehired the surviving members of Gato's gang, and suddenly rose to become the boss of a new Yakuza group. Their current stronghold was the same former Gato compound in the mangrove forest, that weird building they'd seen earlier in the day. Even the large estate that needed Taishi's gardening work was a place Gato once owned, which Ketsu repurchased. As for Kusawara, the tattooed man, he was said to be a violent ronin who'd slash people at the slightest provocation, reputedly a vicious thug even among Yakuza. But these days, he looked, well, not so intimidating anymore. A small-time hood suddenly flush with cash, hanging out and spending money in Tensaku town. Link started suspecting Ketsu might have found the hidden loot that he was after. Leaving some shadows behind to watch over the residence together with his 3 subordinates, Link slipped away under cover of darkness to check out Gaio's old base once more. Even at midnight, it was still brightly lit. He didn't go in directly, instead using Earth-style, subterranean voyage to tunnel in from below. A skilled Earth-style ninja didn't need to break in from the front door, tunneling was enough. He crept along beneath the ground, and upon reaching the underside of the structure, he quickly located a basement behind and below the main building. It was empty, nothing inside but footprints, presumably left by a single individual. Given that he couldn't be certain this was the same villa Gato had mentioned, Link circled the mangrove forest, too. Despite his speed, he found no further secret facilities. Seems I'm too late. He wasn't exactly disappointed, he'd expected in advance that any intel from dead men might be outdated. But he was still surprised that Gato's stash had been found so quickly. I guess there's no point hoping too much for the other leads. Link briefly considered simply robbing Ketsu, but the guy had been blowing money in Tensaku town, buying Gato's mansion, and paying off his subordinates. Who knows if he had any left? He was the textbook example of a wannabe thug who'd suddenly come into cash, living lavishly, calling in friends and partying, bound to go broke again soon. Plans can't keep pace with reality. Still, he hadn't come away empty-handed. From info Sasuke had mentioned, Link tracked down Zabuza Momoki and Haku's burial site, along with Zabuza's Kubika Ribicho, Executioner's Blade. Refining his chakra, he formed seals and performed a summoning. Standing on the Executioner's Blade, he released a summoning jutsu, and a semi-transparent figure was pulled back into the living world. A fair-skinned, black-haired, pink kimono-wearing beautiful young man, his face still delicate, looked at the unfamiliar Hidden Leaf Village shinobi in surprise. This place doesn't seem like that world. I brought you from the Pure Land. Link explained, slightly perplexed himself. Evidently, he'd discovered another clue to how this summoning technique for souls functioned. Was it the grave and corpses that enabled him to summon Haku, or the presence of the Executioner's Blade? You. Haku suddenly raised a hand to his mouth in surprise. You're the one who was always talking in that world. He studied the teenager standing on top of the sword, showing a gentle smile. I never expected you'd be so young in person. Rude. Link remained expressionless. Do you want to see Momoki Zabuza again? Haku froze, then murmured, so. I could still see Zabuza-sama again? But then he shook his head softly. No. I guess I was already a failure, a useless tool. In that battle, he'd lost to Naruto and been stripped of his very purpose as a tool. Even dying for Zabuza's sake, if he somehow returned to the living world, he felt he had no reason to continue existing. That was precisely why, believing he no longer had a purpose, he never responded to the mysterious voice calling people in the Pure Land. He had no desires in the living world. Chapter 173, Emotional Blackmail. Beneath my feet lies the grave you share with Momoki Zabuza. Link gazed calmly at the dejected young man before him. Haku didn't seem surprised. The moment he noticed the chipped and battered Executioner's Blade, he had already prepared himself. In fact, back in the Pure Land, while this person was repeatedly pestering him, he'd regained awareness through the stories and thoughts of how is the real world now? How is Zabuza doing? Kept cropping up. Ultimately, though, his conclusion had been only defeat. Naruto and his companions. They were truly strong. I heard from Naruto and Sasuke. Link continued, that Momoki Zabuza died in the end for your sake as well. Zabuza-sama. Haku's expression changed slightly, but he didn't blindly trust another's words. Well, then, see you in a bit, said Link, releasing the summoning jutsu. Perfect? Having confirmed Haku's presence, Link could be certain Zabuza would follow. As a missing nin from Hidden Mist Village, Zabuza carried an enormous emotional weakness tied to Haku. He had been an elite jonin who could fight Kakashi Hatake toe-to-toe, but in the end, when Haku died, and confronted by Naruto's talk no jutsu, he cried as he admitted he couldn't be the heartless shinobi he claimed to be. Once again Link formed seals and channeled his chakra, Rashomon. He pushed open the ominous gate, quickly leaping back onto the Executioner's Blade. Soon, the pair he had just communicated with stepped through the swirling vortex, returning to the living world in ghostly form. Barely crossing through the gate, Momoki Zabuza wanted to confront the mysterious summoner. Then he saw Haku come right after him. Zabuza-sama, said Haku, tilting his face slightly in Zabuza's direction. Forgive me. As a tool, I failed to protect your life. Haku. On Zabuza's bandaged face, there was little discernible emotion. He didn't even look at the boy standing nearby, just said Haku's name and stepped forward. So you're actually trying to exploit even the dead, you He'd already begun gathering chakra, eager to strike. Using Haku against him was hitting his bottom line, so his first instinct was to rebel against the person who summoned him. "You're well aware you can't hurt me, right? The Rashomon would simply drag you back," Link said, arms at his sides. He felt no worry that these summoned souls would attack him. One mental command and the Rashomon would force them back in an instant, ending any action they took. "Zabuza-sama," Haku murmured softly, remaining at Zabuza's side as always, ready for combat against this stranger. "I heard from Naruto that in the end you cried and charged in, all for the sake of friendship or whatever, to finish off Gato," Link said with a slight smile. "Simply because he kicked Haku's corpse, right? And despite both your arms being injured, you fought your way through to kill Gato and breathed your last." Zabuza's composure cracked. He narrowed his eyes in a show of aggression. "What the hell are you talking about? I'm the demon of the hidden mist, Momoki Zabuza." "Then say it, prove it," Link replied with the same calm smile. "Say that Haku is nothing more than a tool you can throw away at any time." Zabuza fell silent. The kid's grin made him bristle with annoyance. "Zabuza-sama." Haku's slender fingers curled into a fist, and though his expression didn't change, his eyes gleamed with relief. He knew that if Link's words weren't true, hadn't actually happened, Zabuza wouldn't have fallen silent, nor would he be wearing that expression. Haku knew him too well from their many years together. "You sure talk a lot, brat." In the end, Zabuza couldn't say anything else. He glared menacingly, leaking killing intent, but the chakra he'd gathered dispersed. For a guy who always went around calling himself this grand me, for him to admit he cared deeply about his subordinate was far too humiliating. So humiliating it snuffed out the fury and murderous aura he had initially shown. "Man, standing on this sword is surprisingly comfortable," Link thought, noting that with the blade stuck in the ground, the height was just right. "All right then," Link said aloud. "I can let you two return to the living world. In exchange, you'll fight for me. How does that deal sound?" But no deal was struck that night. Link had his shadows haul Zabuza, Haku, and their rotted corpses, earth and all, out to sea, preventing the possibility of Orochimaru or Kabuto contesting him for them in the future. "Wait a minute," Link mused, pausing. "Kabuto won't even be able to cast ninjutsu if he's permanently sealed by my 5-element seal, right? Unless he does like Orochimaru and swaps bodies, he can't form seals, so surely he can't use Edo Tensei." Thus, the Fourth Great Ninja War, which had become a large-scale zombie invasion, would likely be altered dramatically by Link's interference. Returning to the matter of negotiations, Zabuza didn't jump at Link's offer, and Haku had nothing to say. Link, of course, didn't try to push them, he simply gave them a little time to chat in private. After all, controlling souls to fight on his behalf wasn't straightforward. Link figured if Naruto had been the one summoning them, they might have cheerfully agreed to help. In the Fourth War, when they were reanimated, they'd even checked on how Kakashi and Naruto were doing. For some reason, Zabuza held Naruto in high esteem. Fugaku Uchiha and Maki had agreed to fight for Link because each still had things in the living world they couldn't bear to part with, so they willingly allowed Link to use them. But Zabuza and Haku had nothing holding them back. They cared only for each other, and both were dead. They'd probably prefer to remain in the Pure Land. In the Naruto world, real life was basically hell for them. So, if he wanted to use them, he'd have to take it slowly, repeatedly using Rashomon to bring them back, rebuilding connections. Eventually, whether out of longing to see each other or a desire to live again, he'd gain leverage. He could strong-arm Zabuza by threatening, "You wouldn't want Haku to." That alone would be enough to make the demon of the hidden mist fight, albeit reluctantly, just like in the Fourth War. But that was a last resort. By summoning them together via Rashomon, Link implied he had such an option without stating it outright. He believed Zabuza would pick up on it. And once that was established, Link could employ softer persuasion and conversational techniques. Sooner or later, Zabuza and Haku would come around. Chapter 174, This Swamp of the Underworld is Really Off. Next, it's time to test the Swamp of the Underworld. Link swallowed a soldier pill and, feeling his chakra restored to nearly full strength, once again used summoning, Rashomon. Grrr. Gah. Accompanied by the sound of a door opening, a short, pudgy man in a suit stepped out, his face furious. He opened his mouth to curse, "You damned," but a shadow promptly gagged him. Without even looking at the man, Link formed a serious expression, brought his hands together, and channeled, "Swamp of the Underworld." The targeted patch of ground instantly turned into an ominous, foul-looking mire. Beneath the moonlight, the strange aura emanating from the swamp made it look truly sinister. MF. Gato's face contorted in terror. He tried to beg for mercy, but two shadows grabbed him, one on each side, and flung him into the mire. "Spare me. Ga.pfft. he cried as he sank rapidly, muddy water flooding his mouth in the blink of an eye. Next, as though the frame rate dropped, the man was completely swallowed up. Bang! At the same time, the Rashomon door slammed shut and vanished. It changed. Link's gaze grew intent. Even the Rashomon had ended. That meant Gato went back to the Pure Land? Could the swamp of the underworld's ability be that it sends the dead directly back to the Pure Land? Would that be especially potent against Heto Tensai? Carrying his doubts, he formed seals again to cast the summoning jutsu. Yet this time, he couldn't find Gato's soul at all. In other words, Gato was. Either I can't reach him with the summoning jutsu, or he's really been destroyed. Link frowned, running through the possibilities. Whichever it was, he had to be cautious with the swamp of the underworld. If it could thwart the summoning jutsu's detection, it might also undermine his own powers. If it actually destroyed a soul, repeated uses might provoke the Sage of Six Paths. This wasn't something to take lightly. There was scarcely any jutsu in the Naruto world that could kill a soul. Even when Kaguya was at her peak, she couldn't prevent Obito's spirit from giving his chakra and Mengekyo abilities to Kakashi. The only thing that came close to destroying a soul was the Reaper. But that Shinigami lacked true self-awareness. The Reaper's blade simply cut the soul and stuffed it inside its belly. Strictly speaking, it didn't annihilate it. Orochimaru, after slitting open the Reaper's stomach, got his arm souls back right away, meaning the lost soul was restored to him. Hence, the Reaper only isolates souls, not destroys them. While the Sage of Six Paths is described as peace-loving, if a person showed up who could wantonly obliterate souls, as the GM of the Pure Land, he'd probably appear to knock some sense into them. The sage claiming he can't interfere with the real world is likely half-truth. He could gather all the 5 Kage from different eras, or summon Kakashi's squad who had no prior link to him, and he could directly cancel Edo Tensai. Even if he's not physically strong, just the power to summon the dead at will is a superior version of Link's summoning and Rashomon. Huh? Caught in thought, Link realized the swamp of the underworld hadn't dissipated. Theoretically, it should have ended by now. Yet it remained in place. Gurgle. The swamp started bubbling and churning, as though something was surfacing from below. A rank stench spread into the air. Link instinctively held his breath, about to cancel the jutsu, when a figure rose from beneath. Judging by the tattered suit and hairstyle, it appeared to be Gato. But this was a horrific sight, his entire body grotesquely swollen, crawling with insects that darted in and out of enlarged pores. His face was beyond recognition, lumps disfiguring his features in a twisted mass, while one eye sat bigger than the other, brimming with hatred. The stench was coming directly from him. Gato's upper body emerged from the mire and stopped. When he opened his mouth, a handful of writhing maggots spilled out. Glaring with a look of abject malice, he just stood there. He's not annihilated, but... Link could feel his mental san meter dropping. Even if this thing were alive, it would be a fate worse than death. "Are you Gato?" he asked, now in no hurry to cancel the jutsu. Shadows gathered before him, ready to intercept any sudden threat. But Gato, fallen into the swamp of the underworld, gave no response. His eerie eyes showed only hatred. No speech, no reaction, like a lifeless puppet. In Japanese myth, Yami, the underworld, is a land of filth and impurity, but this swamp of the underworld is way too foul. Like. Link recalled an unfortunate soul he'd once heard of who drowned in an open-air latrine. The resemblance to Gato's current state was uncanny. He tried asking a few more questions, but got nowhere. In the end, he simply cancelled the jutsu. Gato gurgled back down, and the swampy ground gradually dried out, though not very quickly. It took around 10+ seconds to become parched, and even a few minutes later, the patch where Gato was remained damp and muddy, a stark contrast to how it would normally revert instantly upon release. Link had a shadow poke the remaining mud with a stick. No reaction. He tossed 2 rabbits onto it, they hopped around a bit, stepped in the mud, then scurried off. Apart from the putrid smell and sickly blackish yellow color, it appeared ordinary enough. I'd better not touch it. Let the shadows keep watch. See if anything changes. Next morning, dawn. Open. Gate of opening. Gate of rest. Substitution jutsu. The usual, Metallica. Ha. Link disengaged the 8 gates mode, flopping onto the tatami mat. While a shadow fed him a soldier pill, he took a moment to recover from the severe fatigue. Then he administered delicate illness extraction on himself to ease the strain from having overtaxed his body's stamina, slowly pulling himself upright. He eyed the cluster of small, wiggling little cuties he had summoned, flexed his muscles, and used delicate illness extraction once more before heading out for breakfast. For Link, the greatest change that the 8 gates mode brought was in how he used a substitution jutsu. In the past, he'd typically cast it during combat, trying a handful of times, maybe a dozen, hoping for something useful to appear. After all, under normal circumstances, emptying all his chakra would only keep a single summon stand active for about an hour. Even putting aside other energy consumed in battle, he couldn't rely on just a single cast of the jutsu for drawing, as he never knew if a useful stand might appear. So, typically, he summoned him on the spot. As most fights were fast-paced, if the summoning lasted 1 minute, it was often enough to decide the outcome, first sight kill. Stalemate battles were rare. But ever since he could overdraw his body using the 8 gates for massive chakra, on top of super-effective soldier pills, he could theoretically maintain a single substitution summon for 8 hours without worrying about physical damage. Which meant he drastically shifted his combat logic. Chapter 175, Another Uses of Shadows. The weather's pretty nice. Link lay on a rooftop, gazing at the blue sky and white clouds. He was enjoying the warm morning sun, still exhausted from draining his body earlier and having just refilled his stomach. The combination of digestion and sunlight made him feel comfortably lazy. After all, energy doesn't appear out of thin air, it comes from taxing his body. Even if he avoids permanent damage, replenishing his energy takes time. Below in the courtyard, Taeshi, the client, was busy working. Tamari sat under the eaves, tap, 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 playing with a kendama. Kankro, ever diligent, was maintaining a new puppet he purchased by borrowing money from his sister a few days earlier, 2 new puppets, in fact. Gara stood nearby, quietly observing Taeshi's efforts in the sunlight. Ever since Gara had opened up, he'd become curious about many things, including gardening, probably because the Land of Wind's environment didn't allow for much long-term planting. He was eager to learn about different plants, and a professional gardener was obviously intriguing. His older siblings encouraged him to express these new interests in a healthy way. But naturally, his silent, watchful presence stressed Taeshi out quite a bit. Imagine having a pale, dark-eyed teenager standing by, staring at you without saying a word. All around the building, Link's shadows lurked in corners, quietly keeping an eye on things. The yard contained quite a lot of plants that Kusawara and his men had brought over, plus 2 trees ready for transplantation. The air had a refreshing fragrance. Aside from some sealed scraps of tailed beast chakra at home, I also have around a dozen fully intact chakra blocks. Maybe when I get back, I can try having a few shadows swallow them in 8 gates mode. Link mused. From how the earth dragon swallowed tailed beast chakra, he knew many of his summoned stands had mouths. Even the odd Metallica. Yet for the same reason he'd never let the earth dragon become an independent life form, he worried about letting his stands gain their own autonomy. Many stands in various stories, he recalled, had their own will. Link wasn't truly a stand user. If the ninjutsu created stands became independent, the consequences were unpredictable. What if they became uncontrollable? With shadows, there was no precedent for that, but many stands in manga possessed self-awareness. It was the biggest risk in letting them become tailed beast-like. He mulled over this until, hazy with drowsiness, he briefly nodded off. And so the leisurely morning slipped by. After lunch, Link headed to the experimental site he'd used the night before. The swamp of the underworld, or rather, the strange earth Gato had left, still hadn't disappeared. It seemed permanent. That foul odor persisted as well, and the rabbit that stepped in the mud and fled yesterday had been caught by the shadows and cleaned repeatedly. Even after washing, it still stank. He suspected the smell had marinated into its fur. That alone could be weaponized, he mused. Throw the mud at a target, and the reek would give away their position. He had a shadow use a tool to collect that sticky, blackish yellow, forever malodorous mud. It wasn't much, maybe about 10 pounds total, surprisingly little. Crucially, the stench couldn't be contained. Cloth, plastic, wooden boxes, metal containers, none of them could block the smell, which was suffocating. In the end, Link had a shadow bury it somewhere and stand guard. He'd retrieve it when leaving the land of waves. Shadows can't smell, right? He thought seriously. He certainly had no desire to handle that stuff personally. He wouldn't even go near it. After all, that poor pickled rabbit still reeked a day later. The afternoon passed quietly as well. Work on the property progressed swiftly. Taeshi was truly a master gardener, and this world certainly wasn't short on plants. He could just dig up whatever he needed. If anything was missing, he asked Kusawara, and the tattooed man, despite his bad reputation, came right away whenever called. He was surprisingly cooperative. It looked like a single day more would be enough to finish, and that was with Taeshi working solo. Close to dinner time, Link stepped outside to summon Momokizabusa, Haku, and Baki. What bizarre idea do you have now? Baki was the first to step out of Rashomon. Seeing no battle at hand, he tensed and asked warily. Since we've all fought side by side, I figured we could eat together. Link said with a smile. Gara and the others will be there, too. Fought side by side. Huh? Baki thought sarcastically. He means I worked myself to death for him, right? Even so, he kept his face neutral, unwilling to offend this kid, for the sake of both his village and his own rest in the afterlife. Then again, with this kid around, he might not get any peace. Baki sighed deeply. Zabuza and Haku followed next. Link explained it was just dinner, nothing more. Haku believed him easily and was delighted to join. The two older men, both elite jonin in life, exchanged glances, recognizing each other's identities. The demon of the hidden mist. Zabuza. One of the hidden sand village's Kage's right-hand men, Baki. The conflict between the hidden sand village and hidden mist villages hadn't ended so long ago. They'd definitely taken note of each other's top fighters. It wasn't hard to imagine who they each were. Zabuza couldn't figure out why this elite jonin from the sand would take orders from a hidden leaf village brat, while Baki, in turn, gave Zabuza a look of sympathy. From a single glance, he realized the relationship between the kid and the demon was unusual. Facing the naturally wicked hidden leaf village brat. Poor guy. As they reached the doorway, they spotted Kusawara staring in dazed shock. The man's face ran through several expressions, thinking hard, then panicking. Without a word, he turned and bolted. Does he know Zabuza, or maybe Haku? Link wondered a second, but paid it no mind. Rashomon's duration was limited, so he'd better get them to dinner quickly. The meal was slightly awkward. Taishi didn't react much to the sudden addition of 3 more people, but Zabuza's fierce presence put him on edge. After a couple bowls of rice, he left the table early. Link's 3 subordinates initially wanted to chat with Baki, but upon recognizing the demon of the mist, they had nothing to say. Gaara and Temari immediately noticed that these 2 newcomers had no shadows, so they must be summons from the afterlife. Haku was a man of few words, quietly cherishing each breath, each bite of food, and any moment spent by Zabuza's side. He ate politely, wearing a radiant smile the whole time. Every so often, Kankuro stole a glance at him. Yes, even a puppet geek took interest in humans once in a while. Chapter 176, Deals after dinner. As the time for Rashomon was running out, the demon of the hidden mist, Momoki Zabuza, called Link aside. Hey, kid. Zabuza said, his gaze flickering slightly as he looked at the hidden leaf village forehead protector. Then he continued, I've decided to agree to your deal. As for this dinner, I'll fight for you once. Anyway, back when he was alive, he'd taken on jobs as a ninja for others. Now that he was dead, working for someone in exchange for returning to the living world didn't make much difference. After thinking it over during the meal, and noticing Baki in a similar situation, Zabuza decided to accept. He couldn't really resist, after all. But each time you summon me, you have to bring Haku along. He added. As a famous ninja, he died and acknowledged his loss to Kakashi, but Haku was still young and shouldn't have to remain in the Pure Land the same way he did, or be used by anyone. No problem. Link agreed readily. A transaction worked best if both sides gained something. Simple threats never led to stable cooperation. Zabuza snorted and leapt out of the courtyard, wanting nothing more to do with that detestable hidden leaf village brat. If it were Naruto, fine, but not him. I'm sorry, said Haku, apologetic, then bounded after Zabuza. Meanwhile, Baki stood off to the side, arms at his sides. I hear there's going to be a 3-nation summit. Aren't you going to chat with Gaara and the others? Link asked, turning his head slightly. Baki didn't respond to that, but asked instead, so Gaara and his siblings will be heading back to Hidden Sand Village, right? With a solid grasp of political nuances, he'd gleaned bits of information from Link's 3 subordinates regarding the Land of Rivers and recent happenings. He quickly figured out the rest. What's on your mind? Link replied, not confirming or denying anything. After all, such matters are hard to hide. Jinchuriki are invaluable bargaining chips, so it only makes sense to use them in a 3-nation summit. I mentioned to you before about going to Hidden Sand Village. Baki said. Chances are you'll go to the 3-nation summit. Let me meet with the 4th Kazekage. In return, I'll teach you all the wind-style ninjutsu I know. Seeing that Link still didn't agree, Baki added, if you have other requests, just let me know. I'll consider it. Link responded. Making deals behind the scenes with someone from another village was tricky enough. It was one thing to trade with or show them the dead in a gray area, but involving the Kazekage himself was another level entirely. Who knew what intelligence Baki might have gleaned through the battles he fought for Link? And if he went to see the 4th Kazekage, he'd inevitably share it all. Gaara's trio was different, being less skilled, there was a limit to how much they'd figure out. But an old pro like Baki, who had experienced numerous battles, definitely had deeper insights. Money is precious, ninjutsu even more so, but Link's allegiances were with Hidden Leaf Village. In that sense, both were out of the question. Baki, seeing Link was not interested in pressing further, gazed up at the night sky with a somewhat sorrowful expression. When he was alive, he never knew a single day of peaceful sleep. Who would have guessed that even in death, he'd have to give his all for the village? Hidden Sand Village's situation was worse than outsiders realized. The Land of Wind was notoriously poor, yet its shinobi specialized in puppet arts and poison techniques that were extremely expensive to develop. Why did they cling so tightly to magnet style when they already had such powerful puppet users as the Chikamitsu collection of 10 puppets, developed ages ago? Because they were poor. The third Kazekage was hailed as the strongest Kazekage and had brought Hidden Sand Village into a thriving era simply because he could produce iron sand. In a world at war, being able to forge weapons, ninja tools, anywhere and anytime was a massive source of revenue. When the third Kazekage disappeared, the village fell into chaos, waging war externally and turmoil internally, simply out of poverty. Even after the fourth Kazekage took over, panning for gold in the desert was far less profitable than producing iron sand. Gold wasn't a necessity, and merchants or profiteers would push prices down. Keeping the village running was an ordeal. In his fight against Sasori, Baki had personally witnessed the third Kazekage puppet wielding iron sand. Whether turning a human into a puppet violated morality was secondary, that was the key to Hidden Sand Village's resurgence. In crude terms, transforming the third Kazekage from a living person into a puppet not only let him single-handedly make iron sand, but also turned him into a heritage treasure, a spiritual pillar for the village. Hence, Baki had deliberately gone easy on Sasori and kept in touch with him afterward. If they could restore the iron sand-wielding puppet, the village's finances might recover. And Baki himself would be first to welcome Sasori back to the village as the fifth Kazekage. But he hadn't shared Sasori's contact info with his subordinates, not because he distrusted them, but because they lived in Hidden Leaf Village. Knowing too much was dangerous for everyone. Time's up. Feeling his soul and body being pulled back, Baki took one last look at the starry sky, and in the instant he was dragged into Rashomon, he wondered, how long until I can finally rest in peace? Somewhere in the Land of Wind, in an underground hideout. Swoosh. Thud. Sasori fired kunai from a puppet he was controlling, testing the shooting trajectory a few times. After confirming the flight path, he carefully retrieved the thrown ninja tools and started fine-tuning the puppet once again. He wasn't doing well lately. In the most literal sense. His 2 battles with Link had cost him dearly. In the heat of the moment, he'd lost sight of everything else. In hindsight, he was now suffering from those losses. Ordinary human puppets were one thing, he could always capture someone new and make more. Human puppets were cheap by comparison, each one retained the abilities from its material. And baking them cost less money than building advanced mechanical puppets. That fit his style perfectly, being a shinobi from impoverished Hidden Sand Village. But losing the third Kazekage puppet had been devastating. Though human puppets might cost less than mechanical ones, he didn't mean it was free. To turn a corpse into a puppet as advanced as the Hiroko puppet, or the third Kazekage, or to enhance his own body as he had done, required astronomical expenses. Moreover, Sasori's typical fighting style involved throwing large quantities of ninja tools. The gear and scrolls for that cost a fortune, especially since he used them up so quickly in combat. He used to rely on the iron sand ability of the third Kazekage to produce many of the ninja tools himself. Now, he had to purchase them all, which left him dirt poor. No idea if Baki has passed on that intel yet. Sasori set aside the puppet in his hands, reflecting gloomily. He'd lost track of Orochimaru and had spent all this time lurking in the Land of Wind, waiting for someone from Hidden Sand Village to show up with an offer of cooperation. Chapter 177, Unexpected. The next morning, bright and early, a commotion rose outside the courtyard. Are you sure you didn't see wrong? You're probably just dreaming too much. I told them. Ketsu. From under his futon, Link poked his head out. He had his shadow roll up the bedding on the tatami and store it in the closet. Then he peered out the window. Kusawara was standing out there, pulling along another youth in a hat, both of them furtively peeking into the compound, muttering who knows what. Their voices grew quieter until it was just indistinct whispers. Ha-ah. Link yawned. Letting the shadows keep watch, he rose to wash up. He guessed it might be because Zabuza's look was too recognizable, and one of Gato's former subordinates recognized him. In the grand scheme of things, that was trivial. Of all Link's abilities, the first to be exposed would likely be the shadow-related ones, since he used them so often. Next might be Rashomon, since in any fight against a strong opponent, he always had to summon someone first, basically an open secret by now. His dream of founding a wish-fulfillment company had already collapsed, though. The village top brass, including the third Hokage, had approved his special summoning jutsu, but they made it clear they did not want him overusing it indiscriminately. If he started offering to summon the dead for anyone who paid, That would be considered misuse. Put simply, it was, sure, use it yourself if you want, but don't exploit it for profit. This was not so much about politics or the adult perspective as it was about morality. Playing with life and death was frowned upon in the shinobi world. If Denzo misused it to enrich the village, perhaps the two advisors and the Hokage wouldn't say much. But for a new generation Hokage candidate to be morally compromised? That was no good. From the third Hokage's private standpoint, he simply didn't want Link to lose his respect for death or follow Orochimaru's path by abusing this technique. Link was pleasantly surprised that the two advisors, who came off as irritating in the manga, were actually so supportive of him. When he'd finished washing up and went downstairs, Kusawara and the other youth in the hat were already gone. Taishi was busy in the courtyard. That old fellow, nearly 60, was working steadily, still brimming with energy. Apparently, he'd rather finish soon and get home sooner. He had started working before dawn. Kusawara had shown up briefly in the morning, but didn't come by at all by noon. Usually he was the one bringing meals. Initially, Taishi didn't think much of it, assuming Kusawara was busy. He even dug into his own wallet to buy lunch from town. But by around 3 in the afternoon, with his garden work all finished, he'd arranged for Kusawara to come by for inspection. Yet the man never showed. Growing anxious, Taishi finally lost patience around twilight, planning to go ask Ketsu, their employer, what was going on. Leave it to me. Link volunteered. Temari shot him a curious look but said nothing. He made his way back to that odd building. Not a person in sight. He was already guessing the situation. Entering the structure, he searched from the first floor to the second, then the third. At the top floor, he finally found Ketsu, lying on the floor, reeking of alcohol and sleeping heavily. Shadows went up and gave him a nudge. After a few seconds, Ketsu blearily opened his eyes, not even fully awake, and mumbled, "Get lost, all of you, everything here belongs to me." Things are looking weird. Link briefly surveyed the messy room. He didn't bother with small talk. He formed seals and cast a Ganjutsu. Soon, through the drunken Ketsu's slurred revelations, he learned the truth. Those subordinates of Ketsu's, more precisely, the remnants of Gado's gang, had already been terrified out of their wits during a previous encounter with Hidden Leaf Village ninja. They still followed Ketsu because he had money. Seeing Hidden Leaf Village shinobi again had them trembling, but suspecting Momaki Zabuza only pushed them over the edge. After Kusawara told his comrades, they decided to flee. Ketsu, who had spent all his money in hopes of establishing himself as a mini-tyrant in the local town, objected fiercely to them running off. But his protest meant nothing. They even robbed him on their way out. In other words, karmic retribution. Before Ketsu could lord it over the land of waves, his subordinates mutinied and took off out of fear. As for Taishi, that was just an accident. Ketsu had been drunk in Tensaku town, boasting to gambling buddies, and casually promised Taishi the job. He'd never expected the old man to really show up. Link pondered for a bit, then realized this was actually an opportunity. He came to the land of waves in hopes of finding Gado's missing stash, plus testing out the swamp of the underworld. Testing such a sinister jutsu in the village was no good, whether for secrecy or maintaining his good boy persona. He'd considered setting up a base in the land of rivers for his experiments and jutsu development, but that country was too chaotic. Now he saw that the land of waves might be a better spot, and someone like Ketsu was perfect as test material. No ninja around, extremely close to Hidden Leaf Village, island nation. Yes, this place had promise. Link made up his mind and formed seals, Rashomon. An hour later Taishi sat under the eaves, heaving a weary sigh. How could I have ended up traveling so far for a gig set up by some random gambler buddy? If he didn't get the remaining payment, the deposit would only cover the cost of hiring these Hidden Leaf Village ninja. Meaning he would have traveled 1,000 miles, worked 2 days, and accomplished nothing. At his age, was this fair? Just then, tap, footsteps on the ground. Taishi turned instinctively, only to meet a pair of scarlet Sharingan. His tense expression slowly relaxed. Link fished out his wallet. He counted out the mission reward plus the fee Ketsu owed Taishi, placed it into the old man's hands, and then looked up. Fugaku Ojizan, if you would. Fugaku Uchiha nodded and vanished on the spot. The old man muttered something under his breath, stood up, and shuffled back inside, money in hand, a bit dazed. Ketsu sure knew how to burn money. 2 million ryo, and in just a few months he only had a little over 100,000 left. Link shook his head. He'd had to pay Taishi out of his own pocket for a few 10,000s. He came here hoping for extra income, instead, he ended up spending. Setting up a base later on would also cost a large sum. Research on the 5-element seal, medical research, the necessary medical equipment, an electrical system, none of that came cheap. And any ninjutsu experiments would eat up resources. In this impoverished corner of the land of waves, anything they needed would have to be purchased in the land of fire and shipped over. Well, let's take it one step at a time. Chapter 178, Base. As a ninja, attacking one's client is extremely risky. Neither the ninja village nor the ninja world would tolerate a ninja randomly harming their employer. Of course, the usual consequence is simply getting put on a wanted list. Few would be eager to personally organize a hunt. This is precisely why most people are willing to release missions through the ninja villages. Missing nin don't care about any rules regarding clients. If not for Hiku stopping him, Momoki Zabuza would have killed Gato right away. Typically, ninjas in a shinobi village are wary of harming clients for the sake of the village's reputation. The bigger the village, the less likely its ninjas are to lay hands on an employer. But Link simply didn't care about such constraints. He became a ninja to gain more power and control over his destiny. Having witnessed many twisted aspects of the Naruto world, he no longer aimed just to survive. After ensuring that none of his 3 subordinates had noticed Fugaku Uchiha using Genjutsu on Teishi, Link once again left the mansion. Before departing, he used Earthflow River to carve out a huge underground space beneath the mangrove forest. There, his shadows were hard at work, some reinforcing the cavern walls, others transferring everything from Gato's old hideout. That included the entire electricity system, lighting, generator, seats, desks, plumbing, beds, basically all usable furnishings. Though it had once been Gato's base, and was usable as is. It was much too obvious a location, so he preferred his own separate hideout. But there was no need to waste decent infrastructure, his shadows could simply tear it all out and move it underground without trouble. 100 or so shadows toiling away gave the entire mangrove forest a ghostly vibe. By the time Link arrived, the moving work was nearly done. Every usable object from Gato's lair was dismantled and transported into his underground base. Not even a single light bulb remained. And as for its original owner, Ketsu? After a quick Genjutsu interrogation to confirm he had no family and no one would come looking for him, Ketsu now lay quietly in that underground base awaiting further research. Having followed Gato, he'd definitely committed some evil deeds. Link wasn't the soft-hearted type. Faced with a genuinely malicious scumbag, he felt no moral qualms. After all, Ketsu was the first to shout about destroying the village and seizing valuables when Gato died and Zabuza collapsed. He was bold and greedy enough to want to form a new gang. Using subterranean voyage to enter his own base, Link then sealed off the earthen passage with the Earthflow River. He joined the shadows in working. He would probably head back to the village tomorrow. He wanted to at least get the base mostly assembled tonight. Details could be improved bit by bit. Once his 3 subordinates returned to Hidden Sand Village, he presumably wouldn't be leading a squad for a while. Hidden Leaf Village was quite close to the land of waves, so he could drop by while traveling on missions. Admittedly, he could have simply ignored Teishi's final payment. But that might cause complications. The old man might pursue Ketsu's death in hopes of collecting his remaining wages, leading to trouble. Spending a bit of money now saved him future hassle. He toiled until well after midnight, then surfaced to find his newly dug base was basically formed, though many details remained unfinished. It certainly wasn't livable yet, being gloomy and damp, unsuitable for a lab. He dragged over Ketsu, who was still unconscious, pondering how best to use this test subject. 5-element seal? Not even worth thinking about. The guy couldn't do ninjutsu, might not even mold chakra. Medical experiments? He hadn't figured out a plan. Maybe in the future he'd try bodily modifications, like height-increasing surgeries, perhaps. Throw him into the swamp of the underworld? After mulling it over, that seemed the only option. Link had never tried tossing a living person in there and was curious about Gato's prior transformation. I can't test that jutsu inside the base, if it spawns that stinking mud again. So he took Ketsu back to yesterday's swamp of the underworld testing site and cast it again. Uprose the same disgusting form of Gato, identical to the previous night. He seemed like he was permanently bound to the swamp. Oddly, the stench was milder than before. Splat! Ketsu was flung in and landed with a muddy splash. The half-mummified Gato instantly swam over and grabbed him. Ketsu woke up screaming, saw Gato's horrific face, and struggled in terror. Squish! Squish! Abscesses on Gato's body burst, spurting thick yellow-brown pus swarming with tiny wriggling insects. The fluid splattered across the swamp. One of Gato's arms tore off, flopping weakly as Ketsu thrashed. Probably from sheer horror plus the nauseating gore, Ketsu fainted, getting dragged underwater. No special effect. Gato's hold was weak enough a normal guy could break free. Link shook his head, having expected that puppet like Gato to possess some unique ability. Turns out it was just some kind of zombie, like a chain ghost that was even more fragile physically than before. Glub, glub. After some time, The equally repulsive Ketsu resurfaced, now radiating that familiar pungent stench. So whether it's a soul or a living person, both get swallowed and come back as a zombie? Or maybe an underworld soldier? Link retreated 2 steps, observing carefully. Gato isn't as smelly now, but Ketsu returned with the transit odor. Interesting. He waited without canceling the jutsu. Ordinarily, he would have long since run out of chakra, yet the swamp continued existing for 3 more hours, until the sky lightened. Only then did it vanish. Even stranger, as the 2 zombies sank back into the swamp, the stench rapidly dissipated. By the time the swamp of the underworld disappeared and reverted to normal ground, there was no foul-smelling mud left behind. It seems that reeking mud is fueling the swamp's duration somehow. He had a shadow toss a rabbit over, then checked the area. Indeed, everything looked as it had before, just like after his initial swamp of the underworld test near the village. Souls or living people tossed in both yield that vile mud, which lengthens the swamp's existence. But maybe it has some other use. He strongly suspected there was more to that disgusting mud than just maintaining the swamp of the underworld. Could eating it grant energy? Gross. Ling shook his head. He'd test that later. For now, it was time to head back. Chapter 179, Future Plans. 2 days later, Hidden Leaf Village, nighttime, at Link's home. Few exiting from the 8 gates mode, Link exhaled with some difficulty. My physical stats have improved, so using the shadow clone jutsu now consumes more chakra, and cutting out the beast chakra for creating shadows also consumes more. He looked at the 5 new shadows he had just produced, pondering how he could gather some more tailed beast chakra. The 2 tails and 8 tails were in Hidden Clouds Village, the 5 tails in Hidden Stones Village, 7 tails in Hidden Waterfall Village, 4 tails, 6 tails, and 9 tails were scattered around. The 3 tails was waiting to be revived. In summary, Shukaku and Gaara was the easiest target to reach. But so far, maybe due to Hidden Leaf Village's ceiling or who knows, Gaara had never leaked even the tiniest bit of tailed beast chakra. Even when he resolved his emotional issues, Shukaku stayed quiet. At present, just by opening the 2nd gate, Link consumed nearly an entire block of tailed beast chakra on splitting. Trying to open the 3rd gate meant he couldn't create any permanent shadows at all. Even the 1st gate of the 8 gates provided a significant boost, resulting in extremely strong shadows upon creation. A single 8 gates shadow could fight a bunch of ordinary shadows. The problem, tailed beast chakra was limited, and producing them also got slower and more taxing on the body with every attempt. There was no problem regarding injuries, due to his healing methods, but turning food into body energy took too long. Need something easily absorbed, like a nutrient solution, or maybe I should slip into Orochimaru's labs to scavenge. Link quietly reconsidered his plans. With fewer than 10 tailed beast chakra blocks left, he decided not to make more 8 gates shadows. Tomorrow, he'd depart as the Hokage's guard en route to the 3-nation summit in the Land of Rivers, and if he kept straining himself, by then he'd have to be carried out by his own shadows. Having hit a wall with S-rank ninjutsu, he wouldn't spend time on him in the short term, better to focus on developing the abilities he already had, step by step toward his goals. 1. Shadows. This is his standard fighting force, like a normal ninja's taijutsu. They're an extension of his limbs. The path to improvement is simple: open more gates, gain more tailed beast chakra. Even if the shadows can't cast ninjutsu, a swarm of 8 gates suicide soldiers isn't something an average enemy can ignore. At least they'll no longer be just cannon fodder. Wanting to open more gates demands training the body so it can withstand them. Given the pain intensifies with each additional gate, he'll also need more anesthetics on hand. 2. Summoning, Rashomon. This yields a personal tank army. Fugaku Uchiha plus Baki plus Zabuza can probably handle many of the Akatsuki's members. As he recruits more souls, this only grows stronger, obvious enough. Because of the strange summoning requirements, he figured he should look for Tsunade, the big fish. Best case, secure the first Hokage's necklace or something akin to recognition, to possibly summon the first Hokage. Then, before the final battle, he'd have nothing to fear. Not even if Madara Uchiha showed up. 3. Stand-style substitution jutsu. Currently, Link can open the 8 gates each morning, produce a stand summon lasting up to 8 hours, and spend the day adapting his fighting style to whichever stand appears. For some reason, it gave him a weird déjà vu, reminiscent of Martin's morning. The stand is his trump card. He'll only use it if summoning and shadows all fail. Each stand needs familiarity and a tailored combat plan. That alone is a big workload. 4. Derive 5-element seals from Orochimaru, because they're linked to chakra scalpel, mystical palm jutsu, etc. He's somewhat interested. In truth, he still had no clue how Orochimaru leveraged the 5-element seal, suspecting it must be bizarre. Trying to develop it from scratch would be time-consuming. Best to keep needling Orochimaru for data, venturing into snake pits, grabbing intel until he cracks the secret. All these development paths hinge on Stanjutsu, Hermit Purple. Its intel-gathering method was ridiculously powerful, letting him locate Jinchuriki, Tsunade, or Orochimaru's base. His plans all depended on acquiring intelligence seemingly out of thin air. Truly, old chap, your stand is too damn convenient. Of course, if he randomly drew some other interesting stand, there might be an even simpler way to get what he wanted. If I'm going to capture tailed beasts, Sasuke will be key. So training Sasuke can't stop. I also need to keep up my wind-style practice, build the Land of Waves base, do hidden Lee village missions, maintain relationships. Plus, experiments on corporealizing the Earth Dragon or certain stands must continue. Thud. Link tossed the tailed beast chakra block back into its box, then got up to wash and prep for bed. So much to do, he wished he could split himself in two. Just thinking about it, he had a ton of tasks lined up. Still, for tonight, he'd just get some rest. Next day, morning, Hidden Leaf Village's main gate. Lord Third, please be careful on your journey, said Narashikaku, standing at the head of a small gathering. Kakashi, Link, we're counting on you both. The third Hokage merely smiled and waved at the assembled ninja and civilians who'd come to see him off, then set out on foot. Kakashi Hatake slouched lazily behind him. Link gave his teacher a reassuring nod before hurrying to catch up. Being the village's top leader, and strongest fighter, meant his trip needn't be like a VIP's on Earth, requiring huge security measures. After a few minutes of travel, they sensed several presences tailing them, watching from the shadows. Taking on a Kage was a rare chance. Some came out of hatred, some for bounty, or small villages wanting to weaken rivals. All sorts of enemies might attempt an assassination. This was precisely when a Hokage's guards would shine. Link and Kakashi exchanged looks. Kakashi nodded slightly, and Link signaled back. Shadows underfoot split off, a dozen of them slipping into the nearby underbrush. Moments later, the would-be bandits stalking them died quietly in the dark. They had no idea who they were messing with, and shadows proved an overwhelming counter. Chapter 180, Three Nations Summit. Land of Rivers, the city hosting the talks, hallway of a hot springs, and I'll take care of it. Link spoke in a calm tone, and the shadows at his feet swiftly separated and vanished from sight. No matter how many times I see it, this technique is incredibly convenient, Kakashi thought. He leaned against the wall, opened his cherished Kaka Paradise, and said aloud, well then, the security is in your hands. Link didn't reply. He slipped into mission mode, closing his eyes to control the shadows as they spread throughout the hot springs inn. Focusing completely on chakra detection, he verified that no one was using chakra in the vicinity, then opened his eyes and stood by in silence. Click, dressed in a bathrobe, the third Hokage emerged from his room. He patted Link's shoulder with a big grin. No need to be so tense. How about you change into something more comfortable and join me in the hot springs? I specifically chose this inn for its baths. Such major events as a three-nation summit are for the Kage to handle. For the two guards, Kakashi might participate a bit, but Link just needed to enjoy the trip and the political capital it brought. I'll pass. We still have, Link began, but before he could finish, Kakashi set a hand on his shoulder with a cheerful smile. Come along, now. You have to learn to enjoy life. You're too young to always walk around frowning. How dull. The third Hokage, Saratobe Hiruzen, really, was already humming a tune nobody recognized as he clacked down the hall in wooden clogs, heading toward the baths. Link didn't refuse. He left a few shadows to guard their rooms and followed Kakashi to the bath. After washing, they donned towels and slid into the hot spring. TSK, young Link. You're quite handsome and in great shape. Saratobe Hiruzen laughed in a teasing manner. Bet you attract a lot of girls, am I right? I've noticed the Sand Princess, Temari, Kakashi added, soaking in the bath with his mask and forehead protector still on, which looked awkward. Link, submerged nearly up to his nose, simply closed his eyes and leaned against the pool's edge, ignoring the two older men's banter. He'd discovered other facets of Saratobe Hiruzen's personality lately. The elderly Hokage with a telescope he'd set up in the Hokage's office for observing the women's baths, his casual jokes, some quite off-color. But it didn't bother Link all that much. As for Kakashi, he was far from earnest himself. Link had once glanced at Kaka Paradise at a bookstore. Didn't realize your prized possession was so big. This thing is huge, I can hardly believe it. I'll do anything, so please. An entire hour, and still. Basically, a blatant adult novel. How it remained openly on sale was beyond him. Anyway, Link, mindful of his public image and not all that interested in adult content, mostly stayed silent while the two grown men swapped random, risque remarks. Eventually, they finished their soak, changed into fresh yukata, and headed to the dining hall for a meal. Afterward, planning to see Saratobe Hiruzen back to his room, Link sensed someone approaching and tensed at once. Whoosh, the door to the private room slid open, and in walked an older monk in a bathrobe. "Long time no see, Lord Third Hokage." "Ah, it's you, Bansai," Hiruzen said, smiling. "Didn't expect an old coot in hiding like you to come out of hiding." The monk called Bansai shook his head with a sigh, closed the door, and took a seat. "I had no choice. Matters in the Land of Rivers are quite serious, and the monks at the fire temple are spread too thin. Even this old bag of bones has to be out and about." Although it was Hidden Leaf Village who proposed this three-nation summit, officially that couldn't be stated, nor could they host it inside the Hidden Leaf Village. They settled on the Fire Temple hosting it in the Land of Rivers. Don't be misled by the name Fire Temple, it had significant resources and wealth, with branches active in many parts of both the Land of Fire and the Land of Rivers. In the wake of the Land of Rivers civil strife, the monks had become especially active. The country's bureaucratic system was practically useless, while ninja temples and shinobi monks were influential and could actually wield chakra. This hot springs inn was one such property funded by the Fire Temple, which explained why Saratobe Hiruzen kept telling Link, "Don't be too tense." Bansai came by mainly to talk with the third Hokage, giving an update on the summit. The fourth Kazekage had arrived, but there was no sign of Hanzo of the Salamander from Hidden Rain Village. Rumor said the Land of Rain was growing even more chaotic, though the monks had forwarded the message about the meeting, it wasn't clear if he'd show. In truth, for the Land of Rivers to find peace, the primary factor was cooperation from Hidden Leaf Village and Hidden Sand Village. Nobody really cared what closed off, war-torn Hidden Rain Village did. If the two major villages would simply decline any mission requests involving the Land of Rivers unrest and assign missions to keep the peace, eventually the surviving Rivers ninjas would pacify the country. It might take a long while, but so be it. During that process, collecting a fee was only fair. The three-nation summit was all about divvying up the spoils the Land of Rivers could offer. If Hidden Rain Village declined to show, so be it. At worst, some minor friction might occur. As the hosting group, Fire Temple would also get a share. One day later, at the summit venue, I am Chiraku, in charge of this summit, announced the Fire Temple abbot in monk's robes. All three representatives of your respective nations have arrived, so let the three-nation summit begin. Regarding the Land of Rivers, Link stood behind the third Hokage, silently observing. The fourth Kazekage was nothing special in his eyes. Link had already met him twice. His big, flashy gold dust techniques were far inferior to iron sand in terms of hardness and versatility. Indeed, there was a reason the third Kazekage was dubbed the strongest Kazekage. Iron sand, in Japanese tradition, was the highest quality forge material for iron weapons, so in Naruto's context, it was naturally formidable. It was iron sand that had instantly destroyed the third Kazekage puppet after Link used his Spice Girl ability to reflect it, demonstrating just how powerful iron sand could be. But Hanzo of the Salamander was someone Link was seeing for the first time. Hanzo wore full coverings, he even kept a peculiar respirator on during the meeting. More absurdly, while the third Hokage and the fourth Kazekage each had 2 guards, Hanzo had a full 5, all heavily armed, giving the impression he'd come to battle, not negotiate. Is he that afraid of dying? Chapter 181, Negotiation. On the first day of negotiations, things ended on a sour note. Hanzo, of the Salamander, refused to accept the idea of turning down all mission requests involving the Land of Rivers, saying that doing so would cause significant losses for Hidden Rain Village, which in his view would require additional compensation. He demanded money, resources, the lion's share, in fact, more than anyone could agree to. The fourth Kazekage was noncommittal, hardly saying a word. He also declined the various benefits the third Hokage dangled before him. Everyone knew that once the Land of Rivers was stabilized, the Land of Fire would reap most of the gains. So Hidden Rain Village applied pressure, and Hidden Sand Village withheld cooperation. By the end of that first day, the atmosphere had become tense, and the session broke up in a hurry. At midday, at the Hot Springs Inn, Ebizo of Hidden Sand Village, someone Link had met briefly before, came looking for them. Our demands are simple. Return the Jinchuriki, hand over Sasori's puppets to us, and allow us to meet with Baki. He stated. No, that's impossible. The third Hokage refused flatly. He might be kind, but he wasn't foolish. Ostensibly, the talks involved 3 allied nations. Hidden Rain Village was too chaotic internally to reap many benefits, while Hidden Sand Village had just surrendered and lacked the capacity for significant resistance. Although they called it a 3-nation summit, Practically speaking, it was the Land of Fire's plan to pacify the Land of Rivers, then share small perks with its two junior allies to keep them from causing trouble. Yet now, Ebizo demanded the Jinchuriki, a batch of priceless puppets, and even an audience with the dead Baki, which would require Hidden Leaf Village's secret jutsu, i.e. Link's necromancy-like summoning. There was no way to agree to any of that. Ebizo scowled but proceeded like he was squeezing toothpaste, proposing various items in small increments: money, jutsu, gold dust, intelligence. Those were the only bargaining chips Hidden Sand Village really had. Everyone already knew that the fourth Kazekage's new technique to refine gold dust for money was nothing novel. This was standard intel in the ninja world. When Ebizo was younger, he'd been a top spy for Hidden Sand Village. Even in old age he held vast intelligence, some of which was beyond mere monetary value, just right for negotiating the return of a Jinchuriki. For quite some time, two old men went back and forth. Finally they reached a deal, a quantity of gold dust plus partial information sharing, plus paying part of the sum still owed from the Hidden Leaf Village crush surrender agreement in advance, in return for Gara, the Jinchuriki, going back. And this time at the Three Nations Summit, Hidden Sand Village would side with Hidden Leaf Village's position. Then the third Hokage turned to Link, who stood off to the side. As for the puppets, they're Link's spoils of war. If you want to purchase them, you'll have to talk to him directly. He made no mention of letting them see Baki. What are your terms? Ebizo asked calmly. Even after all this haggling, his face remained composed. Money or ninjutsu? Link handed him a prepared little notebook listing the different prices he'd set for each puppet, as appraised by Kankuro. Scanning it briefly, Ebizo remarked, "We have no money for that." No kidding, the top puppet on the list, Seisaori, was priced at 350 million ryo. Even if Hidden Sand Village pawned everything, it couldn't raise that. They weren't trying to buy all the puppets, anyway. From Hidden Sand Village's perspective, such puppets held little meaning. The village was too poor to afford puppetry on a large scale. Its once famous puppet brigade had long since died out or lost its arts. With Chio retired, the brigade was effectively disbanded. If they weren't so broke, their greatest puppet genius wouldn't be forced to repurpose Seisaori's old works left in the village. They'd pretty much abandoned the puppet style on a large scale. Ebizo only wanted the Seisaori puppet and the third Kazekage puppet, the rest they couldn't afford, repair, or use. Link internally sighed, just as expected, no direct payment in money. Ninjutsu, though, might still be an option. That could possibly be sold to Hidden Leaf Village in some form. We need to take back the third Kazekage puppet, Ebizo said pointedly, pulling out a scroll. Inside here is a selection of ninjutsu. You can pick 10 of them. Link took the scroll but passed it straight to the third Hokage. Negotiations weren't something a good kid like him should be doing, and when it came to evaluating ninjutsu, who was more knowledgeable than the man widely deemed the professor? The third Hokage muttered, flipping through its contents. With a casual gesture, he remarked, "Some of these jutsu were sold to us before. Some of Hidden Sand Village's wind-style techniques were ones they'd sold previously. The village already had them, and of course they'd eventually be available to Link. There was no sense in buying duplicates." So the two old men resumed their discussions. Eventually they settled on 15 jutsu, all in the C or D rank category. Ebizo's scroll didn't list anything advanced, and the third Kazekage puppet was badly damaged. Kankuro himself had no idea how to fix it. Both logically and circumstantially, it couldn't fetch a high price. Link might as well be disposing of junk. Next came the negotiations over the Seisaori puppet. That one was fully intact, ready to use, and in the hands of a capable puppet master, it could easily perform at Jonin level. There was no reason to sell it cheap. But after more back and forth, they couldn't agree. Shaking his head, Ebizo said, "In that case, we'll postpone acquiring the Seisaori puppet for now." Chio was the main one who wanted it. She hadn't come to the summit, only Ebizo accompanied the fourth Kazekage. From Ebizo's perspective, Seisaori was purely a sentimental matter. Tactically speaking, they had no real need to reclaim it. He left the scroll of ninjutsu behind to be verified by the third Hokage, then slipped the broken third Kazekage puppet into his sleeve. As for Baki, the third Hokage said nothing, merely glanced at Link. It was clear he had no intention of deciding on that matter himself. "You want to see Baki?" Link normally would have agreed outright. They might pay money or ninjutsu for a brief meeting, which seemed harmless enough. Yet he felt something off. Baki himself wanted to see the Kazekage, and now Ebizo wanted to see Baki, probably to share some important intel, right? "I want B rank or higher ninjutsu, secret arts, or even forbidden techniques," Link announced after thinking. They probably wouldn't glean much from Baki's intel about him. If the Akatsuki wanted that knowledge, They already had more info anyway. Sometimes misinformation can be more damaging. Ebizo's brow twitched. This kid was sure asking a lot. Some time ago, the price he told Temari and the others seemed well, never mind. That wasn't relevant. When the seller dictated the terms, it was pointless to argue about changing prices. Are you sure you want forbidden techniques? Ebizo asked, squinting at the third Hokage. Pursuing ninjutsu was common among shinobi, but aiming for forbidden arts was another matter. As far as he knew, the last Hidden Leaf village genius who chased after forbidden jutsu ended up an S-rank missing nin. Yet, all Ebizo saw on the third Hokage's face was a serene calmness. Chapter 182, Deals. And finally. So the highest grade ones are only the A-rank sealing jutsu, lion closing roar and puppet performance, skillful achievement with a human body? Link looked at the ninjutsu scroll in his hands. Lion closing roar was at least somewhat well known. It could completely seal someone's chakra, an extremely powerful sealing technique. The drawback, however, was that the target had to enter the prepared seal formation for it to work. Being able to fully seal chakra might sound powerful, but the biggest issue was that it couldn't be reduced to a small, chakra-formed pattern. One had to draw it out in advance, unlike the 4-symbol seal or 5-element seal, which you can slap on at will. To make it more flexible, Hidden Sand Village eventually developed a technique in which you drew the seal on a specially crafted ninja tool and then threw it. If it hit the target, the seal would activate instantly. But because hitting the enemy was difficult and the seal formation couldn't really be made portable, it was only suited for specific scenarios. And, crucially, though Hidden Sand Village provided the jutsu, they wouldn't give the special ninja tool, lion-headed cannon, for free. Honestly, even if they offered up a lion-headed cannon, making one in a short time would be daunting. Without the specialized production methods, it'd be too hard to replicate. Even in Hidden Sand Village, very few people could craft them, let alone use them effectively in real combat. All in all, in terms of raw effect, Lion Closing Roar was indeed quite strong and could be useful in certain cases, so Link planned to keep it in mind as an option. Puppet performance, skillful achievement with a human body, on the other hand, Link discarded right away after just a glance. It was a truly advanced puppet master skill that used chakra threads to manipulate living humans. Only the likes of Chio and Sasori ever used it in the entire series. It was designed to compensate for the big drop in a puppeteer's fighting power once they lost their puppets. It meant little to ordinary ninjas. Unless you wanted to start learning puppet arts from the ground up, it'd be more worthwhile to trade for a couple extra wind-style jutsu rather than this. As for the B-rank jutsu, there were many, but most were puppet-related ninjutsu. Link likewise ruled them out. Just like with lion-headed cannon, none of the underlying technologies were included. Building, repairing, maintaining puppets, it would take an enormous investment of time to develop or absorb the skill, plus finding suitable talents. If puppetry could be sold off so easily, Hidden Sand Village would have done so long ago, hoping everyone would adopt puppets and buy ninja tools from them. Truly, there aren't many jutsu that look genuinely useful. Link couldn't help sighing inwardly. Hidden Sand Village was just too poor in every sense, so poor the Kazekage himself had to develop jutsu for sale. It was hard to imagine them possessing a large trove of high-level secret arts. He had initially hoped to get the forbidden jutsu one's own life reincarnation. But they hadn't included it. Perhaps Ebizo was ignorant of it, or maybe he didn't want to share it. One's own life reincarnation was a rather broken forbidden technique, letting you resurrect someone from nothing. Link wanted it not to use himself but so others could learn it, just in case, one day, it might save his life. Wind style, cast net and great cast net, wind style, air current wild dance, sealing jutsu, lion closing roar, plus. Link recited 4 jutsu in a row. He wasn't certain why Baki was so desperate to meet with the Hidden Sand Village reps, but that didn't stop him from trying to get as many jutsu as possible in one go. Wait a minute. Ebizo interrupted, feeling that if he didn't speak up now, the kid might just list off every non-puppet jutsu on the scroll, like reading out a menu. The third Hokage smiled in amusement, remembering how a newly promoted little Chunin once came to the Hokage's office and applied to learn over 70 jutsu at once. The nerve of that boy. 1 jutsu per meeting. Ebizo stressed. Even now, he wasn't sure why Baki had sent word that no matter what, we have to meet. But if the price was too high, Hidden Sand Village might have to think twice. Buying back the third Kazekage puppet was unavoidable. No village could leave their Kage's corpse out in the wild. The Sasori puppet was purely for Chio's sake. The rest was up to Ebizo, who wasn't even holding an official position in the village these days. Wasting too many resources would cause huge backlash at home. No. Link refused to budge. I must have the 4 I mentioned. Missing even one, and you won't get to meet Baki. Ebizo went silent for a moment. Even though he bickered with the third Hokage all morning without much change in expression, for the first time he looked a bit resigned and sighed. Deal. He was willing to take a gamble. After all, he was the one who watched Baki grow up, and Baki was never the impulsive type. Actually, the real reason he changed his mind at this juncture wasn't just Baki, but also the absolute faith in Link shown by the third Hokage. Allowing a top village asset to wander outside the village. Letting the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki out of sight. Opening up forbidden jutsu to such a young kid. All of it took an unusual degree of resolve. Trust. Such a luxury. Ebizo pulled out another ninjutsu scroll, reflecting on the matter. Half an hour, beyond that, he'll disappear. Link pointed at Baki's soul, which he'd summon via ordinary summoning jutsu, rather than using Rashomon, to save chakra. Anyway, you've got time to meet him. After that he'll vanish. Ebizo and Baki traded glances, then stepped aside to speak in private. As for that transaction, the third Hokage sat on the tatami, apparently in fine spirits. He turned to Link with a smile. Young Link, was there anything you wanted? Money, ninjutsu, material support, some special request. He didn't specify, but implied he was open to fulfilling it. Hidden Leaf Village was far richer than Hidden Sand Village. Link figured he could probably ask for a decent sum of money. But right now, jutsu was more valuable. He paused, then said, Lord Third, you must know all my techniques tend to produce certain unusual results, yes. The Hokage nodded. It was practically common knowledge among the village's top shinobi by now. The same seals and hand signs that produced normal results for one person could yield drastically different effects for Link. Eliminate all other explanations, and however bizarre, that was the truth. Link spoke in a quiet voice, I'd like to inquire about the jutsu Orochimaru used during the Chunin exams, the one that summoned the first and second Hokage. It was a chance. Even among forbidden jutsu, there were levels. The 8 gates, multi-shadow clone, twin snakes mutual death jutsu, these might be easier to learn. They had certain gatekeeping factors and even if misused, wouldn't cause irreparable damage. But techniques like Edo Tensai or Dead Demon Consuming Seal were truly terrifying if abused. Just look at how Edo Tensai shaped the Fourth Shinobi World War in the manga. You mean that jutsu? The third Hokage didn't act surprised. He'd expected Link to ask eventually. Edo Tensai. It was developed by the second Hokage. You sacrifice a living person to summon the dead and have them fight, somewhat similar to your technique. He didn't hide or refuse. He merely said, if you want to learn it, come to my house once we return to the village. Some jutsu you might never cast personally, but if you aim to become Hokage, you needed to know how they worked. Even if you had no intention of using them, you had to be able to prevent enemies from doing so. Chapter 183, Summit Ends. In the inn where the Hidden Sand Village group was staying. Baki. Removing his Kage hat, the fourth Kazekage said, what exactly required you to see us in person? He looked utterly exhausted. Ever since the Hidden Leaf Village crush plan failed, he had been working day and night, falling into a situation that felt worse than death. If possible, he'd gladly trade places with Baki. Ebizo was seated across from him, while 2 Jonin guards, Atokaz and Yura, stood behind him as the Kazekage's escorts. It's about what to do with that third Kazekage puppet we just got. Baki said with utmost seriousness. While assisting Hidden Leaf Village's Link in fighting Seisaori of the Red Sand, I exchanged information with Seisaori. Seisaori can restore the third Kazekage's puppet, making it able to refine iron sand again. Even the usually calm Ebizo showed clear surprise. They all recognized what this meant. If a puppet could once more wield iron sand, it could revitalize Hidden Sand Village, restoring the glory of puppet arts. Baki noticed how Yura, behind them, showed little visible reaction. With a quiet sigh, he went on, Yura, you must have a way to contact Seisaori, right? Yes. The contact method Seisaori gave him was simply a spy's name. Yura was qualified to move among the Hidden Sand Village upper echelons. Baki had known him for many years. Yet, it was precisely for that reason that Baki hadn't wanted to pass on intel through Gaara and company. Observing Yura's example, he had trouble trusting any of his fellow villagers. Correct. I can contact Lord Seisaori at any time. Yura answered frankly. A kunai was now pressing against his throat. You scum. Atokaz said, face twisted in anger. I see. Ebizo nodded, partly understanding why Baki had insisted on meeting the Kazekage. That must be the memory-concealing manipulative sanjutsu, I presume? He wasn't unfamiliar with that jutsu. The fourth Kazekage simply raised his hand and said, take him to another room. Traitor or not, that could wait. Right now, the third Kazekage puppet was the higher priority, that was the future of the village. Atokaz, swallowing his fury, obeyed and took the unresisting Yura away. Baki, for his part, said nothing about this. He calmly recounted the intelligence in his possession, plus the network he'd established when he was alive. Then he added, that Hidden Leaf Village shinobi, Link. A frown crossed his face. That kid knows a lot of things he shouldn't. I suspect he has some kind of intelligence-gathering secret technique. And about the Pure Land. Even speaking of that deathly realm brought him complex feelings. There was no sense of time there, so Link's constant chatter became the only thing one could feel. For the dead, it was like someone talking endlessly in your ear. Kind of the opposite of pure. But thinking about it, Baki realized his village could do nothing about that either. Accepting the situation, he skipped on to, Temari and Kankuro have both grown quite well. When they return to the village, they could be considered for promotion. Gaara's seal is entirely stable. If we want to extract the tail beast again, we might have to ask Hidden Leaf Village for help. They're very close to Link. We should leverage that relationship to strengthen our ties. He laid out all the thoughts he had while stuck in the Pure Land being harassed, details on Link, Gaara's siblings, how Hidden Leaf Village had changed, and so forth. Despite respecting the Kazekage and being willing to die for him, Baki was, in fact, a respected elite jonin and had every right to propose ideas to the village's leadership. He spoke like he was leaving his last testament, going on and on before finally stopping, aware that time was short. With a complicated expression, he said, I doubt I can help the village much further now. I'm sorry. He'd sacrificed everything for the village. Even now, his regret was that there was nothing left he could offer. You did well. The fourth Kazekage said, rising to his feet and bowing his head. After a while, Ebizo said quietly, he's gone now, Lord Kazekage. His face was emotionless, having seen so many people give their all for the village over a long lifetime. It was precisely due to such sacrifices that Hidden Sand Village, under its harsh conditions, had endured so far. All right, let's wrap up these talks, said Ebizo, clutching the scroll containing the sealed third Kazekage puppet so tightly that veins bulged on the back of his hand. Then we'll head home and get in touch with Sasori. The following day, the second round of negotiations proceeded as scheduled. This time, the fourth Kazekage openly sided with Hidden Leaf Village, making the talks heavily one-sided. By all rights, Hidden Rain Village should have gotten something from cooperating, since peacefully settling the Land of Rivers should bring them material gains, too. Why pass up free benefits? I stand by my earlier demands. Hanzo stated firmly. Your great nations have no right to force us, Hidden Rain Village, shoulder your burdens. If you won't pay fair compensation in one lump sum, I won't cease taking missions related to the Land of Rivers. His attitude was so unyielding it seemed almost odd, reminiscent of how he used to prop up the Land of Rain alone with sheer will. But to Link, something about it was off. He knew from the manga that at this point in time, Hanzo had already lost his fighting spirit and spent all day holed up in a secret residence, constantly guarded. Why would he suddenly leave his village and country for a summit? If Hidden Rain Village is already destroyed, Link thought silently. He had no intention of exposing or confronting Hanzo. The closed-off, war-torn Land of Rain was a total intelligence black hole. Nobody knew the truth there. Facing Hanzo's unbending stance, the third Hokage attempted persuasion but couldn't sway him. The fourth Kazekage then bluntly threatened to dispatch his ninjas to block any Hidden Rain Village missions in the Land of Rivers, and the conference completely collapsed. Even Chiraku, the monk hosting the meeting, hadn't expected this turn of events. Initially, it seemed like everyone stood to benefit. Now it was shaping up to be Hidden Rain Village versus both Hidden Sand Village and Hidden Leaf Village. Ridiculous. But before he could even try to mediate, the fourth Kazekage rose with his guarded okas and left, leaving the conference hall in a very awkward state. Chapter 184, Talk with Raza. Let's go, as well. The third Hokage rose to his feet. Since Hidden Rain Village insisted on standing firm, he had no reason to keep arguing. Even among allies, some friction was unavoidable. He certainly wasn't going to have Hidden Leaf Village subsidize others. Originally, this was mostly about discussions with the Land of Wind. The civil war-ridden Hidden Rain Village could go home and sleep for all he cared. If words wouldn't work, then conflict would have to settle things. Chiraku, the monk, looked rather helpless. He stood and said, Lord Hanzo, but Link didn't hear how the fire temple head tried to calm Hanzo. Exiting the conference hall alongside the others, Link discreetly sent his shadows to keep watch in the vicinity. He had zero faith in the fire temple. A group of ninja monks that had been slaughtered by Kakazu and Hidan couldn't possibly fend off the Akatsuki. Since he was already suspicious about the real identity of this Hanzo, he needed to be on guard. None of the monks inside noticed the shadows. They swiftly infiltrated the entire conference building. No abnormalities, Link noted with some relief. Together with Kakashi, he escorted the third Hokage back to the hot spring inn. After that, they could move about freely. Whatever the third Hokage and the old monk Bansai discussed in private, neither Link nor Kakashi were invited. Most likely it involved personal matters. Bansai had quite a good relationship with Asuma, and Chiriko was Asuma's close friend. As Asuma's father, Saratobi Hiruzen naturally had his own private topics to talk about. With free time on his hands, Kakashi Hatake slipped off somewhere unknown. But Link stayed on alert, sitting on a bench near the entrance of the inn, continually dispatching shadows to patrol. Meanwhile, he mentally reviewed the medical books he'd read in the past. Tap. A footstep echoed, alerting the shadows that someone was drawing near. Link turned his head, hands already weaving seals with mystical palm jutsu in an instant, summoning a clone. 5-8 gates shadows formed Link's guard, primed to strike and enclose the newcomer. Gaara, said Raza, wearing civilian attire without his Kazekage hat. His voice was subdued. Thank you for taking care of him. Rising, Link answered, you're too kind, Lord 4th Kazekage. They are, after all, my subordinates. Even if the third Hokage defeated him easily, Raza was indeed a Kage, his body flicker was extremely fast. Although Gaara was also a long-range cannon type, Raza's physical prowess clearly surpassed his son's. No need to be tense. Raza noticed immediately that Link had cast a jutsu, but calmly took a seat next to him. This time, I'm here as a father. Please just call me Raza. Link couldn't think of a polite response. He simply couldn't muster any goodwill toward the man who had attempted to assassinate his own child 6 times. It was reminiscent of how he couldn't comprehend Itachi wiping out the entire Uchiha clan for the village. If Raza genuinely believed Gaara wasn't a suitable Jinchuriki, why torment him all these years instead of killing him outright? Without understanding, and with no personal ties, Link found he had nothing to say. I am glad. Raza's face showed no emotion, his tone even. I'm glad Gaara was able to meet you. Much like Sasori, he'd abandoned all unnecessary emotions long ago, for the sake of the village. Yet, as a flesh and blood human, he still felt exhaustion, pain, sorrow, and despair. Gaara couldn't sleep because of Shukaku's presence. Raza couldn't sleep because of endless responsibilities. After each war ends, the members of an alliance start fighting over the spoils. Whichever village emerges, the winner takes control of future power. Raza suddenly shifted to another topic. This time, Hidden Leaf Village won, so we lost everything. In truth, there's no such thing as trust between villages, only raw self-interest. You, Lord 4th Kazekage. Kakashi was squatting under the nearby eave, tone unhurried. Some life philosophies aren't exactly suited to lecturing the younger generation. He hopped down and approached Link. Raza glanced over at him, then continued, Gaara's seal will be undone. If he can't fully rein in his emotions, he'll die, just as before. That's the shinobi world. Kakashi said nothing. He too had experienced war and understood that, ultimately, no trust existed between villages. Even treaties among allies often proved worthless in the end. The Hidden Leaf Village crush was a brazen example. So, Raza-san. Link's expression stayed calm, eyes fixed on Raza. Are you here to warn me that my friend will die? Or to caution me against trusting Hidden Sand Village? Raza didn't reply. He trusted no one. This conversation shouldn't have occurred at all, and he himself barely knew why he was saying these things. Hearing Baki say Gaara was doing well, that Kokoro and Temari lived peacefully in Hidden Leaf Village, he'd bottled up a lot. Emotions he'd suppressed now spilled out unbidden. If you really are Gaara's father, then try trusting him. Link smiled. Trust him, as his father. I believe he'll succeed, not just to keep living, but out of genuine faith. Raza Ojizan. At this sight, Kakashi's gaze softened slightly. No matter how dark the shinobi world might be, how cruel and merciless among adults, children remain the hope and warmth for the future. I understand. Raza stood. His expression had never shifted once. After taking a few steps, he paused before moving on again, not looking back. A father's trust, huh? He seemed torn. As Raza left, Link sat down again and looked up at Kakashi, a more relaxed grin on his face. So how was I? Didn't what I just said sound cool? You little punk. Kakashi joined him on the bench, chuckling. Sometimes, this kid seemed so mature, other times, he acted naive. Odd as it was, Kakashi didn't dislike it. A reliable junior gave him motivation, too. I've heard that those who serve as a Kage's guard often become Kage themselves. Link teased, raising an eyebrow. So that'd make you my rival, Kakashi. I certainly won't hold back on you. With your age, you're probably more likely to end up competing against Naruto. Kakashi replied lightly. He is always yelling about becoming Hokage. Their conversation had the comfortable feel of genuine friends. Link spread his hands. Do you really think Naruto could challenge me? Don't underestimate him. Kakashi said with a squinty-eyed smile. He might surprise you. Then let him beat Sasuke first, then come challenge me. Link quipped back, also grinning. Pulling out Kaka Paradise, Kakashi smiled happily. Getting to be Hokage. Well, power alone isn't enough. Chapter 185, Back to Hidden Leaf Village. Land of Rain, Hidden Rain Village. Whoosh, rain poured down relentlessly. High in the air, a blue-purple-haired woman silently surveyed the vast sinkhole that had abruptly appeared in the village below. Even though she could hear nothing but the downpour, it felt to her as if the village, this entire nation, were weeping. Boom. Rainwater streamed into the crater, forming an artificial lake, which soon exploded with a roar. Blood and mangled flesh sprayed upward with the waves, only to settle again. What had once been a reasonably thriving village now lay lifeless and silent. Pain. The blue-purple-haired woman landed on the water's surface. Looking at the cloaked man before her, wearing the black robe with red clouds, she spoke in a low voice. Zetsu has successfully disguised himself as Hanzo and completed the Three-Nation Summit. Next, we'll follow the original plan, work with Hidden Stone's village to stop Hidden Leaf Village from growing any stronger. The man called Pain stared at the rippling water. His own reflection in the water's surface was distorted and wobbly. His eyes still burned with an uncontrollable fury, tinged with a trace of satisfaction. Reviving the Three Tails will take time. Before we begin capturing all the tailed beasts, we can't let Hidden Leaf Village become too powerful. Continue gathering intel on the Jinchuriki. You seem to be enjoying yourself. A swirling distortion in the air revealed a masked man stepping onto the water's surface. Pain, you're the leader. If you can't let go of even this level of hatred, if your capacity is so limited, someday you'll be easily beaten by someone else. The blue-purple-haired woman eyed the masked man warily, lips pressed together, saying nothing. Pain raised his head. The concentric rings of the Rinnegan betrayed no emotion. He said flatly, that Hidden Leaf Village ninja, Link, has already convinced Sasori to defect from our organization. He's a threat. That won't do. The Sharingan beneath the swirling mask twitched slightly, its three tomoe spinning. Itachi's already decided to hunt him. If you interfere now, we might lose yet another comrade. Sasuke is growing quickly, it won't be long before he can awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. Pain listened without reacting, face impassive. The time isn't right yet. The masked man said, pressing a hand against his mask as his figure began to twist. We're not ready to step onto the stage. The mysterious figure vanished, leaving the blue-purple-haired woman at a loss for words. She could only remain by her companion's side. Drip. Drip. Pain lowered his head again, the rainfall intensifying, pounding the water's surface. He could no longer recognize his own reflection. In the wake of his successful vengeance, the emptiness left behind stirred old memories, until some of them stung, pulling him back to reality. I am not Nagato, I am a god bringing order. He no longer dwelled on fruitless recollections. His eyes shone with fierce obsession, nearly to the point of fanaticism. Let's go, Conan. Hidden Leaf Village. It's so quiet. Link had half expected they'd be ambushed on the way back, or that the fake Hanzo would attack with his men, but they had returned safely with no incidents. You think there are that many idiots bold enough to go after Akage? Kakashi quipped beside him. It's not impossible, Link thought, but he didn't argue. Either way, returning safely was a relief. No fights meant more time to grow in peace. Upon returning to the village, the third Hokage immediately rushed off to the Hokage's office, busier than ever after the Three-Nation Summit. Kakashi casually waved goodbye and vanished via body flicker. It took over a day of cross-country travel from the Land of Rivers back to Hidden Leaf Village. Link went home first to shower and change. Then he stopped by the training grounds, where he found Sasuke sweating through his drills. He joined in for a bit, used delicate illness extraction on Sasuke twice, then lay on a rock chatting with him for a while, arranging to have dinner together at Link's place. After that, he made his usual visit to his mentor, Nara Shikaku, and discovered his other teacher, Nara Inshui, was there, too. They were seated on tatami, playing a game of shogi. Shizo, Inshui-sensei. Link greeted them politely, then sat down next to them. He wasn't interested in shogi, but from constantly observing them, he'd at least learned the basics. Ah, you're back. Shikaku said with a smile, glancing up from the board. In a couple of days, some folks from Hidden Sand Village are coming by. So your three subordinates will be returning home. Take it easy and don't pick up any missions for the next few days. Yes, sir. Link agreed, sitting properly. Checkmate. Talking to his disciple while playing, Shikaku casually delivered a swift victory in shogi. You've been slacking a bit lately. He noted. Inshui stretched out his arms. Can't help it, spending so long at home stiffens both mind and body. He was a jonin who had retired early in life, effectively living the lazy dream Narashikimaru always wanted. That test subject who nearly exploded, Kimimaro, right? Shikaku reset the board and glanced sideways at Link. I hear some kind of foreign tissue was grafted into his body. Supposedly it stops him from molding chakra, and it constantly absorbs outside energy, granting him strong regenerative powers. The medical corps wanted you to come by for tests now that you're back. I understand. Link was also quite curious about Kimimaro's condition. Shikaku nodded, continuing, the Cipher Division has partially decrypted some of Orochimaru's computer data, possibly related to that experiment. I'm not sure about the details. If you're interested, you could head to the Cipher Division first. Will do. Link sat obediently, showing no extra reaction. Taking a piece and studying the board, Shikaku made another move. You worked hard during that conference. It was nothing, and it's not like I could actually protect Lord Third. Link said humbly. Slipping into a focused state, Shikaku forced Inshui into a tight corner, yet still managed to speak, too. From now on, the village likely won't send you on any special long-term missions. Is there anything else you want for your training? Link considered it. He didn't really need anything in particular. The third Hokage had already granted him access to nearly all the village's jutsu. For taijutsu, if he felt off about his progress, he could always see Might Guy. He couldn't exactly say he needed money, but in truth, he still had a fair amount of wool to fleece from the Pure Land. Shikaku, can't you go a bit easier on me? Inshui lamented. In just a few minutes, he'd lost 2 consecutive shogi matches. Shikaku grinned. Want to stay for dinner? Yoshino's been thinking of you. I already arranged dinner with a friend. Link replied. Shikaku's wife, Nara Yoshino, was quite strict with her husband and son, but was very indulgent toward Link, who was so unfailingly polite. No, switch. Link, let's play around. Inshui demanded. Laughing, Shikaku gave up his seat. After Link, a novice, provided Inshui a bit of emotional satisfaction. He left the Nara residence for the Cipher Division. He found Eureka, a codebreaker whom he'd met once before, deep in discussion with her colleagues. Seeing him enter, she got up. You're here for Orochimaru's data, I assume? Without waiting for a reply, she walked toward a row of shelves. Moments later, she pulled out 2 file folders. Here. This is all we managed to decode. The rest was impossible. Read and return them when you're done. The Cipher Division only handled decryption, not the use of the decoded intel. Link carried the 2 thick folders to an empty desk and started reading. Much of it was repeated experimental data. Test subject number 1 did X, used X. Some status, some cell slices, lots of comparative experiments, basically. He read them twice, slowly digesting them. He gathered that tissue from an original body had been grafted onto test subjects, giving them extreme regeneration, suppressing chakra, permanently improving physical stats, and warping internal organs. But these were just computer logs, no guarantee they matched reality. Eventually, Link's head swam. His medical knowledge was enough for basic treatment, but not for chewing through reams of advanced research data. Yet since it clearly tied back to the 5-element seal, he couldn't just ignore it. Ideally, he needed a real expert. Orochimaru and Kabuto were top tier in this field. The data contained odd terminology, some had been annotated by the medical corps, some left untranslated. Indeed, even Hidden Leaf Village's finest didn't have the same mental wavelength as Orochimaru. Possibly only that big fish could measure up. Alright. Next step, let's go find Tsunade. I need to think about how to get Tsunade on board. From now on, I'll bring out Nawaki more often so we can get acquainted and build rapport. Then I can use Hermit Purple to locate Big Sis Slug, maybe I can get her necklace and try changing her fate, boosting my odds of getting in touch with the first and second Hokage. Greater than, that's a win-win-win. Link closed the folders. He could slowly grind through these from scratch, but that could take years. Better to do as usual and find a shortcut. He refused to believe Tsunade wouldn't comprehend Orochimaru's findings. With his help and her genius, catching up wouldn't be too hard. And then maybe he could raid Orochimaru's base again for more data, or even snag that original body. Chapter 186, Misunderstanding. Land of Wind, outside Hidden Sand Village. Whoosh. A fierce gale whipped the sand into the air. Through the storm, a figure gradually approached the canyon. The newcomer halted, removed his hood, revealing a clean-cut face framed by red hair. He stared expressionlessly at the armed guards. Gathered there were the 4th Kazekage, Chio, Ebizo, and multiple Hidden Sand Village Jonin. Essentially, they constituted the entire fighting force of the Hidden Sand Village. Lord Sasori. Underguard, You're about his head respectfully. Saisari seemed not to hear his subordinate's greeting. If we're simply talking about cooperation, there shouldn't be such a massive show of force. Or do you plan to finish me off? Wipe out the one who killed the third Kazekage? That statement immediately stirred outrage among the Sanjonin. Many glared at him with hatred, clearly wishing to kill this fiend on the spot. Saisari. Chio's face grew pained at the sight of her grandson, unchanged from all those years ago. I never thought our reunion would come under such circumstances. Granny Chio, what a pity, you've aged too much. Saisari said, eyes and expression unmoved. He only lamented that the once fearless woman in the art of puppetry had become so old and frail. It reaffirmed his belief in his pursuit of eternal art. Sister. Ebizo cautioned. Then, turning to Saisari, he spoke in a severe tone, you passed word to Baki that you can repair the third Kazekage puppet, that's what you said, right? The everlasting artwork I personally created, I alone can repair. Saisari replied calmly, in a rather self-important manner. All right, then. What's your price? Ebizo demanded. Judging by his face and voice, he wasn't here to chat with a kid but to judge what the traitor who nearly destroyed their village wanted. Saisari shifted his gaze, settling on the fourth Kazekage's face. After a long moment, he said, Kazekage, I want to become Kazekage myself. What? You're delusional. Impossible. The Jonin erupted like a hornet's nest. Cooperation was hard enough to swallow, demanding to be the Kage was outrageous. No one wanted a man who literally turned himself into a puppet to become Kazekage. Silence. The fourth Kazekage barked, halting their outcry. His face dark, he asked, why? Of course, it's to collaborate with Link. Saisari thought. Having abandoned most of his emotions, he was extremely rational, each action purpose-driven. He had left the Akatsuki because they wouldn't let him do whatever he wanted at this time. Attacking Link was to test if he could seize that seal without other means. The results showed plainly his power wasn't enough. When offering cooperation, he suspected they wouldn't be swayed. That kid was a die-hard Hidden Leaf Village loyalist, so luring him to betray his village was nearly impossible. Leaving that intel as a good faith gesture indicated he did want to cooperate, so the key obstacle was his status as a rogue nin. Saisari came up with a plan to use the crucial importance of the third Kazekage puppet to gain amnesty, then join forces with Link to elevate his eternal art to the highest level. Whether he actually became Kazekage or not wasn't the point, it was just an excuse. He answered, does one need a reason to want something? The fourth Kazekage paused a few seconds. Impossible. If someone like you became Kage, you might just destroy the village. That's alright. Saisari remained unruffled. I'll prove my sincerity first. Show me the third Kazekage puppet. Ebizo produced a scroll and released the battered puppet. Saisari walked toward it, ignoring the tension and killing intent from the Jonin. He studied the puppet a while, then reached out. Smack. Chio seized her grandson's cold arm. The two stared at each other in silence for several seconds. She spoke lifelessly, I'll be watching you the whole time. If you try anything to harm the village. Old hag, getting senile? Saisari tilted his head. You think you can kill me? That dropped the temperature even further. Sister. Ebizo interjected again. Chio slowly released her grip. Saisari, as if no one else were present, picked up the third Kazekage puppet, tinkered a while, then rattled off a list of materials. 1 month. In 1 month, I can fix this. The fourth Kazekage exchanged a look with Ebizo. Fine, but you can't leave the village and will remain under constant surveillance. Those materials were expensive, but it'd all be worth it if they could restore the puppet. The bigger issue was making sure this culprit, who murdered a Kage, didn't vanish with the Kage's remains if they couldn't fix it themselves. No problem. Saisari agreed instantly. Hidden Leaf Village, Link's home? A youth who looked 80% similar to Naruto, with a Hidden Leaf Village forehead protector, materialized in the living room. Surprised and anxious, he glanced around. Hey, kid. Link sat on the sofa, smiling. I'm Link, a special Jonin from the Hidden Leaf Village. Impossible. Nawaki said, folding his arms. You're clearly younger than me. How can you be a special Jonin? His taut demeanor eased somewhat, though. Seeing Link's Hidden Leaf Village forehead protector, and recognizing the voice from the Pure Land, he realized. After a moment's thought, he discovered he was truly in a living world. Nawaki, now translucent like a ghost, drifted toward the window to look outside. His hand passed right through it. Realizing he was like a ghost, Nawaki phased through the window and flew off into the village. Hey, don't startle people. Link called, having a shadow open the window. He didn't know if the kid heard him. He really does look like Naruto, no wonder Kato-dan mistook him. Link watched Nawaki's soul drift off and vanish from sight. He sighed, thinking how striking a resemblance was, both in appearance and personality, an impetuous vibe, just like Naruto. Shaking his head, Link didn't bother chasing him. He continued his training. After repeatedly summoning a dozen times for different stands, and still not drawing Hermit Purple, Nawaki came flying back on his own. "Who's Naruto?" was his first question, eyes full of curiosity. "Why did everyone who saw me call me Naruto?" "A kid who looks a lot like you," Link answered at once. "Really?" Nawaki's eyes widened. Link was about to add more, but just then, someone knocked. A shadow opened the door, Sasuke entered and said, "I thought I just saw Naruto?" Sasuke blurted upon seeing Nawaki. His eyes showed a flicker of alarm. He'd seen his own parents become like this, so... "I'm Nawaki." The boy responded with a bright grin. "I'm not Naruto at all." Link had a shadow tidy the training room, then led them to the living room. "Sasuke, he's Nawaki, Lady Tsunoda's younger brother." "Hello." Nawaki beamed. "I'm Sasuke Uchiha." Sasuke introduced, letting go of his earlier worry. That smile was a far cry from the usual coldness he showed strangers. Nawaki's thoughts jumped about. One moment he was introducing himself, the next, "So is my sister here in the village?" Link shook his head. "She left years ago." "I see." Lowering his gaze, Nawaki mused for a bit, then smiled apologetically. "Sorry I didn't believe your words back there." "No problem." Link replied with a grin. "If you ever need a fight, summon me." Nawaki gave a thumbs up. "I'm pretty strong, you know." X2 Link and Sasuke were momentarily speechless. "But in this state, guess I can't help much," Nawaki added, noticing he was just a spirit. "Anyway, I appreciate you letting me see the village again." He felt some regret not seeing Tsunoda but didn't mention it. In short order, the summoning jutsu wore off, and Sasuke spoke up, "That guy looked exactly like Naruto." "Kinda freaky," he said quietly, a bit unsettled. For a moment, he'd thought Naruto was dead, and that feeling had flooded him. He'd dropped everything to rush here. It made him realize how deeply he cared about his teammate. Bang! Kakashi jumped in through the window, faced serious. "Link, did you just use that technique?" Link sensed possible trouble. He explained quickly, "I summoned someone from the village named Nawaki, he's Lady Tsunoda's special Jonin Link, the third Hokage wants to see you immediately." An Anbu landed outside. "Oh boy. Nawaki must have gone places he shouldn't." Link nodded to Sasuke, then accompanied Kakashi and the Anbu in a flash step to the Hokage's office. Sure enough, they found the third Hokage, both advisors, and Nara Shikaku, all present, all looking grim as if ready for battle. "Regarding Naruto," the third Hokage said sternly. "Link, tell us what you found." Link explained, and to clarify, he again summoned Nawaki's spirit. Watching all their grave expressions melt into exasperated relief, the Hokage's office turned into a scene of three elders chatting away with the boy. Finally, the third Hokage turned toward his most trusted junior and sighed, "Remember, don't overuse that jutsu." His admonition lacked any real force. Chapter 187, Too Lucky? A few days later, at Hidden Leaf Village's main gate. "I'll miss you. I'll always remember you. I'll come back to see you." Hearing her younger brother Gaara deliver his lines in such a straightforward way, Temari was at a loss for words. "What am I supposed to say in return?" Link patted Gaara on the shoulder. "If you end up losing control of Shukaku again, come see me." He figured once Gaara returned to Hidden Sand Village, they might remove Hidden Leaf Village's sealing on him. Hidden Sand Village's skill in sealing techniques is actually quite decent. If they really wanted to seal a tailed beast, they had multiple methods. The problem is that a Jinchuriki's seal has to leak the beast's chakra for the host to use it. Currently, the only seal that can transform a tailed beast's chakra into one's own is the 8-trigram seal. Anyone else wanting to use beast chakra first has to reconcile with the beast. Even Naruto ended up taking that reconciliation path in the end. Hidden Leaf Village didn't urgently need a power that was out of control, so they directly blocked Gaara's beast. But Hidden Sand Village was in dire straits. The birth of the fourth Kazekage's 3 children was specifically to produce a Jinchuriki. It wasn't until the third child that Chao declared him suitable. Temari is only 1 year and 3 months older than Kankuro, which means Karara, their mother, practically finished her postnatal confinement only to become pregnant again almost immediately. Otherwise, she wouldn't have died right after giving birth prematurely to Gaara. All kinds of thoughts drifted through Link's mind. His tone softened slightly. "If Shukaku bullies you, remember how I can cut off its chakra, right? At that point, let me talk with it." Gaara's serious face brightened into a slow smile. Temari pretended not to hear any of that. She looked at Link and said, "When I get back to my village. Will you miss me?" Link paused. Why are these kids in the Naruto world always so dramatic? Sis, save it. Kankuro waved a hand in mild exasperation, though his eyes were full of reluctance. Link-sensei, hold on to a few puppets for me, I'll save up and come buy them. What are you going on about? Temari raised her giant fan and thwack, slammed it on her brother's head. Gaara stood by, looking helpless, letting out a small sigh. Arguing noisily among themselves, the three siblings departed. Watching their backs, Link felt a tinge of complicated emotion, another goodbye. He had no clue when they might meet again. He'd once considered whether he should become a Jinchuriki, but his chakra level alone ruled that out. Many people misunderstand, thinking it's because you're a Jinchuriki that you have massive chakra. In reality, only people with massive chakra can qualify to be a Jinchuriki. When a Jinchuriki uses tailed beast chakra, the beast is also trying to snatch chakra from them. Until reconciliation, the host and beast constantly wrestle over chakra, and chakra can only be captured by chakra. So having a massive reserve of chakra is essential. Unless a tailed beast willingly offers up its strength, which is when you become a perfect Jinchuriki, anyone with little chakra simply can't handle it. The hardware requirements don't match. What Link wanted was a Naruto brand battery pack, the later version of Naruto who made peace with the Nine Tails, so instead of losing his chakra, he gained all of Kurama's power, capable of supplying the entire allied shinobi forces, the Kurama mode Naruto who even tripled Kakashi's Kami. Link could only imagine how awesome that would be for him. Maybe I can try raising Gaara into a battery pack. If simple reconciliation doesn't work, I could always use the Sharingan to control him, so he mused. He'd already given up on boosting his own chakra growth. At his current rate, he wouldn't reach any quantum leap by the war's end. He needed a strategy. In the manga, Sasori and Deidara were tasked with capturing Shukaku. Now Sasori's defected from Akatsuki. Maybe there's a chance to. He collected his thoughts and turned away from the gate. There was plenty more to do, and Gaara's battery plan could wait. Back at his home, Link activated his substitution. Snap. His battered camera spat out a photo, half dead. It showed the back view of a woman wearing a deep green jacket, seated at a bar table. At the edge, you could vaguely see the establishment's name, Hyakuyaku. Holding the photo, Link felt the bar setting looked familiar, like he'd seen it somewhere. Hyakuyaku. Hyakuyaku in Tenzaku Town? So Tsunade was still in Tenzaku Town? He was a bit surprised. This was already February, and the big gambler was still wandering in Tenzaku Town? Anyway, since he'd discovered her location, he needed to prepare to leave right away. Link left a few shadows to tidy the house, then opened the 8 gates mode, used it to summon a newsstand, afterwards swallowed a soldier pill, lay in bed for an hour recovering about half his strength, then dashed to the mission assignment desk. I should upgrade my soldier pills, too. I've been getting hungrier, continuously overtaxing his body, then healing it, meant he needed a lot more calories, especially sweet and meaty foods. Incidentally, maybe it was removing his weights, or halting his intense physical training, or the repeated stress from using the 8 gates. Anyway, his height had quietly gone up by 2 centimeters. He might hit 150 centimeters in the first half of the year. Young Link, you've been pushing yourself quite a bit lately, haven't you? The third Hokage said with concern. He sat flipping through mission scrolls, and couldn't help but notice Link's constantly fatigued look each day. It's fine. Link waved it off. The 8 gates left some after effects, so looking drained was unavoidable. But in terms of combat power, he'd more than doubled. Skipping further details, he asked, Lord Third, are there any missions to Tenzaku Town? The third Hokage considered, flipping down to some lesser-known documents. Yes, there is, actually, yes there is. Although it's only a D-rank mission. A cat from an inn in Tenzaku Town has gone missing. They want someone to find it. That's perfect. Link snatched it without hesitation. The third Hokage glanced at him, speaking earnestly, a ninja must learn to endure everything. That includes the 3 shinobi taboos, alcohol, women, and money. Handing the request over, he added, don't forget that. Is he serious? Link looked at him silently, recalling the legendary Sannin known for gambling, drinking, and more. He just said, thank you, Lord Third. And left. He had to hurry. If Tsunade left, it'd be a problem. Getting Hermit Purple to show her location wasn't easy. If he missed her now, who knew when he'd find her next? Departing Hidden Leaf Village's gate, Link had his shadows carry him. The speed of 8 gates shadows was far greater than his own, and more importantly, it saved him stamina. Having used the ultra-powered substitution left him half exhausted for hours. Letting the shadows do the moving was much better. Link felt sitting on the shadow's hands was uncomfortable. Their hands were the same size as his own, great for massages, but not so much for carrying. The posture was awkward. So, at a nearby fun street, he stopped, pulled out his wallet, and bought a chair. Sitting on it, he had the shadows carry the chair while they ran. This dot is pretty nice, he mused. The 8 Gates shadows still had limited stamina. To preserve their power for potential fights, after 10 minutes he swapped them for normal shadows. Link had over 100 normal shadows, so they could rotate every so often, able to carry him 24/7 if needed. Halfway along, Link realized that even just sitting in a chair got uncomfortable after a while. He wanted to switch positions. Plus, the chair was flimsy, traveling at high speed caused it to creak alarmingly. Maybe something sturdier, like a metal hospital bed, would be better? And at a roof maybe. But a lid would basically be a coffin, right? He came to his senses. A chair was still best. Next time he'd order a sturdier custom one. Though the shadows matched his physical power, speeding along with a chair was no joke. Still, eventually the chair gave out before reaching Tensaku town. He had the shadows bury the broken transport. Then first reported in at the client's inn. Their missing target was a house cat named Shu that had been gone for 2 days. After hearing from the innkeeper about the cat's usual haunts, Link took the mission slip, found a secluded spot, and used Rashomon to summon Nawaki. Together they started searching the town for the cat. Shu the cat, in Link's mind, an allusion to Tsunade. Tensaku town, inside a gambling hall, at the slot machines. Ding ding ding. 7, 7, 7, another jackpot, Lady Tsunade. Shizune cheered loudly. But Tsunade herself, arms folded, wore a calm expression. She felt something was off. Various signs suggested trouble. Lately, the legendary sucker, Tsunade, had been winning non-stop at any gambling method she tried. At first, she assumed she was doomed. Winning was a sign of impending disaster for her. She'd mentally prepared to fight. Yet she'd kept winning all the way until now. If disaster was coming, it might mean the end of the world. Tsunade muttered under her breath. Shizune, hugging Tonton, asked, "What was that?" "Good news, though, we might finally clear your debts." Had the casino not been on high alert against them, they likely would have repaid everything by now. Am I actually on a lucky streak? Tsunade mused, absently touching her necklace. She started daydreaming a bit, when a man with a stony face strode over. "Excuse me, ladies." He addressed them, "We don't welcome you here. No casino wants someone winning constantly." They had only snuck in this time, and after a mere 3 slot machine jackpots, they were getting kicked out. Whether the casino would refuse to exchange her chips for cash? The big gambler just smiled without saying a word. Chapter 188, Tsunade. How many more casinos have we not visited? Standing by the roadside in Tensaku town, Tsunade yawned. Truth be told, at first, when she came to gamble in Tensaku town and inexplicably won a huge sum, she was ready to leave right away. That ominous premonition had haunted her all along, forcing her to take it seriously. At the time, she planned on just a couple more bets before departing. Yet somehow, every gamble she made turned into a sweeping victory that she found hard to believe. Could something bad have happened in Hidden Leaf Village? That was her initial suspicion. She even went so far as to inquire about the news. Indeed, there had been a conflict with Hidden Sand Village and Hidden Sound Village, but it had quickly subsided, with the sand fully surrendering, by all accounts a good outcome. Because she was digging for information, she'd stayed in Tensaku town, continuing to test her luck at gambling. And she just kept on winning. By this point, she was numb to the whole experience of winning. Shizune, holding Tonton the pig in one arm, flipped through the list of local casinos with her free hand. Pew-you, pew-you, Tonton grunted in protest. "Ah, sorry. Shizune paused reading, shifted how she held Tonton, and resumed, "We've got 2 left." "I see." Tsunade stretched, and as she did so, her chest heaved mightily, causing quite a stir among the onlookers. She ignored their stares. One hand massaged the back of her neck. "Then tomorrow we'll swing by for another bet, and after that let's get out of here. We've already stayed too long," she added. Next. Abruptly, she stopped mid-sentence, her gaze falling on a young boy in the distance who was looking around. Her face went rigid. "Tsunade-sama? Tsunade-sama?" Shizune asked, puzzled. "Eh?" From across the way, a kid wearing a Hidden Leaf Village forehead protector looked over, eyes lighting up in delight. He broke into a grin and sprinted forward, calling out, "Big sis." Shizune reflexively loosened her hold on Tonton and shifted into a guarded stance, one hand sliding down her sleeve where hidden weapons waited. She was prepared to shield Tsunade. Then a strong hand pinned her in place. Tsunade's face was unreadable, but her chest rose and fell with her ragged breathing. One hand was on her subordinate's shoulder, the other hung at her side. Her ninja instinct told her that the dead had no business being here. But as an older sister, she couldn't reject her little brother who was running right toward her. Shizune attempted to release a dispel on the perceived illusion but got no result. Her voice was grim. Tsunade-sama, that might be some transformation even I can't unravel. Let me, enough, Shizune. Tsunade interrupted in a shaky voice. She exhaled heavily. Enough. She took 2 steps forward. As if fulfilling an uncountable number of daydreams, she opened her arms, showing a smile, and drew her younger brother into a hug. Welcome home, Nawaki. Sis, I missed you so much. Me too. Standing behind them, Shizune's hand froze halfway toward the trigger mechanism in her sleeve. Not that she'd wanted to remain still, but 2 inky black hands had gripped her arms, one on each side. She glanced around to see 2 pitch-black human figures standing there, left and right. And more shadows on the ground were moving all over. Cold sweat slid down her cheek. No need to be nervous. A slightly boyish voice spoke from the side. I'm Link, a special Jonin from Hidden Leaf Village. At that, the black humanoid forms melted back into the floor, merging with the other shadows. If each of them is that strong, this brat. Shizune relaxed her trigger mechanism, staring at the child calling himself a Hidden Leaf Village special Jonin. He couldn't be more than about 10 years old. Special Jonin? She recalled some intel she'd collected before. Hidden Leaf Village's youngest special Jonin, known for shadow-based jutsu. Yes, it had to be this kid. She sighed in relief. Given Tsunade-sama's mental state, if these people had been enemies, things could have gotten messy. I suppose you already know about me from your intel, Shizune-senpai. The boy said gently, not standing too close. Indeed, Shizune was a fully fledged Hidden Leaf Village Jonin around Kakashi's age, a special medic nin skilled with poison. She'd be a tough foe to fight. Hence, Link had used his 8 gates-empowered shadows to stealthily approach and subdue her in an instant. A normal shadow was too slow, he was too slow. Summoning data suggested that on a scale, his speed was around 7. Which was near the standard for a special Jonin. Before training with Might Guy, it might have been only 5, that was why he'd been so helpless against Orochimaru. Speed often determined the winner in Naruto battles. By unlocking the second gate, Gate of Rest, Link finally reached a speed rating of 8. Around Shizune's level, enough for a surprise ambush. It was a classic first strike kill on someone who didn't know his tricks. Drip. Nei-san. Nawaki, hugging his sister, glanced up, seeing her tears. He looked a bit lost. Sensing the tension, Link spoke up timely, how about we find somewhere to have a drink? Tsunade wiped her tears and turned to look at this kid, half baffled. Shizune's expression also turned a bit odd. Pa'io Taunton, up on the eaves, seemed to be snickering, though it was just a pig. Try picturing a 140-something centimeter boy, in all seriousness, telling a curvaceous grown beauty, let's go for a drink. It was impossible to think of that as flirting, just bizarrely comical. Cough. I meant, let's go have some tea. Link corrected himself. He was used to speaking like an adult, but well, bridging relationships by sharing a drink was normal. Especially with people like Tsunade or Jiraiya, who liked a bit of alcohol or a good time. But it had come out sounding ridiculous. Sure. Tsunade said, giving him a vaguely playful smile. Then let's go have a drink together. Shizune, though well aware of the seriousness of the situation, couldn't help giggling. Seems we have yet another duo who don't know the meaning of restraint. Link thought, sensing a premonition of chaos. Tensaku Town, a tea room with a private chamber overlooking a small courtyard. This one. Nope. Link sat under the eaves, methodically comparing each cat the shadows had caught in Tensaku Town to the photo in the mission sheet. If a cat didn't match, a shadow promptly carried it back to where they'd found it. Shadows had practically zero intelligence. They only had his inherited instincts. They couldn't compare a photograph to reality. So they could ensure the captured cat matched the rough size or gender, but Link himself had to do the final check. Aha, found it. He lifted a cat named Shu. Telling the shadows to return all the others. Turning, he said, sorry, Lady Tsunade, my mission caused a bit of a delay. No worries. Tsunade said, seated at the table sipping tea with a calm air. Nawaki had already returned to the Pure Land. Rashomon's duration was far less than the summoning jutsus. Link signaled a shadow to watch over the cat, then sat down across from Tsunade and said, I have a technique that contacts the Pure Land and summons the dead to the living world. A few days ago, by chance, I summoned Nawaki. We spoke, got to know each other, and once I found out you were in Tensaku Town, I came here hoping to find you. He didn't try to stage some coincidental meeting, that would be obvious nonsense. A lie must have some truth to be convincing. As for how he got this intel, ninjas rarely pry into each other's sources. Jiraiya wouldn't reveal them either. So you just wanted Nawaki to see me? Tsunade asked. No. Link was direct. I heard you're the greatest medical ninja, so I wanted to learn medical jutsu from you. Tsunade studied the kid carefully, interest showing in her eyes. If it's medical ninjutsu you want, I'm not sure I can help. Because, Tsunade-sama. Shizune blurted, cutting Tsunade off. It's fine. Tsunade shook her head, surprisingly open. Long ago, I developed hemophobia. I can't personally guide you very well. Treating patients inevitably involves seeing blood. In shinobi battles, it's blood everywhere. Tsunade had left the village partly due to the deaths of her loved ones, and partly because even as a doctor, her phobia made her job nearly impossible. Still, if you really want to learn, Shizune can help. Tsunade continued. Thank you, Lady Tsunade. Link bowed his head in gratitude. Although he couldn't have Tsunade as a teacher just yet, Shizune was still great. In all Hidden Leaf Village, no one was more skilled at medical ninjutsu than her, aside from Tsunade. And Tsunade hadn't strictly refused. Maybe time spent with Nawaki would eventually cure her hemophobia. Between his summoning and Rashomon, it was only a matter of time before she came around. Tsunade-sama? Shizune's eyes widened. If she was to teach this kid, that implied. It's about time I returned to the village. Tsunade said softly, as though a wanderer finally heading home. But the other day you said we were going to, Shizune began, then cut herself off at Tsunade's sweet yet threatening smile. So it was about Nawaki, right? She sighed internally. If Link could truly summon Nawaki, maybe he could also bring her uncle, Dan. Her thoughts trailed off, and she found herself unexpectedly looking forward to life back in the village. Chapter 189, Back to Hidden Leaf Village. Evening, in the hotel swoosh a small figure vaulted across the sky, landing softly on the rooftop. Meow the cat named Shu, which had been returned earlier in the day, tilted its head, staring blankly at the newcomer. Meow. A low cat cry came from the other's mouth. Strangely enough, although it was a cat, it was dressed in human clothes. Meow Shu foolishly responded. The cat in human clothing stepped straight onto the wall, ignoring gravity, slowly walking along it like a person, moving toward Link's room window. Click, with a small flick of its claws, the window slid open. Whoosh! Two pitch-black hands sprang out from the shadows, snatching it into the room. Click, the lights turned on. Link was sitting on the edge of the bed, yawning. A ninja cat? Yes, Naya the captured ninja cat, pinned to the ground by the shadows, answered cautiously. It glanced around at the dense mass of other shadows shifting about, along with the occasional black figure moving at the edges. Nervous, it said, I'm just passing by, Naya. If you were just passing by, you wouldn't have spent so long on that rooftop across the way, watching me. Link responded calmly, signaling the shadows to tighten their grip slightly. I was wrong, Naya. The ninja cat sensed a threat and raised its voice. Please don't kill me, Naya. Link said nothing, only stared. The cat swallowed. My name is Hinai, Naya. It introduced itself, then added, I came because I heard that one of our kind might have been caught during the day, Naya. What a weird speech quirk. At Link's direction, the shadow loosened its hold. Possibly among the cats his own shadows captured during the day, one might really have been a ninja cat. Then again, they'd just forcibly knocked them out and held them in, so there was no way to tell. While Link had ordered the captures, the cat's midnight visit could have been trouble, unless it lacked sufficient combat ability. But Link thought about it a moment. Ninja cats often had good relations with the Uchiha. He didn't want more complications for now. Once released, Hinai remained on all fours, not daring to move. As an animal, it sensed that any sudden movement could be fatal. About earlier today, I was searching for Shu. You've already seen that cat, haven't you? Link explained. He'd known the ninja cat was there from the moment it snuck within 500 meters, and especially once it started spying on his window. He'd also overheard its meowing conversation with Shu. Hinai's fur nearly bristled. You can leave, Link said. Even before he finished, a shadow had already reopened the window. Hinai swallowed and hopped onto the windowsill, glancing back warily. As a thank you, if you want to purchase ninja tools, I can guide you for free, Naya. You can find me by searching for any cat in Tensaku Town, Naya. With that, Hinai tensed its legs, sprang into the air, swiftly bounded along the walls, and vanished into the night. The Nekoba's ninja shop, huh? Link mused, slightly tempted. That place, effectively a black market outlet, sold a variety of ninja tools and accepted foreign currency. They also had rare scrolls. The Ninja Cat clan had a strong intel network. Some information could be bought via Nekoba, but normal people couldn't find the shop without a cat's lead. Too bad she left the black market merchant faction years ago. Otherwise, he might be able to buy loads of electrical items and lab equipment for his base. Oh well, he thought. I can still rummage around Orochimaru's base if I need supplies. Stripping down, Link got back into bed. Once he heard Shizune, who'd been standing outside his door, leave, he let out a small yawn and directed his shadows to turn off the lamp and shut the window. Time for sleep. The next day, Tensaku-town, could you possibly let me? Tsunade asked hopefully. Link formed a few seals. Let it be you. Nawaki. Tsunade watched her brother appear again, smiling while pulling him close, but grabbing only air, for he was half transparent. He'll stay longer in soul form. Link explained. If I used a physical summoning, he'd vanish pretty soon back to the Pure Land. Nawaki was already used to not being able to touch anything. He chattered excitedly to his big sister about his experiences these past days. He'd died too young to have many stories from real life. It was all war, training, then a swift death on the battlefield. But ever since being summoned out of the Pure Land by Link, he'd lived free from worry, encountering lots of fun things. He talked about the now-aged advisors, the third Hokage, the stoic but kind-hearted Sasuke Uchiha, a Haruno Sakura who clearly liked Sasuke, and how Hidden Leaf Village was thriving in peacetime, everything so exciting to a boy who once dreamed of protecting the village. He even spoke excitedly of being summoned into a physical body once to eat a bowl of ramen. Tsunade listened and smiled, her gaze overflowing with gentle warmth. Breakfast passed by quickly. Then, as the summoning wore off, Nawaki's spirit faded back to the Pure Land. They left Danzaku town, and Link glanced over his shoulder at a stealthy cat following them, a cat that knew how dangerous he was, yet followed anyway. Cat curiosity was sometimes overwhelming. He decided it wasn't worth worrying about for now, they might end up collaborating eventually. He settled onto his chair, letting the shadows lift him again. Shizune was puzzled. She'd noticed him carrying around a wooden chair the previous day but couldn't figure out why. Now it became clear. Let's go. Even though, among the three travelers, Link had the lowest rank, Tsunade was still immersed in a mix of joy and sorrow, and Shizune, who needed his help, didn't object. So it was Link issuing commands. During the run back to Hidden Leaf Village, Shizune often glanced over at him. She hadn't set foot in the village for years, and the Nara clan's shadow technique might have evolved to this extent. So handy. They departed in the morning and by afternoon arrived at the Hokage's office. Old man. Tsunade said bluntly to her former teacher. Cough. Shizune cleared her throat softly. Tsunade corrected herself. Sensei, it's been a while. In her younger days, she'd fought with the third Hokage, calling him an old geezer or worse. Calling him old man was already quite affectionate. The third Hokage didn't mind how she addressed him, he actually looked somewhat nostalgic. I didn't think you would come back. I half expected you to wait till I died. TCH, Tsunade snorted, not answering directly. If it weren't for Nawaki, she probably would have continued drifting. But let's get one thing straight, don't expect me to take on any missions or anything. She had no interest in ninja work, never mind her hemophobia. Well, seeing as you're back, you can handle the medical division, right? The third Hokage grinned broadly. He knew his three students well. With Link around, plus his summoning jutsu and Nawaki's presence, Tsunade wouldn't be leaving anytime soon. Of course, he'd seize the moment to offload some duties and lessen his own burden. After all, I'm getting old, and Jiraiya still refuses the Hokage title. He trailed off. Don't push your luck, old geezer. Tsunade snapped, planting her fists on her hips. Fine, then I'll leave the medical division to you. The third Hokage responded with a roguish smile. He knew that if he'd asked her directly to head the medics, she'd just argue and stall. But by bringing up the Hokage seat, she'd rather concede the medical division first. Tsunade took a deep breath. Shizune, let's go see how the medical corps is doing these days. Her voice sounded surprisingly gentle. With that, she spun and stormed out. Shizune, hugging Taunton, bowed. Please excuse us, Lord Third. Then hurried after her mistress. Link didn't linger either, soon bidding the third Hokage farewell and returning home to review his medical knowledge. For now, Tsunade wouldn't directly train him, but Shizune was no slouch. In the Fourth Shinobi War, she served as head medic, so her expertise was undeniable. In the short term, she could certainly teach him. If Link wanted Tsunade's personal tutelage later, he needed to display some real talent. He couldn't open by threatening, you don't want Nawaki to. After all. Also, he needed to push on with his summoning technique practice these next few days, maybe even try to summon the first or second Hokage. Bring out either of them and everything sorted. He also had to start planning to confront Orochimaru again. The five-element seal fiasco, somehow involving natural energy, might become a huge problem if left unchecked. Tensaku town, it's in this town. Jiraiya stood by the railing overlooking a lively street. Wow, Naruto exclaimed, eyes bright. So busy here. Pervy sage, that old lady Tsunade you mentioned, she's around here? According to my intel, yep. Jiraiya rubbed his chin. He hadn't planned on tracking Tsunade down so soon, but he'd recently been in the land of rivers and received a summons. The 3 old coots in the village wanted either him to return and be Hokage or to hurry up and find a successor. Aside from him and Tsunade, no one else could fill the seat quickly. But he still had to seek the child of prophecy. So. Sorry, Tsunade. Taking a step down the stairs, he said, besides, Naruto, I'm tired out from your training. I need to relax in a grown-up's world. You liar. Naruto shouted. I'm the one who's been training. I bet all you do is go to those adult clubs. And gimme back my wallet. Jiraiya tossed Naruto's frog wallet over, grinning. It's research. Chapter 190, my jutsu is a bit off another ordinary person. Looks like I'm still not at the point of changing Tsunade's fate. Or maybe I haven't fulfilled some summoning requirement? Link released his summoning jutsu and pondered carefully. Stepping on the executioner's blade let me summon Haku, so there must be some holy relic connection. Shouldn't the 2 Hokage be most attached to the village? Why can't I summon them at the Hokage monument or the Hokage building? I'm also a Hidden Leaf village shinobi, aren't I? The first's necklace. Link mused. That necklace would be tough to get, by rights he shouldn't even know about it, or else he'd have many pretexts to borrow or claim it. Perhaps summoning Haku had less to do with stepping on the executioner's blade, more to do with standing on his grave? Where are the first and second Hokage buried, then? Denzo and Yamato both have the first Hokage's cells. Link's mind wandered. Before he knew it, he'd spent 10 minutes in his training room lost in thought. He quickly cleared his head of random ideas and signaled a shadow to fetch medical texts, flipping through them with a blank face. At present, aside from likely unlearnable forbidden level jutsu, Yin Seal, Creation Rebirth, by Akugo no Jutsu, he had 3 medical ninjutsu to master. 1. Ranshinsho, Body Pathway Derangement. 2. Inishamatsu, Yin Healing Wound Destruction. 3. Chiketsusei no Jutsu, Healing Resuscitation Regeneration Jutsu. Ranshinsho belongs to Tsunade alone. Even Kabuto, nominally taken in by the medical corps chief, had never seen it. By transforming chakra into electrical pulses to disrupt the body's signals, it sounded interesting, but from its name, Link guessed it wouldn't mutate into anything especially useful. Inishamatsu is Kabuto's specialty. The principle isn't too complex. You accumulate healing chakra before the body is injured, so you can heal instantly once you're hurt. But it ties partly to Kabuto's special physique and talents. It's A rank, hard to learn, not held by Hidden Leaf Village, meaning he'd have to develop a variant himself later, or possibly with Shizune's and Tsunade's help. Chiketsusei no Jutsu was simply too difficult, far too advanced. He hadn't managed it at all. Even for chakra scalpel or delicate illness extraction, he'd just barely reached the threshold, enough to cast them once, then left them. He never refined them. Chiketsusei no Jutsu demanded complicated incantations and the ability to alter cellular structures with chakra, truly high-level stuff. Still, the name suggested it might mutate into a formidable jutsu. He'd started studying it early on but failed. His chakra control wasn't good enough to manipulate cell ratios. Now that a top mentor was around, it was time to pick it up again. So tough. Reading page after page, Link felt a headache but kept forcing himself onward. Next day, Medical Corps Building, in a laboratory slab. A lively fish placed on a scroll was gradually losing its vitality. Shizune, wearing a white coat, gave Link a glance. You try it. Link walked up, channeled his chakra to activate the fish's cells, smoothly reviving it. Not bad. After checking, Shizune praised him. Then, showing no mercy, she grabbed a scalpel from the side and stabbed the fish again, which had just been revived and was still flopping around. Squelch, stepping back half a step, she signaled Link to continue. She cut it precisely to avoid vitals and organs, but the blood loss was huge for a fish, and the wound was large. There was no way to do a transfusion. You couldn't stitch it. Theoretically, you'd need a chakra scalpel to sever certain points and stem the bleeding, then mystical palm to reactivate the cells for healing and close the wound, and finally reconnect the severed bits. But Link felt awkward. Though he'd reviewed some relevant treatments last night, and his chakra control was enough in principle. But his version of chakra scalpel and mystical palm was somewhat. Chakra scalpel, mystical palm. Shizune reminded him, seeing the fish about to expire. Link snapped out of it. My techniques aren't quite the standard versions, he said, and my healing approach differs, too. He could safely share such details with Tsunade. Currently, Inshui-sensei and Sasuke knew everything, Kakashi and Guy somewhat suspected, while Narashikaku certainly had it deduced. Given Link's position and power, plus controlling Milwaukee, it was safe to reveal enough to earn Tsunade's goodwill. Nothing to fear. Also, he required Tsunade's help for future training, so partial honesty was necessary. Gulp. The fish opened its mouth in a strange noise, rolling its dying fish eyes, as if accusing these humans of letting it die. Shizune was stumped by Link's words. Medical ninjutsu is all about applying chakra, right? Regardless of fancy names like mystical palm or chakra scalpel, they're still the same fundamentals. Releasing chakra can't be that different. She verified he had decent knowledge. Sigh. Link exhaled, pressing a large chunk of chakra into the fish's near-dead body. Delicate illness extraction. After extracting a large number of subtle afflictions, he switched to standard chakra healing. The wound closed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Once reactivating the cell's mostly finished healing, he added another delicate illness extraction. By then, a full third of his total chakra was gone. Though delicate illness extraction theoretically used small amounts of chakra each time, patching up a large physical wound required an enormous overall cost, which was unfit for normal medical use. Rapid healing at that scale would likely demand the chakra reserves of a Jinchuriki. Shizune shook her head. Without mystical palm or the chakra scalpel. That long of a process, the fish should have died ages ago. Yet, slap. Abruptly, the fish, which had been almost motionless, flipped like it was returning from the brink, thrashing in a suffocating panic, slapping at the scroll. Huh? Shizune had fully expected to fetch another fish. That extent of bleeding was too severe even for mystical palm, let alone a standard approach. Startled, she rushed forward to inspect it. How is this possible? Not only was the wound fully healed, but some cells damaged by asphyxiation were restored as well. The massive blood loss left no ill effects. She repeatedly examined the fish, now lively as if freshly caught, and perhaps healthier. How did you do that? She blurted in her astonishment. Then she realized her mistake, that it was wrong to question a personal secret jutsu. She tried to catch herself. Delicate illness extraction. Link answered, spreading his hands. My ninjutsu is weird. He extended his arm, conjuring the chakra scalpel. This is my chakra scalpel. That technique just now was delicate illness extraction. As for mystical palm, he shook his head, it has zero healing effect. Huh? What? Shizune was dumbfounded. Was this correct? Logical? Had she fallen into a genjutsu again? But why again? 1 hour later, huh? Tsunade's expression was even more astonished than Shizune's. She observed in detail, that fish's injury wasn't just closed, certain cells appeared as if newly created, effectively lengthening its lifespan. Slap. The repeatedly tormented fish, fed up, whacked Tsunade's forearm with its tail, snapping her out of her daze. That jutsu of yours? She said sternly, how many people know about it? But then it occurred to her that since this boy was an eligible medic, voluntarily revealing it, he must have a plan. She rephrased, never mind, I won't pry. Just don't spread it around needlessly. Tsunade glanced at Link's forehead, now beaded with sweat. She figured the technique must be draining, and it took quite some time, plus help from standard healing. Those fresh cells only formed partly, though in theory it might prolong life, sustaining the jutsu repeatedly would burn him out. Yet it was still remarkably valuable. After all, even she couldn't spontaneously regrow an organ in the heat of battle. Her lover, Dan Kato, died because a kidney was completely destroyed. If it could be widely used. But Tsunade sighed. She recalled having read Link's file the previous day, even though he used the same title for ninjutsu, the effect mutated differently, apparently a KK Genkai for mutated ninjutsu. No one else could replicate it. She'd initially assumed only jutsu with seals changed, but apparently merely unleashing medical chakra produced a different outcome. How does it work? She couldn't hold back her curiosity. Understood. Link nodded. Tsunade paused in thought. Your healing effect is outstanding, but you can't rely on it as a standard medical measure, the chakra cost is too big. Even if you combine it with standard cell activation, Link waited for this exact moment. He took out a soldier pill and swallowed, smiling. I see. Tsunade realized instantly that this kid might be smarter than she'd expected, quite adept at developing his jutsu. A technique healing hidden injuries down to the cellular level pairs well with swallowing strong side effect drugs. Not just soldier pills for chakra recovery, but also doping potions for training, presumably. Yet those doping meds had long been banned. If she made them, assisting this boy's training. You really are sneaky. She said, roughly guessing why he wanted her to come back. I'll help you, but you have to do something for me too. Raising a single finger, Tsunade thought, Aside from Milwaukee, there's another matter I want him to handle. Chapter 191, Monster Trade? Half a month later, Hidden Leaf Village Hospital. This drug will enhance your reflexes, but its side effects include an elevated heart rate, high blood pressure, and reduced digestion. Long-term use leads to insomnia and nervous exhaustion. This one can increase your muscle density, but it puts greater strain on your heart, lungs, and stomach, easily triggering a variety of diseases. This one slowly boosts your endurance but causes significant damage to your liver and kidneys. And this drug? Shizune listed off each of the potent mixes Tsunade had prepared, as if reciting from an extensive catalog. Can delicate illness extraction handle all that? After hearing about a total of 11 different hardcore meds, Link felt a faint sense of dread. Their side effects were even harsher than their benefits, practically poisons. If delicate illness extraction turned out insufficient, he worried he might just end up in a hospital bed tomorrow. Shizune paused, then continued, "That's all for now. The main issue is that neither Lady Tsunade nor I can figure out exactly which aspects of the drugs your technique might remove, and which your body might adapt to. If you have no objections, we'd like to perform a full physical exam on you." Seeing the boy hesitate, she gave him a slight smile. "Don't worry. Many of these are the same meds that certain shinobi clans used to raise their warriors in the past." She paused again. "Lady Tsunade has already reduced some of the doses. These are your monthly supplies. As long as we monitor you carefully and stop anyone that causes problems, even if your technique doesn't work, you won't be in danger." "All right." Link nodded. "As for the physical exam, right now is fine." Shizune hadn't expected him to agree so readily, and she froze a moment before responding, "Then follow me." She moved to seal all the drugs into a storage scroll. "Wait." Link quickly stopped her. "I'm supposed to take these home to use, right?" "Yes. You'll take them before training each day, on schedule. I've labeled the doses." She gave him a curious look. "Put them in a bag, please." Summoning scrolls and I.A. Link shrugged helplessly. Shizune realized his meaning and displayed a look of "Oh, I see. So even mutated ninjutsu aren't always convenient." With that, she packed all the medicine into a bag and handed it to one of Link's shadows. 1 hour later, inside the medical core building, in a lab. "Your body." Tsunade examined his checkup report, brows furrowed. As she anticipated, Link's repeated overuse of that mysterious technique had left his body practically brand new. He appeared extremely healthy, but that was precisely the issue. Nobody understood how his technique functioned at the cellular level, nor how it partially restored him to an optimal state. Because of his long-term abuse of it, the different tissues in his body had recovered to peak health at various times, causing a sense of discontinuity. By nature, as long as you're using chakra, burning physical stamina, there's some subtle damage to cells. Then, if you repeatedly fix that damage in a piecemeal way, the body's recovered portions never quite sync up with the older cells. It's inevitable. Refreshed cells differ from used ones. Without letting the tissues adapt or unify, over time. If I'm not mistaken, your growth has slowed a lot lately, right? She asked with conviction. Link nodded, straightforward. Yes. My physical development and height growth have nearly stalled. A flood of thoughts ran through his mind. Tsunade gave a slight sigh. Then from now on, you'd best use delicate illness extraction more sparingly. Especially not multiple times on yourself in one day, if you still want your body to develop normally. No need to get into other treatments. While there were problems with how he was using it, that jutsu transcended the usual limits of medical ninjutsu. Understood. Link nodded. So the question was, did he want to grow taller and keep physically progressing, or continue his short-term exploitation of delicate illness extraction? He'd have to decide for himself. Come back for another exam once you let your body recover, Tsunade said while raising her arm. The yin seal marking on her forehead faded. Time for today's portion. Link set his hand on hers, refining a large amount of chakra, using delicate illness extraction. Tsunade concentrated, her potent chakra already affecting the surroundings physically. Crack. Crack. A water cup nearby shattered, the desk trembling under the pressure. After about a dozen seconds, that overwhelming chakra was fully contained once more. All done. The yin seal symbol reappeared on her forehead, and Tsunade, breathing a bit heavily, said, regarding that yin healing wound destruction you mentioned, it's pretty complicated. If you think about it, preemptively healing yourself is something most medic nin do in battle. That's what sets it at A rank difficulty. The instant recovery aspect you described definitely involves a special constitution. So developing it might take time. I see. Link replied, subconsciously retrieving an extra strong soldier pill and swallowing it. He's definitely ignoring medical advice. Tsunade thought, quietly shaking her head. Also, about Orochimaru's test subject, I've examined him. I'm studying the data from his experiments. I'll let you know if I find anything. Okay. Feeling fatigued, Link left the lab, bag of meds in his shadow's hands. Their arrangement wasn't about finding Kato Dan or reviving Nawaki. Tsunade, though emotional, was no fool. To secure her cooperation, Link would eventually keep summoning Dan or Nawaki, so she asked him to cast delicate illness extraction on her every day. From what he could see, she wanted to make herself younger. Currently, Tsunade might appear young, but in truth that's partly cosmetic. Her real age is in her 50s, and she uses ninjutsu to preserve the look of someone in her 20s. Delicate illness extraction can't literally reverse aging. Even draining Link to the brink wouldn't be enough. She's effectively an older body in illusions of youth. Forcibly rejuvenating some of her cells each day might let her temporarily feel younger and thus refine chakra more easily. But an older body would cause those newly youthful cells to die off swiftly if you didn't carefully preserve them. Hence, in normal circumstances, it wouldn't restore youth. Overdoing it might even shorten the person's life if they're elderly. But Tsunade's case was different. She, as the strongest medic nin, had terrifying mastery of chakra control and her own body. Every time she reverts some of her cells to a younger state, she can keep them stable with her abundant chakra. Little by little, she might truly turn back the clock. A Tsunade who regains her youthful physique and retains her full strength from that era is no simple matter. She could keep growing even stronger. Maybe I'm creating a monster. Link mused as he walked home. Then again, Tsunade was on his side, and he also had some leverage over her. The stronger she got, the better for him. More time to grow, and eventually, he'd stand at the summit of the ninja world. First I'll get a bowl of ramen, then head home to fix my body. Then, time to start doping. He recalled the huge bag of meds and felt like he'd soon be skyrocketing. Land of Wind, Hidden Sand Village. Click. The door marked with a kanji for puppet opened. Sasori of the Red Sand stepped out, spotting Chio dozing near the entrance. Old woman. You call this keeping watch? He said. Don't underestimate me. Chio muttered without opening her eyes fully. I'll keep a close watch on you. Sasori didn't bother dealing with the weird old hag. Glancing over at the lurking Anbu, he said, inform the Kazekage that the third Kazekage puppet has been repaired. One Anbu vanished in a flicker, while the others formed a tight encirclement. Chio observed her grandson, who seemed both normal and not so normal, but her expression stayed unreadable, eyes showing faint changes. What brought you back to the village? She still couldn't figure it out. Sasori clutched a scroll, standing there quietly. He had no intention of taking the third Kazekage puppet and fleeing. Once his greatest puppet, it had been ruined at a moment's notice by Link's bizarre summoned creature, its status plummeting. Sasori's pursuit was already directed at a higher, eternal art. Before long, the fourth Kazekage arrived with several Jonin. Sasori raised his arm and opened the scroll, summoning the third Kazekage puppet behind him. Clack, a mass of black iron sand formed in midair, falling to the ground. It worked. The fourth Kazekage's emotions fluctuated. Regaining iron sand creation meant the village's funding wouldn't be as tight as before, letting them produce more ninja tools and puppets. It also meant less desperation to rely on a Jinchuriki's power. He fought back his excitement and said calmly, what must we do for you to hand the third Kazekage puppet over to the village? Hey! Sasori let out a cold laugh. You really think I'll hand it over that easily? The atmosphere instantly stiffened. He sealed the third Kazekage puppet back into the scroll, continuing, even if you got it, you couldn't use it. I've specially modified my creation. Only I can handle it. Let's trade. Sasori said, looking the fourth Kazekage in the eye. Chapter 192, 3 months later. 3.5 months later, at Training Ground 7. Man, I'm beyond hyped. Link lay sprawled on a boulder, his whole body red as a boiled lobster, each breath exhaling scorching heat. Rising steam and a sweat matting his hair together made him look thoroughly overheated. Gulp, he reached out for a handful of medicine he had prepared in advance and swallowed it. Feeling his body gradually cool down, he sat up, clenched his fist, and applied delicate illness extraction to himself. After all, he still hadn't chosen to grow taller. In the end, getting stronger was more important. It was a necessary sacrifice for his grand plan. During these past 3+ months, he hadn't left the village or taken on any missions. With Tsunade's connections, he got himself registered at the medical division, and spent nearly all his time taking powerful drugs and training. Thanks to the variety of potent concoctions Tsunade provided, he had once again found that feeling of explosive growth he'd felt when he first mastered delicate illness extraction. But unlike before, when he had blindly focused on building strength at the expense of speed and ended up with an unwieldy physique, he now had a top-tier medic overseeing him. Every few days, Tsunoda would check up on him and adjust his medication type and dosage. As a result, he was improving in all areas simultaneously. Because of the medication, his body hadn't ballooned, rather, his muscle density became alarmingly high, making him look stocky and compact. Apart from Genjutsu, which was already his weak point, he was shaping up to be an all-around heavyweight fighter. Even if his body wasn't growing in height, doping himself into greater strength worked just the same. Although being short was a heavy blow, if one put a positive spin on it, a small frame did have advantages in high-speed combat. Once I reach the future I want, I can let my body grow again. Should be enough time, right? I'm not short, I'm just choosing to develop a bit later. So Link thought to himself, as he took the bucket of water a shadow handed him and drank his fill before pouring the rest over his head. Having artificially cooled himself down, he felt far more comfortable. My rate of improvement has begun slowing again these past couple days, and now I'm starting to develop resistance to these new drugs too, huh? Staring up at the drifting clouds, he sighed. Ever since discovering that delicate illness extraction could solve all sorts of problems, he'd been going at the medication pedal to the metal, no brakes, completely unrestrained. He'd known from early on that eventually his progress would slow. Tsunoda had predicted it. No one had ever crammed in so many dangerous drugs at once and lived, let alone built up tolerance. Normally, one's consumption of such potent stimulants is limited, so it never reaches the stage of diminishing returns. Potent drugs inevitably incur huge side effects, and with repeated large doses, the body counters those effects by changing itself. It automatically filters out part of the drug's toxicity, causing the effect to drop off rapidly. Even delicate illness extraction couldn't fix that. The jutsu dealt with illness or harm, removing them, but the body's new resistance to toxins was a beneficial adaptation, so it wouldn't be removed. The real trouble was that a lot of these top-level stimulants worked similarly. Once he developed a tolerance to one, anything else with similar effects did little for him. Even Tsunoda couldn't do much about it. Originally, Link had thought of doing his own research into new drugs, but a person's energy is limited. He barely had time to develop new medicines. For the sake of doping up his base stats, he'd even scaled back his wind-style nature transformation training. He hadn't even cracked open the ninja scrolls he got from Hidden Sand Village. Every day, as soon as he opened his eyes, he swallowed an amount of drugs that would last a normal person a week, then undertook a grueling workout. As the drug's effects took hold, he'd cast delicate illness extraction on himself. When the soldier pills were digested, he'd repeat delicate illness extraction, and then keep doping and training. Such an inhuman schedule took up almost his entire day, leaving only a sliver for working on his summoning jutsu. He had no time to spare for anything else. One piece of good news, though, he'd prepared himself mentally for a total halt in height growth, yet his body somehow still managed to eke out another centimeter in the last couple months. Don't underestimate that single centimeter, one small step in height, one giant leap toward a long-legged, taller figure later. At least I want to be 150 centimeters by the time Shippuden starts. He quietly sighed, thinking how uncomfortable it'd be if Shippuden began and he was still in the 140s. After lying there for a bit, the shadow he'd sent out earlier returned with dry clothes. He got up, changed, and strolled toward a Kairaku ramen, contemplating what to do next. It's only been 3+ months, but I'm already hitting the slow stage Tsunoda mentioned, so from here, I just have to make gradual progress. I can't be idle though. Let's learn all the ninjutsu I've neglected, and pick up wind-style nature training again. My shadow's power is locked to my old physical stats, so they're increasingly useless. I need tailed beast chakra. Not sure how I'll fare against a Jinchuriki, though. Link wasn't fully sure of his own strength, since this wasn't a world that quantified power levels as X amount of chakra. Power had to be measured against real foes. Though he was much stronger than before, how he'd match up in a real fight remained uncertain. His broad-based physical growth mainly meant a bigger chakra reservoir. Pure strength or speed still had mortal limits. At least with his better fundamental stats, he was less prone to being one-shotted, giving him more room for tactics. Plus he had a specialized edge, the chakra scalpel. With intel on some of the Jinchuriki from the manga, he was fairly confident if it came to a showdown. Ideally, he wouldn't kill but capture them. If that wasn't possible, at least snatch more tail beast chakra. Naruto's obviously off-limits, so maybe the easiest target is the Six Tails Jinchuriki, Utakata. A hidden mist village rogue in his 20s. Yes, it's settled then. Locking onto that plan, first gather tailed beast chakra from a Jinchuriki to refresh his shadow's abilities, then go after Orochimaru. The decrypted data showed that the slippery snake had gotten very far with the 5-element seal. Link approved wholeheartedly of natural energy being popularized, but he wouldn't let Orochimaru maintain control. Even if he couldn't kill the man, he had to seize the original body. Medical core building, top floor laboratory plop. A bulge on the lab mouse's body burst open. Pale pink flesh splattered across the transparent glass. Subject failed again. Shizune typed away at a computer, while Tsunade stood at the operating table, her expression grim as she looked down at Kimimaro. Up to now, she still couldn't figure out how Link's 5-element seal created the original body. Nor why it could attract natural energy. 2 continuous months of experiments had revealed that normal flesh from Kimimaro, once transplanted, did not draw natural energy. Even unsealing it hadn't changed anything, no pull on natural energy. With Link's cooperation, they further determined Kimimaro's potential detonation was caused by mutual rejection among his body, the curse mark, natural energy, and original body cells. The excessive aggressiveness of those cells forced both Kimimaro's physique and the curse mark to jointly suppress them. This left Kimimaro basically unable to control his own body or mold chakra. If it was only the standard natural energy from the curse mark, an explosion wouldn't matter so much, but the original body cells drew in a violently destructive kind of natural energy. The constantly escalating clash would ultimately make his body collapse into a special natural energy bomb. Tsunade understood the general principle, but not the deeper cause. Even so, she pressed on with the research. Having pinpointed the problem, she began extracting the small cluster of suppressed original body cells to run tests. Repeatedly transplanting them into lab mice over half a month, she slowly reduced the original body cells in Kimimaro, letting him recover his ability to mold chakra. Yet she remained stuck on how to keep the mice with transplanted cells alive. Could it be that, besides the curse mark's natural energy, normal chakra can't find a balance with the original body cells? Tsunade muttered, though she already had a likely answer. After all, Sage Mode existed, proof that sufficiently strong physical and mental energy could balance with natural energy. The trouble with Sage Mode was that not everyone could sense and absorb natural energy, and even if they could, they needed stillness to gather it, which was awkward in real combat. The original body cell seemed to solve that problem, pulling in even more potent natural energy. But that power was also explosively destructive, meaning it required a body of great physical strength and abundant chakra to properly harness it into a brand new Sage chakra form. So in principle, these original body cells overcame the difficulty of detecting and absorbing natural energy, if further experiments could figure out how to handle them. Yet mice were too frail. Once they completed transplantation, they soon died. Realistically, the suitable test subjects were humans or ninja animals. Especially strong humans with advanced chakra control might allow each person to use Sage Mode. Tsunade's outward expression gave little away, but inside she was torn. Human experimentation wasn't a massive taboo in the shinobi world, but crossing that moral line felt too heavy for her. Long ago, Orochimaru's experiments with the first Hokage's cells had already taught her a painful lesson. Yet the possibility of universal Sage Mode was like a carrot before a donkey, making it hard for her to dismiss. If I need someone with great physical strength and massive chakra. In silence, Tsunade closed her eyes. Chapter 193, Searching for Six Tails. Even the combined effect of multiple drugs is weakening. Tsunade calmly shook her head. You've taken too many. You can't possibly return to that same rate of improvement anytime soon. Inside, she felt quite astonished. Initially, her plan was for Link to take all those medicines in 2 to 3 years, ensuring there'd be no real problems, then gradually increase the dosage. After around 10 years, once he was an adult, he would reach his peak through steady medicinal training. By then, every aspect of his physical attributes would match Kage-level standards. But she hadn't expected this kid to be so decisive, spending only half a month confirming that his technique could erase side effects before immediately consuming the largest possible doses without fear that the technique might fail. At such a crazy dosage, a normal person should have instantly keeled over, and even if the technique somehow saved them, they'd spend the rest of their days in a hospital bed. Well, given how bizarre he is, maybe they'd just become a valuable lab specimen. She thought, then spoke aloud, I'll need some time to develop new medicines. Don't expect too much in the short run. I understand. Link answered, not exactly disappointed, just slightly regretful. He'd already prepared himself for this possibility. Thank you for your trouble. Tsunade seemed somewhat absent-minded, glancing out the window. If there's nothing else, it's about Orochimaru's experiments, right? Link didn't tactfully leave. Instead he paused and said, if there's anything I can do, just let me know. Tsunade's gaze shifted to him. Perhaps because her body truly was getting younger, lately she felt her own mindset becoming younger, too. In the old days, she'd never have hesitated or worried so much about whether or not to do something, she'd just charge right in. Many of her medical nin developments came about that way. Well then, I'll be off. Without further words, Link left the medical core building, returning to his usual training routine. He first headed to Training Ground 7 for his daily wind-style nature transformation training. Previously, he had completed the first stage of that nature transformation, cleanly slicing leaves using wind chakra. Now he was in the second stage, trying to instantly expand his cutting power, cutting down waterfalls. He'd consulted Asuma for advice. Thanks to Link's decent chakra control, his progress was fast enough. He figured he'd finish within the year and be able to unleash wind style. It's such a pity I can't use standard shadow clones for that experience hack. He trained until sunset, then said goodbye to Sasuke, who was still working hard, and went off for a meal. Later, in his home's training room, he continued practicing summoning and stand, substitute, techniques before bed. For the hour before sleep, Link studied the scroll for Shishihiko, Lion's closing roar. Sealing jutsu tended to be complicated, and he needed time to learn them. The five-element seal only disrupted chakra, but Shishihiko would fully seal it. Far more complex. He guessed it would take a while, still, he was almost there. Although the potency of his super drugs was declining, it was still better than normal training. He continued to take them. He just scaled back his all-day body training to mornings only. The village higher-ups placed no special demands on him. They let him remain in the village, nominally serving as assistant in the medical corps while actually focusing on self-improvement. Meanwhile, Hidden Leaf village ninjas were busy exchanging blows with AIM shinobi along the borders of the Land of Rivers and the Land of Rain. Kakashi's team had already done missions in the Land of Rivers, hindering AIM Nin. But even so, nobody ordered Link out there. Days went by without anything special. Half a month later, Link finally drew Purple Hermit again. Nico Shuka, in town. He eyed the photo of the figure from Purple Hermit. His shadows were already prepped to depart. Dusk, in the forest outside Nico in town. Hup. The mountain drake flapped its wings and landed, toppling several large trees as it did, then lowered its head for its master to jump down. Link, carrying a giant scroll on his back, leapt onto a tree trunk. He dispelled the mountain drake's concealment technique and ran toward the Nico Shukuba. The shadows, released from the dragon's back, melted onto the ground as two-dimensional forms, chasing after him. A Shukuba, in historical Japan, was effectively a post station. In an older Earth context, it'd be called a relay station. In modern times, maybe like a rest stop on a highway. Settlements formed around these stations were called Shukuba Town. In this Naruto-like world, they remained vital transportation hubs. Lots of people here. At the gateway to the Shukuba, Link blended in with the crowd. A short kid lugging a huge scroll, concealing his forehead protector this time, since he was here to tangle with a Jinchuriki, still drew curious looks. The street was jammed with travelers, and stores were everywhere, tea houses, pubs, restaurants, entertainment spots, and inns. Shadows slithered among the crowd and buildings, staying watchful. They had low intelligence, so they couldn't do the searching themselves. Link had to look around in person. The short summoning duration of Purple Hermit was a pain. Once it locked onto a location, he had to come in person to find the target. Last time, finding Tsunade was simple. She stood out near the casinos. But now, searching for the Six-Tails Jinchuriki, Utakata, who was perpetually hunted, would be much more trouble. He wouldn't just parade around in broad daylight, and the difference between his anime appearance and real life might be huge. The Purple Hermit photo was only a rear view, so Link couldn't be certain. Unless they fought, verifying might be difficult. His only assets were his chakra sensing and Fugaku Uchiha's Sharingan. He'd have to check every strong chakra signature around, hoping to find his target. I doubt many ninjas stay here. It's already late. Let's get lodging first. Seeing only a bit of red hue left in the sky, Link decided to postpone searching until the evening. On this trip, Shizune had arranged a mission for him to gather valuable herbs. No time limit, essentially an excuse for him to wander outside the village. He'd informed the third Hokage beforehand. The old man simply smiled and agreed, not objecting. With no time constraints, Link planned to spend up to a month searching for the target, returning after the upcoming Chunin exams if needed. He knew there was no way to instantly find Utakata. Purple Hermit had only indicated he was somewhere in this vicinity, so Link would carefully comb around. And if he couldn't find him, oh well, nobody succeeds on the first try every time. They're so lenient about letting me leave, aren't they worried I could just become a rogue ninja at will? Link mused idly. Wandering around a bit, he picked an inn near the gate, ate a quick supper, then left Nico in town to use Rashomon and summon Fugaku Uchiha. Together, they began searching for the figure in the photo or anyone with strong chakra. Nighttime, inside Nico in town, at a hot spring inn, outside the women's bath. Crack, who's there? A hidden sand village forehead protector wearing Jonin shouted. Whoosh. 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 3 teenagers from Hidden Sand Village hopped over. One scanned the area anxiously. Mikade-sensei, where's the enemy? But that sound just now, the hidden sand village Jonin called. Mikade furrowed his brow, checking around. Stay on guard, Shari. Go tell Miss Ne to come out. At his words, he suddenly turned to Sand. Don't move, you. The real Mikade appeared on the rooftop, pressing a kunai to the neck of a short figure carrying a giant scroll. Before he could finish, his whole body lurched backward. Thud. Crash, he misplaced his footing and slammed into the ground, uncontrollably launching himself across the pavement. His momentum propelled him into a wall, knocking out a large chunk. Feeling dizzy, he managed to recover a second later, only to see two pitch-black human shapes pinning him on either side. This is... His eyes widened, recalling a certain intel from his village about that person. Link hopped down and glanced at the three tense hidden sand village Gainin. Letting his shadows slip back into the ground, he spoke. My apologies, this was a misunderstanding. I had no intention of attacking you, I was only passing by. You're Link from Hidden Leaf Village, right? Mikade rubbed his sore neck. I'm Hidden Sand Village Jonin, Mikade. So he recognized me, Link thought, face calm. Sorry, I was merely passing through and inadvertently interfered in your mission. In reality, the whole mishap occurred because Rashimon's duration ended, and as Fugaku Uchiha was pulled back, he accidentally brushed the roof, making a slight noise and revealing Link's position. Despite being taken out in a flash, the Hidden Sand Village Jonin's perception and reaction were quite good. His hand seals and jutsu were also decent. In close quarters, if one wasn't a top-tier beast, it was over the moment Link touched you, thanks to either his 5-element seal or, as just now, his newly mastered Ranshinsho, body pathway derangement. Face to face, he had too big of an advantage. Hey, what happened? A woman wearing only a towel stepped out from the women's bath, curiosity in her voice. It's nothing. Mikade forced a smile. He was about to exchange words with the Hidden Leaf Village's famed young special Jonin. But then saw Link instantly vanish with a shunshin. Link had no time for chit-chat with strangers. He'd planned to keep a low profile, being recognized, he had to bail on the spot. Bad luck. He sighed inwardly. He hadn't expected to be recognized. Of course, transformation jutsu couldn't alter his real face enough to fool experienced ninja, so that was that. He also didn't bother re-summoning Fugaku Uchiha. It was already late. He'd just do a bit more scouting before retiring for the night. He extended his chakra sense over the surroundings. Huh? Chapter 194, Ryo. Hey? Wearing a loose blue yukata and sitting on a rooftop, the man noticed that the nearby commotion involved a sensor-type ninja. He looked a bit surprised, and his body turned into countless bubbles. Pop, after the bubbles burst, he vanished on the spot. Swish. Just seconds later, Link landed and sniffed the air, having channeled chakra to his nose, but there was no scent at all. He was certain he had just encountered another ninja who could sense him. The person fled so sensitively, somewhat like the hunted bubble user, but it could also be some other rogue ninja or anbu. Being able to erase their odor entirely was quite a powerful concealment skill. Link extended his sensory range again, covering most of the nearby streets in silence but found nothing. He personally scouted around, saw no one suspicious, and with dawn nearing, gave up for the time being. He returned to the inn to rest. From the start, he never planned on finding his target in just a day, so there was no need to rush. Nothing happened overnight. The next day, he strolled alone through the streets of Nikoshukuba. Summoning Fugaku Uchiha in broad daylight in a crowded town just to use the Sharingan would be far too conspicuous. If he wasn't using Sharingan, then it was better to rely on his own incremental chakra sensing. Nikoan town wasn't large. In just a single day, Link had circled the entire town. Apart from the 4-person Hidden Sand Village team, he saw no other ninjas. Possibly some were in hiding. Unwilling to give up, he stayed in town one more day without finding anything, then left Nikoan town to check the surrounding area. Yet luck never came. Over the next few days, he found nothing. If only I had a strong sensor-type ninja. Or maybe ninja dogs, ninja cats. As Link traveled through the forest, he mulled over ways to boost his detection abilities. He couldn't keep relying on his nose forever. Channeling chakra to his nose was too rudimentary, no match for an Inuzuka's secret arts or a specialized ninja beast. But rearing a ninja beast posed a big problem. His summoning jutsu was abnormal, so he couldn't summon it anytime he wanted. He would have to carry it with him, like in Yuzuka Kiba. Alternatively, traveling with a reconnaissance-type ninja was another possibility. It seemed feasible. Most of the time, he didn't do much of the fighting himself anyway, his shadows and Rashomon could settle most enemies. Facing a truly powerful foe, the shadows could first carry off his partner, to escape. Hyuga clan wouldn't be bad. A Buramore and Yuzuka would work too. Come to think of it, teammate fits perfectly. I guess half of this plan to find a Jinchuriki has already failed. Oh well, I have other fallback objectives. Link paused, sitting on a branch to pull out his little notebook. If he couldn't locate the Jinchuriki, digging up valuables wouldn't be bad either. With money, he could buy lab equipment and electronics, then return to his base in the Land of Waves. It had been a long time since he'd gone there. A few days later, in a nearby town, at a certain pawn shop. These jewels, I can only give you 1 million Rio, said a middle-aged man wearing a monocle, having scrutinized the box of jewels for a while. 2 million. Link replied. The middle-aged man removed his monocle and shook his head. Kid, I won't ask where you got these jewels, but I can only go up to 1.2 million. Link remained unmoved. 2 million is my bottom line. You don't think those samurai at your door can handle me, do you? Bang. The office door was flung open. The one-eyed samurai at the head of the group drew his blade, roaring, "You little brat. You think you're talking to, whoosh." Clink. A kunai flashed past, snapping the samurai's sword, burying itself into the floor, with the broken blade lodging diagonally right between the one-eyed man's legs. Link spun another kunai on his finger. Go ahead, keep talking. I'm listening. 2 million it is. The middle-aged man said, wiping sweat from his forehead. He opened a drawer, fetched some keys, picked up that box of jewels, and stepped out. Ahem. Link cleared his throat. I want the currency in the Land of Fire Rio. The man flinched, hurriedly left the jewels on the table, and rushed out. One of Link's shadows followed quietly at his heels. The several samurai clustered by the wall didn't dare make a sound. Clearly, this little brat was quite a fearsome ninja. With that speed and power, killing them wouldn't take him long, so they held their tongues. Link sat waiting in the chair. After a while, the middle-aged man returned with a pouch of money. As Link counted it, the man hesitated and said, Sir, if these jewels of yours are placed in pawn under our deal, they'll likely be sold off as unclaimed collateral if you don't redeem them in time. A pawn shop in Japanese style was called a shichaya. Pledging meant giving items in collateral, and forfeiting meant failing to reclaim them by the deadline. No problem. Link rose, lifting his counted money. Just treat it like I sold them straight to you. If he sold the jewels himself, maybe he'd get 4 or 5 million. But he simply didn't have time to shop around, and plenty of jewelers wouldn't take questionable goods, or they'd offer harshly low prices. Pawning them was simpler. These shops often ran second-hand stores for unredeemed items. The middle-aged man forced a wry smile. He suspected Link might be some dangerous rogue ninja. Such a brazen style. He simply didn't bring up interest or other fees. Link left with the money, but before exiting the town, he noticed someone tailing him from behind. A ninja, huh? He frowned slightly, sensing chakra use. I really have sold too many things lately, it's inevitable to attract attention. With help from his mountain drake, his mobility was extraordinary. In just a single day, he'd unearthed several hidden treasures in the vicinity of Nikuan town, jewels, foreign money, and gold bars. Planning to move on from the village, he'd decided to flip them at local pawn shops. Given his strength, he wasn't afraid of being targeted, so he'd been somewhat reckless. I still have a few gold bars left. Once I've taken care of this ninja tailing me, I'll dump the rest and then leave. Feigning obliviousness, Link headed out of town into a small forest. A few seconds later, thud. A flak-jacketed man was thrown to the ground by Link's shadows. Injured, he forced himself to look up at the kid perched on a branch. Before he could get a clear view, the shadows smashed his head to the dirt, dizzy, blood filling his mouth. His head was yanked upright again. Talk. Link said, hopping down to stand before him. Who sent you? Without a sound, Link unleashed a Ganjutsu. Chapter 195, Pikazu and Hidan. My name is Shuri, I'm in charge of the pawn shop. Release. The man claiming to be Shuri disrupted his chakra, dispelling the Ganjutsu. For a moment, his face looked blank. Once he regained awareness, he silently closed his eyes without uttering a word. Just a pawn shop worker? Link was skeptical. He certainly did not trust the words of a stranger. He was about to form seals to summon Fugaku Uchiha to probe with the Sharingan, when the man before him suddenly convulsed. He was dead. Link frowned, pondering for a bit. He sealed the corpse into a scroll. Death was not necessarily the end. Hidden Leaf Village's interrogation core could extract all of a corpse's memories. Even if the man had only tailed him for his money, there was no real need to commit suicide. Could it be he feared, once interrogated, others, family, friends, would be dragged in? That was logically plausible, but Link felt uneasy. The abrupt tailing and this death felt as if there might be deeper secrets. With Link's own strength, aside from a handful of monstrous enemies, there wasn't much to fear. If it's connected to the pawn shop, forget it. I'll just bring that gold back to the village. He changed plans on the fly, abandoning the idea of fencing stolen goods locally. I'll have one last look at Nico Shukuba, then leave. Seems unlikely I'll find Utakata now. He still hadn't let go of the intel from Hermit Purple nor of that strong chakra he sensed on the first night. After this, maybe I'll visit Nekoba's tool shop. I still have a batch of foreign currency to spend. Going to the Fire Country Bank is more complicated, and I'm not sure if Nekoba would be willing to help me purchase electrical equipment or whatnot. After a bit more thought, bearing in mind a potential encounter with a Jinchuriki, and the stalking ninja incident, he decided not to seal all his money into a scroll. Instead, he kept plenty on his person, specifically splitting it into 3 pouches. All of it met the capture-usable currency standard for his binding jutsu. Preparations ready, Link soon set out with his shadows. Flap flap. A few minutes later, a crow perched in the treetop, busy grooming its feathers, took flight into the sky. Immediately afterward, a half-black, half-white face emerged from the ground. Itachi sure has his eye on that brat, doesn't he? Black Zetsu's tone was a little mocking. White Zetsu spoke excitedly. Hey, do you think Itachi might strike at Kakazu for Link's sake? If those two fight, it'd be quite a spectacle. Black Zetsu ignored his companion and sank silently back underground, mulling things over. Why did Link suddenly start looking for a Jinchuriki? Where did he get that photo's intel? He had monitored that unusual Hidden Leaf Village kid all along, whether in Hidden Leaf Village or traveling outside, yet he never seemed to have an intel network, nor ever meet with informants. He'd somehow ended up with a picture of the Six Tails Jinchuriki, out of nowhere. It was suspicious enough that Black Zetsu had to think carefully. If it's some mutated jutsu or summoning beast, then he becomes even more important. Obi has been stalling the collection of tailed beasts. Possibly. Nico in town. When Link arrived, it was nearing midday. He wasn't really expecting to catch his target now, so he took his time, first finding a ramen shop and sitting down. Right after he placed his order, but before the ramen arrived, a man in a black robe entered the shop and walked straight over to him. As he moved, he removed his hood, revealing the face of Sasori of the Red Sand. Link's shadows instantly rose to their feet, encircling him. With this sudden development, the bustling noise in the ramen shop fell silent at once. A few well-traveled customers quietly pressed themselves against the walls to avoid getting caught in potential crossfire. Link turned around. He did not immediately have his shadows attack. His thoughts were on how Sasori had managed to find him. Maybe he had shinobi from Hidden Sand Village? Sasori stood motionless, showing no hostility. I have no intention of harming you, he said. Isn't it a bit late to say that now? Link rose, tapped the counter, and called, just set it down, thanks. The ramen shop owner, holding the bowl Link ordered, was stuck at the counter, frozen in dread. Hearing Link's words, he gave a sigh of relief, put down the ramen, then turned and disappeared into the back kitchen. Your movements are exposed. The Akatsuki are on their way, Sasori said, expressionless. We have the potential to cooperate, money, ninjutsu, intel, I can offer all of them. Ever since Sasori had transformed himself so early into a human puppet, he had tirelessly expanded his personal power. Using his memory-concealing manipulative sanjutsu to cultivate spies, he'd planted operatives all across the shinobi world. Having regained his third Kazekage puppet and reconnected with Hidden Sand Village, he had plenty of confidence to name whatever price Link demanded. Link stayed silent. He neither needed nor cared about partnering up per se, but forging an alliance with an S-rank rogue ninja would damage his standing with both Hidden Leaf Village and Hidden Sand Village. Any arrangement made in secret would be a liability. If I captured you and handed you over to Hidden Sand Village, wouldn't I likewise get a huge payout in money and jutsu? I'm no longer a wanted criminal. You can verify with Hidden Sand Village. When Sasori mentioned his own village, his tone was detached. He paused, gazing sideways at the entrance. It's too late. Hey, you sure got away fast. 2 figures in black robes patterned with red clouds appeared in the doorway. One had silver-gray slick-back hair and carried a savage, triple-bladed scythe. A crazed grin spread across his face. I want to sacrifice this brat to the gods right now. Idan, don't let your guard down. He's the Hidden Leaf Village's link with all those dangerous ninjutsu. Otherwise, you might die, said the masked man next to him. His greenish eyes glinted greedily at the target. Sasori, you're meddling? The masked man demanded. Sasori gazed at them impassively. From his sleeve, he withdrew a scroll, gripping it. If I recall correctly, the leader ordered you not to touch him. Are you two going to defy the leader's command? Humphrey. Hidan's face twisted with arrogance. He stepped forward, saying, sooner or later, I'll curse that damned leader to death too. Kakazu, let's defect together. His brash voice carried, "Everything's so restrictive, it's driving me nuts." With his downward hanging hand slowly turning black, Kakazu's face betrayed little emotion, his back bulged where it couldn't be seen from the front. In a mild tone he said, "So it looks like this time you'll stand against us. Hidan, leave it to me, that kid's heart will be mine. Oh, and say sorry. I heard you lost your real body fighting that brat. Just because we used to be in the same organization doesn't mean I'll show mercy. You'd best." Kakazu's shoulder suddenly strained the fabric. From that bulge emerged a bizarre blue-white masked face, opening its mouth toward those inside the shop. "Jiamu?" A fierce gust surged forth, enveloping even his comrade Hidan. Chapter 196, Kakazu and Hidan, 2, Crack. A sudden, flowing earthen wall rose up inside the ramen shop, bursting the entire establishment apart. Tap 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 tap. In an instant, terrifyingly high-pressure wind spheres tore through most of the earthen wall, flinging mud everywhere in a massive spray. Ding. Sasori's scroll had already fallen open. A brand new humanoid puppet with black, iron sand-forged arms blocked the scythe's strike. With his other hand outstretched, the sigils for summoning jutsu glimmered, several kunai fitted with explosive tags shot out. Whoosh! Hidan's triple-bladed scythe brushed past Sasori's arm, cutting through his sleeve and slicing part of the limb, exposing an empty interior. Faced with kunai rigged to explode, he had no choice but to yank on his scythe chain and backflip away. While evading the kunai midair, he released the scythe, letting it spin around on its own. Tap. The moment he landed, he perfectly caught the scythe again, warding off the puppet's stabbing blade. "Damn it! Kakazu, this guy is the one I hate the most," he roared, gripping the scythe with both hands and trying to overpower the puppet. "Hurry and finish off that brat. Still got time to talk?" Sasori's fingers twitched, and from a corner sprang a lion-shaped puppet placed there beforehand. Its large jaws of razor teeth snapped shut with a violent chomp, crunch. Fresh blood spattered, severing Hidan's torso at the chest and abdomen in one bite. So noisy. The arm Sasori had gotten cut dangled loosely. He opened his other hand, threads of chakra connected 5 puppets,